Ladies and gentlemen, we are arriving here for the Throneroom Stage. It's Acropolis number 4 continuing. But before we get into today's match, a hype video for your enjoyment.
Frontline Kazi. Oh, it's eviscerating. And the mutas flow through. He's only got some naps left to his name. Good grief. Yeah, he has to tap out. Elimination. Art of Turtle has been defeated, but Hamster marches on.
The committal comes in. The Acantors are going to be a big target because those Ultra Cores kind of get countered by them, but the Vibrance is going to try to keep everything alive. First Acantor is popped, and the Ultra Cores are everywhere, all over the place. The Positron's trying to splash down everything they can, but they're busy dealing with the range units on the right-hand side. And he sent off a couple of units to kill 6 o'clock at the same time, denying multiple bases as the workers try to get back to the natural. Magisters have arrived, but all the Draconins are shellacked, and I don't think there's anywhere close to enough here. Arbuz has taken the game and the series. He probably can't believe that his Enbors have been crushed. That was his hidden ticket, that was his secret weapon, and all he's got is one remaining. He's met his match. He has met Korea. GG. HonMonO into the lower bracket. One more match. It's George's last moments in Acropolis. He wants to live them out in any semblance of glory, but with 11 workers, no money, and soon there's going to be static defense shooting him at the same time. Our reigning champ is not going to be defeated by George today. Not even in one game. Sziky diving in to clear those intendants, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm just waiting for that desperate worker pull, that desperation for HitEmUp to stay in the game, but his functions are torn asunder before our very eyes. This disaster, this calamity that has befallen the Terran race. Neblime is seconds away from finishing it in Game 5. The brief window HonMonO had in Quasar Quartet has closed. It's just Goliaths. And although the count is high, the hopes are not. The Acantors are going to mulch them, and the Solarians are barely breaking a sweat. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice Neblime is willing to make as he pushes through to the semifinals. What a godly size storm from that Cantavis! I can't believe it! Over 2,000 damage dealt! I cannot believe what a heroic dose of psionic energy just came out of that Cantavis, dude! Unreal! Protaps, but for his skips instead, now realizes the army all the way off elsewhere. What can he possibly do with these guys? Because the Protats are coming, a circuit gets morphed, the Irolith is so far away, he shouldn't have brought the Khazitra out, he could have actually used it for the defense. Here come the Skits trying to come in for a flank. Not a lot of anti-air in this position, but he's already mulched a lot of the ground army, and the Khazitra comes out but can't quite unload. He needs to get it down so that the Protats actually help out, and, well, there's also some help for the Skits. But I think this is too much. I think this is the timing that Shopkeeper Dog needed, and Hamster, he will find defeat. And now that we're all warmed up and ready to rock, it's time to introduce our competitors. We've got HonMonO taking on HitEmUp, and I think it's a good idea to talk first about our underdog in this matchup, our South Korean StarCraft 2 professional player who has taken to Cosmonarchy in a big way. He's actually done a lot of work on himself here ever since his first participation in the tribunals and the show matches. He's really leveled up his play and almost took down Neblime, which honestly is a big surprise. Neblime, obviously very confident PvT, and he really had to dig deep in order to get past this guy after getting up to a pretty quick start. The reverse sweep was almost upon us, easily making it past the Weed of God in order to find his footing against HitEmUp. We are going to be going up against a random player here for the Terran Arsenal. We'll have to see if our South Korean phenom is going to continue making magic happen. Of course, on the other side of everything, we have the champ himself, who has been cast down to the lower bracket following a defeat by Sziky. He easily made it past George at the subsequent match and proved to everybody watching that he wasn't washed in that way. Instead, he's going to come in here with a little bit of rest and a little bit of practice. We'll see how confident he is. I'm going to inquire as to whether or not he's prepared for a lovely time here to chat with us. And see if he wants to join us for an interview. And if he does, we'll be able to get him in here and take a listen. It's the voice of HitEmUp, the reigning champion of Acropolis, coming in here as an edged-out favorite, considering HonMonO's newness to the game. HitEmUp, how are you feeling ahead of your series against this South Korean guy?
I mean, I should be feeling good, but I'm not. But we'll see.
I feel like you say you should be feeling good, and that kind of points to some thoughts about the matchups that are at hand. I think about your TVT, of course, what you won Acropolis 3 on. You think about how you're obviously going to have way more experience in that particular matchup than HonMonO is. I also think about your, PvT, where you've made a name for yourself just kind of owning Terrans, even though Terrans themselves can win the matchup, as you regularly demonstrate. Those two matchups should be a slam dunk, and even though HonMonO likes to play against Zerg, I don't think he likes to play against your Zerg. Really, the only weak link that I could possibly see is a Scozy, which I know you've been practicing to try to shore up in the background. So, how are you feeling about that particular thing? You say that you should be feeling good. Do any of these sort of matchup-based thoughts swing you one way or the other?
I can't really let them at this point. Like, the reality of it is I think even in the upper bracket, if I drew any other races, I should have technically won those matches, but I didn't. Mm-hmm. And depending on how it goes here, like, it can go bad real quick. Like, the other fact of the matter is, I'm sure you've seen me like asking for games all week. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The only people I've gotten to play was like Jackie Langsky playing Terran.
Okay.
Crankendow playing Terran.
Okay.
And then I got a couple games against Newt, but he just kept rage quitting. So. Gotcha.
Well, I will point out, Krankendow's Terran isn't, it's probably his second best race, so, it's not terrible. He's done a lot of practice to play against, he was playing against, like, Sziky and stuff earlier to give him some TVZ practice, or I guess ZVT practice. But anyway, just throwing that out there, he's not too much of a slouch, and I know Jack's a funny Terran at the very least, so you probably had to go up against some silly strats. It gets you ready for what might happen here, since HonMonO does have a funny style. Did you particularly think about, in your preparation, anything regarding how he approaches the game? We saw HonMonO play pretty well against Neblime, not able to make it through, but definitely starting to favor mech styles. And, army control could be adjusted here and there, but it was still enough to almost threaten that series with a reverse sweep. So it's kind of a combination of, he's never out of it. His mental game seems to hold up. But on top of that, you also have his style being a little bit distinct from all of the other Terrans. Even as he starts to gravitate more towards mech, he does it in a different way. Did you at all pay attention to that preparation, or were you mostly just trying to grind the fundamentals?
I was just playing to play. Like, that. The reality of it is he plays a very specific style, but it's changed after like every week. Mm-hmm. so I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna actually stay the same. I think the only thing that's gonna stay the same is the 3-base Starcraft 2 style, but other than that, like, he might have something new.
Might have something new. We'll have to wait and see until we get into the games. Speaking of, we will be doing that very shortly here. How are you feeling about your map veto? Because you decided to go for Monazite as game 1.
I mean, if this is going to be my last tournament match ever, I mean, I might as well play one map.
Okay, all right. Hedging your bet in that respect. Obviously, he ends up going for Gilded Wall, but I saw you vetoed Magnetron. Was that a shot across the bow saying the StarCraft 2 map ain't coming?
I don't like playing that map too much. It's a little bit annoying, and I think it does favor Terran a little bit.
Okay, fair enough.
The first map I picked was a meme completely. Like, I just did it as a joke.
Right.
But the other two are maps where I feel Terran is actually kind of weak, especially early game.
Yeah, Knife's Edge and Sylphid, those 3-spawn maps. Neblime feels the same way, for whatever that's worth, about the Protoss versus Terran match in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, he doesn't make up tectons. He can't talk about PvT.
Well, maybe we'll see some of those later today. You also vetoed Saberhand, and he ended up selecting Gilded Wall and Patadia. Any thoughts about those 3 maps?
Oh, I actually wanted to pick Saberhand, but I accidentally banned it.
Ah, the classic.
I was gonna go Saberhand Knife's Edge, but I screwed that up. I'm surprised that he banned the other 2 maps though.
Yeah, Battle Spectre and Quasar were his bans. He bans out those ones.
They're free 3 bases for Terra, and like just play them.
Especially Quasar.
Battle Spectre.
Yeah. Maybe that's a pointer.
Quasar fits his style.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what he's doing. Gilded Wall is guaranteed in this series. Patadia if it goes longer than 3 maps. Did you have any particular thoughts about those maps? Because I feel like even though Gilded Wall must be comfortable for HonMonO being a StarCraft 2 map port, he's actually not got a winning-ish record on it. Versus top players in particular. So I wonder about that particular map pick for him.
Oh, I already think I know what he's going to try and do on the map, so we'll see how that goes. And Pod Idea, I'm always surprised that Terrans picked that map. Yeah,
me too. Well, maybe he's got some ideas, some strats. But either way, I look forward to the outcome of this series, and I will talk with you at the end of it all, I'm sure. HitEmUp, any final words before we get started?
I swear to God, if I get a Sziky 3 times in a row, I'm flipping tables.
The table flip has been stated. It's a promise made, a promise kept. A Sziky 3 times. I'm actually betting you roll Protoss here and just make HonMonO very upset. But that's my prediction. We'll see who's right. Thank you, HitEmUp, for the interview. GLHF.
See ya.
That's HitEmUp signing off as we get ready for our next round. I will ask for the ready check, and we will be getting into our first matchup here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time, baby. HitEmUp versus HonMonO. It is going to be a banger, so let's get into it. Let's see what we have to see right here, right now. Our best of 5 begins. Elimination 2B begins on Monazite Terran on Terran Violence. The island map pays host to map 1 of this series. HitEmUp in the top left is our Tyrian purple, and HonMonO is Fern green in the bottom right. I am looking forward to what's going to come down to the wire here. Both players opening Fulcrum, despite the fact that this is indeed an island map. We will not see anyone going for Starpad first, and no gas being harvested any further by HonMonO as an interesting adaptation already. Now, are we going to get to see the Terran versus Terran on a not island map? Well, we're going to have to find that one out. HonMonO has shown some pretty nifty moves in the past, and, you know, as a little inside baseball here, mods I was not predicting in this first series, but I'm glad to see it in action, of course. Right before this, you know, I woke up, I power outage, LOL, and then had to jump on to, you know, quickly scramble everything in time for the match because we're also starting an hour earlier than my initial plans had in order. So it was a nice perfect storm in that respect. But we do have a Goliath first here for HonMonO, very interesting. I think he might want to go for an expansion afterwards too. That being said, we did have a report that Valkyries weren't working anymore. They weren't shooting anymore on the new update. You know, how seldom does that unit get made, that we have a limited limited sample testing pool. But I was able to fix it right before we got started this match. And so, Valkyries are working fine. And look at this, TVT on an island map. They might actually come into play. Boy, am I glad that I was able to fix that real quick. Yeah. Jackie Langsky in the chat, very happy to see some TVT. We'll see. We'll see if this TVT is everything that it's, you know, going to be cooked up to be. I like that, you know, HonMonO just going for one Goliath. It looks like a Vulture follow-up afterwards, and of course he is going for that faster expansion. It'll be a Cyclops drop here for HitEmUp, but that does put the onus on him to be somewhat proactive here in the set. And we even have some lobotomy mines being laid in similar positions. I like that this one is off to the side. I think if you unload on the extremity and then go for the attack down, you can easily get your Trojan stunned in that respect. But also, if you're going to go all the way down, you're passing over all of the mines. I think, personally, knowing Cyclops in particular, you probably want to lay mines behind the mineral line. We'll see if HonMonO ends up doing that as the Trojan's halfway done and the second round of Cyclops are completing. Watchdog, I think based on that positioning, HitEmUp's going to try to scout. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. This could be a real banger start to our series, just so you guys know. Obviously, you're talking an island map, but it's only the mains that are islands. I think we're going to see a lot of weird stuff. I really can't imagine either player doing critical damage to each other in this moment. And of course, HonMonO could even lose some of his early pressure here in terms of worker count, but then catch back up because he has this second ministry. Now starting to utilize that for extra worker production here in the main base, already capping his ridge. So he's going for a bit more of a greedy push. He's got the 4 Goliaths waiting and ready to bop some of the enemy. Watchdog taking care of some business here, scouting everything for HitEmUp. And of course, we do indeed have those wraiths coming in. Now, here's the Trojan. We see that it's set to unload behind the mine. Oh, the first mine does get picked, but it doesn't stun everything. So it looks like 1 or 2 Masons will end up going down. Oh, 3 of them, actually. We'll keep counting up as it happens. HonMonO struggling to actually give chase to those Cyclops. He does pick the Trojan immediately, but he has to send the workers back the other way, it feels like. Only a marginal worker lead for HitEmUp thanks to that extra ministry, but of course you got to watch out for the fact that the star pad got interrupted. The obviously the gas harvesting needs to be reset, and it looks like it will be accurately. And so, you know, all's well that ends well in theory. The reaction time could have maybe helped out a little bit. Are we going to see any anti-air defenses as Wraiths are now moving? That star pad only partially constructed. The second ministry should tell you know, HitEmUp everything he really needs to know from this position, and he's adding more fulcrums, which of course can just be lifted off onto the mainland to rally down. His own ministry finishes up, and he's going to start using it for his own extra worker production for the time being. Starpad finishes. It'll be a Trojan first, just to elevate some units down. It's interesting he wants to reset his minerals here. We only have the 7 mineral patch main, you know, pretty bog standard in that respect. So, one of the only standard things about the map, you could argue. Laying some more mines. Again, I think you probably want one real deep to cut off that walk around that did so much extra damage. But we'll see. We'll see if that's something that HonMonO is particularly worried about. I mean, there's no drops coming, right? It is just Wraiths stacking themselves up into a point where maybe they can start one-shotting Masons. But it's going to be a Trojan follow-up. Okay, another Cyclops drop is actually inbound. So as this Ministry unloads and the Trojan scoops some of those Masons that are oversaturating the mineral line here, we are going to get HonMonO up to a nice economic edge initially. Trojan doing some ferrying up here as well for HitEmUp. And a 4 Goliath drop earmarked for the enemy main base. Actually, this could be pretty deadly if you think about it, right? The Cyclops themselves are not going to be very good in a heads-up fight against Goliaths, but if the Goliaths walked all the way to the top left main and they shot down the Trojan, what do you even do, right? Then you're grounded a little bit. So that's something that HonMonO might end up being able to make use of. Looks like he's unloading Goliaths at multiple locations, and that is going to leave him a little bit under strength here in the main base. His second Goliath is coming up. But, you know, one Goliath is enough to push away some of these Wraiths, but we really got to see, right? So instantly some of those wounded Masons being focused down. And the one Goliath does zone those Wraiths away. The mine's keeping the cloak from reactivating. He almost had the opportunity to go in and attack this, but actually it looks like he could. Well, he just needs to actually decloak them. Yeah, there you go. So where's the reaction time here from Hit? Ends up losing some of his Wraith action there. Very brittle, very vulnerable. The 2 Cyclops dropped, not 4. Why does he only have 2? That's because 4 of them are down here. I love the inclusion of the Trojan into the middle of this, just in case it draws some fire. Only 1 Mason going down in the natural isn't terrible. 1 Goliath looks like it will be. Oh, scooped up! I love it. He actually saves that guy, and he can repair him afterwards. I'll see if he ends up doing that. The other 2 comes in here, but shooed away, shown the door by the other Goliaths. It's a lot of resources lost in the Trojans, but I think you can see HitEmUp has no plans to abate, and he has no plans to take his fulcrums and move them elsewhere. He's going to set up a mass ferry system with just a bunch of transports in that respect.
We've got Zerg here.
We do have Zerg here. Thank you, Luciferius, for hatching with a prime sub. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I found a new clip that I'll probably turn into a soundboard alert at some point for some kind of donator event or whatever, where it's Euthermal going 12, by the way, insane, or something like that. So it's pretty good. I'll have to add that into the list later. So these vultures are still the OG vultures from way back. You know, he's from the beginning of the game, basically. Good map control initially here for HitEmUp, but there's a lot of fulcrums. Now, I mean, a lot of fulcrums. There's 2 fulcrums. The guy's got almost no production, mind you. So HitEmUp can overwhelm with his pure level of production and a bunch of Doom drops, right? There's really not a whole lot left in the tank here for HonMonO in that respect. He will still be able to deal with the small little hecklings that are happening here and there. 2 Wraiths now flying around, maybe see what they can do inside the main base. It's just steady Goliath production inside the main, and we got Goliath production down here in the natural. This actually does remind me of how HonMonO approached the early game of TVZ against Sziky on this map. Wraiths now, once again, heckling things. You see the reaction time from HonMonO is struggling up a little bit as he puts down his 3rd Ministry. Where did he even build that? Okay, inside the natural. Yeah, I guess he's just going to lift it off over here towards 6 o'clock. On location is HitEmUp, trying to do the same kind of thing. He unloads some vultures for a runaround. But it does look like the Goliaths are going to easily accept that attack and riposte it. There's Anseal with the army, so this army is going to be a bit tankier than maybe you even want it to be. Wraith's now scrambled. Anseals can protect the Trojans as they go in for an unload, but there's Phalanxes here. This shouldn't be a killing blow. All the Anseal shields knocked out immediately as the Phalanxes are sighted, so HonMonO's going to try to step forward. Maybe he could try to ground the army. No, instead he's just trying to scoop up the Goliaths where he can. There you go. He's been able to exfil, but he lost 5 Goliaths and didn't really get too much other than scouting. Maybe it accomplishes a little bit of fear. Wraiths on the other side stacked up pretty highly, but there's so many Goliaths, it's going to be really hard to do much of anything there. I don't think there's much room for those Wraiths to get in anywhere right now. Trojans can indeed unload to cancel out 12 o'clock. There's really nothing here to defend that. Now we've got a bunch of Phalanxes and Blackjacks being airlifted. So there will be an attempted Doom drop. 2 more Fulcrums coming up as that float starts to get to HonMonO. And he will unload right here to cancel out 12 o'clock. Putting some damage onto the Trojans is a good move there for HitEmUp. Is Watchdog helping him out there. We got 7 Wraiths still floating about right now. And, of course, that's the flexibility you get with the Mass Star Pad. You can go for a lot of transports, of course. But 6 and 7 Fulcrum coming up. Where's that unload? We got plenty of Goliaths here to maybe try to fight. Oh, he's going to lose so much on the approach. How many Phalanxes does he have? Looks like plenty of them. That's the answer. He's got 7. Rocking and rolling. So how are you going to approach this kind of attack? Of course, HonMonO has no Air Force, and the Blackjacks would dissuade Wraith play anyway. Wraiths actually come in to help out. Only 4 of them. I'm not sure where the rest of them were. Maybe they got bopped over here. Yeah, it looks like it. As the rest of the army for HonMonO attempts to make a move. He's going to come up here to clear out the air units. the Ministry should lift off so it doesn't end up going down. It's already starting to burn thanks to that attack. Do we have any Trojans with the army? We do. We can definitely Doom Drop onto this position. But we have another attack coming in. HitEmUp looking to piece him up. There's Goliaths and Mines on location. More ant seals being made. Phalanxes of his own. HonMonO starting to do his own siege lines inside his own territory. The 12 o'clock has been reset by HitEmUp, but keep in mind, HonMonO has a much bigger bank. Oh, and that's a humongous set of stuns to shut down that drop immediately. No worries at all. These Goliaths are going to clean house. And we do only have the 6 Phalanxes left. A Mason even repairing the Ministry as they lack vision. Vultures start to provide some of it. That's going to eliminate so many Goliaths thanks to that. He's going to need to airlift a few of them down. His own Phalanx is struggling. Ant seals can definitely help break these positions. We don't get to see siege line on siege line violence too much. But ant seals are definitely capable of assisting these kinds of spots. He's got so many off to the side as well. Now here we go. Huge drop coming into the main base. There's hardly anything in here to defend compared to everything that's coming. And it looks like that might be a wrap on the units. We've got 5 Phalanx. His own just going to get shellacked immediately, it looks like. He pulls the Masons, but the Blackjacks are here to riposte. And this could be not a killing blow, but definitely a very exhausting one. How much effort do you want to put into Monazite after all? It is a one-of-a-kind island map. Bit of a gimmicky position as that 6 o'clock spot does get cleared, but look at what the cost is. The Goliaths can actually run forward. This isn't as bad as it initially looked. And I guess even on an A move, they will still be able to clear the position, but he lost a lot of Masons during that and does need to make sure that he gets extra bases up and running here. Sharking around with his air units, and the Vulture's struggling to reach the position. Ant seals can protect that Phalanx and probably ought to. Alright, down it goes. It looks like HitEmUp's been routed initially. He's got one Cyclops lonely moving around. We've got another salvo of drops. You can see the assembly line that HitEmUp is working with here. And what do we have for actual defense? He finishes up that Fulcrum, but he's so far behind on production. He's got 7 Idle Masons inside the natural. Definitely a chaotic move. And the unload comes in right on top of everything. This might be the killing blow. The Trojans are empty. He can't counter drop. This isn't StarCraft 1 style. Not from HonMonO. And is that going to cost him? He ends up bombing some of the Phalanxes. Only 1 remaining. This should be a hold, but the Ministry going down is huge in favor of HitEmUp. That should still be a clear. He's going to have to restart that Ministry ASAP. He's got a huge float. In fact, if he started 2 or 3 of them, I wouldn't hate it. But right about now, he needs a lot more mineral dump units. The Blackjack serving HitEmUp well. He's adding 4 more star pads down here in the bottom inside his natural base, knowing he needs more transports, more wraiths. As he continues to load things up, the Goliaths get elevated down. He's actually not mining from the sieve, by the way, and there's really a destitute amount of workers happening in the main base anyway. So this is definitely an economic edge towards HitEmUp for the first time, confidently, in this 14.5-minute island TVT. What a bizarre game state we get to see. Some watchdogs coming down to help defend against things like that. We got 6 Masons just chilling, waiting to see who was going to jump first down to the lower field, lower ground. And yeah, HonMonO's army's moving out, but he's got no awareness of this drop coming in. This could be yet another move that just continuously grinds our South Korean Terran down. Are you going to hate yourself too much? Are you going to hate this play too much if you're up against, you know, an island map loss? Not really, right? This is one of those that you can just kind of write off, but you don't want to. You don't want to if you can help it. Now, his units are going to spot out the Trojans just narrowly, but now the units are, from HitEmUp just moving on in. The army swing is going to come on down. Is this going to be a base race? We don't have a lot of Phalanxes in production here. How is he going to try to defend, I wonder? He's going to try to sabotage some of this position, but there it is! The Phalanx is on the high ground, and the air fleet here also ready. He's just going to use Valkyries to clear out all the Ant Seal energy, and then they are so very vulnerable. Oh dear. I think, yeah, that's going to probably be a wrap as 6 o'clock is cleared. GG is conceded. HitEmUp has found victory. And you know what that means. you know it's time. You know it's time to head back. With HitEmUp in the winning seat. Oh yeah, let's look at his mug as we host map 2. Gilded Wall is coming up, a more standard affair here for our HonMonO, our Terran player. HonMonO said go as he was solo in the lobby. He's ready to go, dude. Waiting on HitEmUp to join us after that victory on Monazite. He goes up to 1-0. We're gonna see if what else he's got cooking in the background there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. Map 2 is on the way, and maybe some more wishes will be granted. Gilded Wall pays host. Let's go. Terran versus Terran continues. HitEmUp in the bottom left, our teal Terran, HonMonO, the fern green Terran in the bottom right. We are going to see TVT on a map that isn't Monazite. I feel like this is going to be an interesting push, and I do wonder about HonMonO and how he's going to feel about some of this. Where are we going with this one? You know what I mean? Where are we going with our plays, our build orders? It will be mech for both players. I do feel like overall the mech styles are a bit more stable, but we already have something a little bit tricksy here as HitEmUp has mined out the central field. Where does he want to go with this? Is he going to proxy a treasury? These are a couple of things Terran specifically can do a little bit easier than the other races. You can also, I guess you don't even need to do that if you don't mind the APM of mining some gas and then mining minerals, because you can just do that over and over again, right? So we're going to have to wait and see if that ends up being a thing, because that Goliath opener, it looks like HonMonO thinking about maybe Goliath expand. Yeah, he's going to do the gas trick. So this is sort of relatable to the StarCraft 1 trick of having to build like a refinery. Flash did that, of course, famously on Monty Hall. And so this is basically what you do. You need 3 returns in order to get that bad boy ready to go. And because this is not a very popular trick, of course the auto return logic is going to make him go the other way, right? So that's what that was there for a moment. But because this is not a very popular trick, you will probably see players not really comprehend it. Not really preempt it. But also, this is very likely to be a vulture run-by from the back. And you're not expecting this kind of early action. You really aren't. It is not a normal thing. So let's find out how effective it actually is. He's just kind of watching for now. Wants to maybe wait to make sure that his vultures can actually get there. He's got his own minefield at the front. He's a little vulnerable to, counter vulture pressure. But HonMonO going for a more defensive build. This once again means that his second ministry will be up in time to recover any lost workers, in theory. Down it goes. There's no more middle patch. And HonMonO's own vulture navigating, trying to get down there. There it is. How often are you going to be testy with your own early units? Okay, it might be a Cyclops walkthrough instead of the vultures staying home on the defensive push. Makes some sense. Though these Goliaths could definitely prove deadly in an unsafe position. Second Fulcrum almost done for HonMonO, but we're up to 3 here in HitEmUp's main. Again, The difference being he does not have that extra base. Worker lead already starting to rise up. He puts down a mine down here in the back, but is he really predicting? I think it was like kind of a half-hearted scout. I don't know if he even clocked that the mineral field is depleted or not. 4 Cyclops moving forward. Well, he's going to put the Mason all the way down here. Does he notice, though? That's the thing. Does he notice that this middle one is actually depleted? He's figured it out! He's figured it out! He's been sabotaged, and the Cyclops are here. Well, that's just enough time to scramble some kind of defense. He puts down a Watchdog. Doesn't quite cancel it, but maybe it still was enough extra time. And HitEmUp foiled in his plan. Very nice awareness there from HonMonO. Got his Watchdog for anti-drop and got his homies down here to riposte any further attacks. But the front gate is under some duress. 2 more Goliaths on the way, 3 to defend. We got Vulture Cyclops moving across for HitEmUp. This is going to come down to a micro battle. And the micro ability of the Vulture Cyclops player is always going to be higher. So we need to see some more defensive measures here, I think. Vulture's coming in to eat the first mine. There's another one available. We'll see if that's actually what happens here. But the Goliaths right now using their range advantage. Watchdog continues to grow over here as that second base is already operational. I don't know if the Vultures actually sighted the Ministry, but yeah, economically speaking, HonMonO, he's riposted all of this assault, and he's got just about a 10-worker lead here. But HitEmUp already does have that back base harvesting. So this is actually his third coming up here, his counter greed. That's the counter to greed. Palladium nearing completion, or just starting, I suppose, but that means it's nearing completion. For HonMonO, he wants to get up to Phalanx nice and early. Scrapyard for Hit. Not enough money for the Palladium as of right now, so unlikely to end up opting for it. The economic engine of HonMonO outpacing HitEmUp, but HitEmUp will steadily get back into the swing of things here with that third Ministry. You're already seeing that worker lead start to hold at 9, and it will dwindle over time. That Ministry number 3, though, for HonMonO, okay. You basically got yourself, a minute and a half of worker advantage production for HitEmUp. His blackjacks are coming. Palladium does end up coming. Oh, man, I really hate this base layout. I feel like if you put the Palladium here and then lifted these Fulcrums, it wouldn't be so bad, but that's potentially a problem. Starpad comes up, 2 Starpads. HonMonO wants a lot of Antseals, I think. He might try drop, but I think it's mostly going to be for Antseal. He definitely enjoys that particular unit. Just having a good time, slamming away in Cosmonarchy. Quad Phalanx nearing completion there. And so, where we see HitEmUp going to be slowly clawing back the worker lead, obviously the tank lead here is going to be way in favor of HonMonO. He invested a lot more of his money earlier into it, and of course he had a faster natural for some time. His third base will complete, and I'm sure he'll lift it off down here and take this bottom left base. But that will increase his surface area, somewhat significantly. He can't use a cliff to be advantaged in the defense. The Ministry's done. The Goliath's poking out to see what they can find. Starpads finish up. Let's see how soon it takes, how soon HonMonO goes for a move there. Thinking about what bases to take, moving some Phalanxes down. I guess he might want to be a bit more on the turtley side as opposed to any early move out, which means this is looking like it's our first TVT match. We should see Tier 2 and beyond coming into play. He's going to go ahead and mine out these other mineral fields to make sure that he has easy flow through. But even 1 is enough for the units like Goliath Phalanx to move out. No pokes from HitEmUp. He's just building up his own army right now. His own Phalanx count rising in ways. He's adding way more Fulcrums. Some Matadors in production as the Ministries continue to produce. And HonMonO going for base number 4 very quickly as well. So interesting that our 2 Terran players are essentially trying to just outgreed each other for a little bit. Down goes the first Cyclops of the 3 that survived that initial poke. Goliaths now rotating back over. They are going to be necessary to defend things like this, and I would want to delete this mine too. I feel like this is asking for trouble here. See what more units end up rallying out. Only 5 Fulcrum still for HonMonO as he gets up to his 4th Ministry. Rallying down workers. He's going to go ahead and take a push out here through the lower base, but he's not pushing all the way across, right? And now, here's the big attack that he is not prepared for. He needs to rally his units, send his units, wrap around inside his main base. You can see him on the camera trying his best to do just that. He's going to get in the face, try to see what he can do with that splash damage. But that Ministry is going to be buying a lot of time and might end up going up in smoke. More Fulcrums producing more Phalanx. HitEmUp going for a treasury at the 10 o'clock position in the meanwhile. Matador is burning down the armor, burning down the workers. How long is that going to go unnoticed? Masons start to evacuate pretty quickly, so I guess not very long at all. And again, there's not really a whole lot of vision provided here. A couple Masons do indeed go down, but I don't think that the Phalanx's attack is going to be particularly successful there. And at the very least, HitEmUp has secured a little bit more time before his opponent just hits him with the counterpunch. More importantly, I think the Fulcrum count is enormous, so an attack right now could be devastating for HonMonO. He's got a lot more Phalanx back at home that should certainly join in the fray. One stockade? No, it's many stockades being added. HitEmUp wants to go for an Eidolon switch, perhaps? Or either that or he just wants some more Hurricans so he can free his Fulcrums of having to make Matador. If he goes like Hurrican Phalanx or something, that could be pretty good here. He's survived long enough to get another round of Phalanx, and that could be a linchpin here in his attempted defense of the northern quadrant. For whatever reason, even though HonMonO took the bottom right base, he has not considered this area as an area for attack. You can see the rallies are going to start to stack up Masons confusedly trying to move over the minerals. But yeah, it looks like HonMonO wants to go in for a wraparound, a bit of an uppercut here. Matador's paving the way for the rest of the army to try to anticipate this push, and well, he's setting up some more defenses down here in the bottom right. HonMonO a bit more concerned with stuff like that. Oh, bye. That's it. I just wanted to say hi. Ah, snapped. The Matador is actually wrapping all the way around. This is kind of interesting. The Treasury is going to have to lift off immediately, but not too terrible here. You know, it's just ground taken in that respect. Some Vultures are going to come in and pressure the bottom left at the same time. How are you going to rally your units forward? You can't just send your army there with a right click. Not like this, not in this map. And so he ends up going out on the map instead. His rallied units out of the Fulcrum will have to be enough to defend. And they should be. Going to lay some offensive mines as HonMonO continues to lock down. Interestingly enough, some Masons came back here. They weren't actually reset. Top right now under pressure, 2 o'clock for HonMonO. He doesn't really have anything back here at home. This could be a really big problem. He scoops the deployed Phalanx up with his Trojan. And now his Ant Seals are just trying to stall out with nothing actually happening here. His Fulcrums are pretty far away from actually producing reinforcements. What is his push here? He's got some units evacuating from the bottom right so that they can come help out. But the Natural is going to go up in smoke, and that's a lot of resource casualties there. Masons are back to mining in the bottom left for HitEmUp. And he's trying to bomb out something over here in the bottom left. It doesn't look like it's quite working out. Still a big amount of pressure here is the number of Phalanxes, plus the Ant Seals to provide that detection against the Eidolons could neuter this attack way before it even really starts to take shape. So are the Eidolons really going to help him out? Down go the Ant Seal shields for some time. The Phalanxes, maybe sieging in a staggered line isn't the best option here. Here comes the flank. Matadors and Blackjacks absorbing a ton of shots. We don't see a ton of Eidolon casualties just yet. Ant Seal can change that if it gets close enough, but no, it's going to go down. And that will completely clean that up. The Trojans come in with a single deployed Phalanx. Maybe he can just drop this on this side over here or whatever, but I would drop it on this side, I guess, because you don't want the other army to come on through. We got 9 Phalanxes with this position. Does HonMonO even realize his Trojans have that, I wonder? Ant Seals come in to sync up with the Phalanx. I like the one that's a little bit staggered there. That's actually kind of cute. I don't know if it was quite intentional, but he's just going to keep trying to keep his Phalanxes as alive as they can possibly be. As they chew through the Blackjacks, he's not targeting down the Eidolon stack, but they'll handle that targeting themselves eventually when there's nothing else to deal with. Or maybe they won't because there's no more detection. What's going to be the response? HonMonO never reset his natural. He never got his 4th base up and running. So his money is quite low. A salvo of Vultures as he rallies a few more down to the bottom left, but there are Blackjacks there to defend. And this treasury base is going to provide some more minerals for HitEmUp's war effort. It does look like this has been enough of a push. Somehow HitEmUp makes the Eidolons look not just passable, but actually functional here in this matchup. He needs to finish targeting down the ant seal, though, and he's starting to run out of Eidolon. Still, his Phalanx artillery is plenty positional. Trying to get that Vulture right in the middle of that, and it will result in the death of that Phalanx. The Ministry ends up landing over here to provide something, but it's not like any counter pressure has been done. Top left, HitEmUp continuing to grow. Now on 5 bases, even if one of them is mineral only, due to the placement of the treasury, being a bit safer from the mainland. The one Mason over here, hopelessly confused. Rallying some of those Masons off. He's got 22 Masons down here, so it does make sense to try to send some more up. But he's starting to deplete inside his main base. His natural will be resaturated. Even though HitEmUp only has a 12-worker lead, by the way, this is still way, way better for him. Looks like he's sent his own Masons somewhere else, though. He's going to try to mine out this position to just start to push through. It would probably help if he, yeah. If you maybe mined a different patch, it would probably help. You got all these workers and they're yeah. Hit him up. No, you can. Oh, it's okay. Vultures are moving up to the top left, but they're going to be met with quite a bit of grim omen back at home when they hear the comms come in of the bottom right being taken down, the Cestus destroyed. The Antseals fly over to do their best absorption here, but they're just being targeted down by those Eidolons. Again, the Phalanxes are not actually striking the right targets here, and the self-stun on the mines might be enough to push this over the edge. HonMonO is stuck with an immobile army, and he's lost his position in the bottom right. Vulture's not successful in doing too much on the other side, and I think the War Machine's a little bit too powerful here. HitEmUp clears bottom right, resets him down to 2 base. Only thing I can think of for HonMonO is to really drag this out. Just put down some Phalanxes, make it painful to push into any position. But the stockade count has really turned the tables here. GG has to be called by HonMonO, as he is indeed pushed back again. Once more on the brink of loss in the series. HitEmUp is up 2-0. The TVT woes continue for HonMonO. His other most hated matchup. That means we go to Knife's Edge, a 3-spawn map here for our 2 players to do battle on. We have a smoke break called by HitEmUp. As a general rule, you can always take 5 minutes in between maps. HonMonO said, me same. So I guess they're both taking a smoke break. Well, I'm not sure what the predictions are right now for our homies, but I'm going to go ahead and say that as we near a potential 3-0 in favor of HitEmUp, I feel like there's no way that happens. I feel like that shouldn't happen anyway, but it could. Like, if he gets the right roll, if it happens in the right way, we could be looking at a 3-0 start here, and HonMonO being packed up and shipped back away from the lovely Cosmonarchy crew. At that point, I would be thinking maybe he should be invited back for a show match. He's really captured a lot of people's spirit, and you know, he has had inspirited play, that's for sure. But I will say HitEmUp is nervous. You know, that's why he's taking the smoke break. Just to give you guys some thoughts about that. We are going to be looking at a pretty nervous HitEmUp here, as he's 1 game away from victory. If it starts to slip from him, can he possibly error correct is the question. Let's find out. It's going to be Knife's Edge for map number 3, and I hope you are all so very ready. Is it going to be another TVT? Let's find out. It's happened, boys. HitEmUp. Map, series point, move on to the next phase and have to deal with somebody else. HonMonO going up against Sziky. Can HitEmUp rally out from a position of power? Function open. This is already something I haven't seen versus Terran in some time. Is this just going to be a Rove all-in? Well, we're going to find out. Our maroon Sziky in the bottom left facing off against, at the 3 o'clock position, our fern green Terran going mech. That Fulcrum. Okay, it's Function Radix. Interesting. I gotta see what the HitEmUp special is here with Sziky. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna make happen? He scales up that early production pretty quickly, you know. Typically we've seen like Radix, landlock Radix, so that's already something that's a little bit different. The presence of a function at all feels just a touch off meta. HitEmUp did do something kind of similar to this when he was participating against Sziky. You know, he did the double function opener with a lot of roves, I think. So, this is a little bit different than that, of course, but I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll have to see. People in the chat wondering what his strategy is going to be. Well, first of all, he scouts his opponent first. Vulture will come out here shortly. Function finishing up its first Rove as well. Rove Missionary. It is a Chantry start, and we will have Function, or Fulcrum rather, number 3. I think that was scouted by the Mason and Pilgrim vision range being the same. I'm pretty sure that at 7 sight range you probably saw that. Maybe the Vulture had body blocked or something. It would have been a bit of a different story. Now, with the Chantry coming up here, how likely is it that HonMonO actually makes it in? I mean, he could definitely kill the Proselyte, which would be maybe a bit of a problem, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. He just tickles him once to confirm the spawn position being there, and then cycles back. A Cypher on the way. Before Gauntlet, I think he might be going Scepter. Scepter Mimic is those are the 2 units you unlock with the Cypher, so we could see either of those or both of those. The Chantry does come out for that Cloak. We don't have any Cloak defense here for HonMonO just yet, so he's just going to have to kind of be on top of things. He could certainly lay some mines and then manually pop them, but is he going to be like Kutyam? I don't know. Oh, he's going to lay some of them, but surely he sees the Shimmer and starts to double back. Yeah, I think this many Vultures, HitEmUp's just going to abate. Lodestone comes out. Maybe that's all he wanted to force is the add-on. He cycles backwards there. But yeah, HitEmUp just like a Wraith. Falls back, and HonMonO cowed back to his main base to try to defend. I guarantee you, if we had access to HonMonO's POV, he'd just be like, damn it. Like, I forgot about that. It's a lot to try to remember when you're trying to deal with so many units. So many races. Alright, first Scepter in production. No Mimic just yet. Vulture's coming on down. It's quite a motley crew for HitEmUp to try to defend with. He's got 1 object, which is certainly going to help. No forward detection here. So the Vultures are immediately engaged upon. Where's that object? Okay, it's already grounded. More Vulture coming up. Yeah, steady flow of them. The Vultures alone could actually break this position. Don't be fooled. The Roves are not quite DPS machines that they want to be. The Scepter is revealed. Going to start giving back some money to the Sziky player, but he is going to have to fall back to the object, which does absorb a lot of those shots for the Vulture in particular, given its statistics. Yeah, Scepter is a pretty formidable beast here, too. The Cardinal will go down at the very least, but he'll finally pop the object in the back. But yeah, Scepters are going to be a nice position of, like a hinge here, an anchor point for the Sziky. Really unlikely that the Vulture count is going to overwhelm them in that way. Because even once they go down once, they deploy with a second life bar. And then they get harder to kill. So, more on the way from that. Function number 2. 3 total Radix. No Gauntlet yet. The Lodestone, or the Landlock is on the way. And we don't have an expansion coming for HonMonO. He is just doubling down on the Vulture count. But I think this is a losing proposition for him. He is going to need to think about his play in a different way. You know, if he was able to airlift some of these guys in or something, that would be a different story, right? But even more Radix. Do we have any pivot off? Some Cyclops coming? Maybe Cyclops. Yeah, if you want to still play the aggro game and you're not looking to transition from your early stages, going Cyclops here isn't terrible. Obviously requires you to get some Vespene. HonMonO will be making a Ministry. You can tell by the bank. But Cyclops in a good number here is definitely going to help. And not all of the Escozi army is cloaked, so it'd have to go back to the Chantry here if it wanted to do anything there. Even then, I think you're going to get units off the rally that aren't actually getting the cloak. The one missionary attempted scouts, he's just going to try to surround him. That's really funny. I mean, he has no detection, right? So a little bit annoying. He could have detonated a mine or something, but that's really hard to do. I don't think he knows that mechanic, right? But even if you do, that can be a challenge. So mines get cleared in the front. This is kind of a missed opportunity for HonMonO, where he send all of his army back to his main. Yeah, I think HitEmUp should feel pretty confident in this position. He goes for the Gauntlet. He's going to start teching as he's gotten plenty of production here. Cestus is going to go ahead and... I wouldn't hate if it was brought with the army. Increasing the armor and providing that detection is a pretty useful bit of value there, for sure. Missionary going to heckle. Oh, goodbye. Oh, nice clutch! He actually pulls that off. That's pretty impressive. Well, he died anyway. Mason died in the end. Still, I think the Terran Arsenal is pretty potent here. We're not going to get like Intendant Vicar up in a big number for a little bit of time. There's some room for this Cestus push to work. And again, HonMonO is not as all-in as we thought because he does have that extra expansion. He will be able to maybe bust this position. The key detail is, can he... I mean, he lost the minefield, right, because the one missionary pulled all of his forces back. That is something that he kind of needed to reinforce and strengthen as opposed to capitulate entirely. So this is looking pretty dangerous. Proscenium's coming up. It's not any army at all. It's just the tier 2... Cloaking isn't that necessary, but the Cestus needs to find a place to land so it can provide its armor passive. Instead, it gets burst down immediately. Cyclops need to be stutter stepping backwards. The front line's gone. This is going to start to get a lot hairier for HitEmUp if he wants to keep clumped up like this. The Cyclops are going to absolutely run him over as they sort of strafe walk back against them the whole damn time. So objects immediately grounded, can't push with those in the same degree. Proscenium's coming up for Aphorist, and are we going to get any sort of Phalanx count up to try to counter them? You do need those in a good position. You know, obviously you prefer like high ground and advanced warning of the whole army and stuff, but what are we going to see here? It's starting to look a little bit dire for HonMonO. He's defeated the Escozi Menace against Godwheat before, but what else can he do? Starpad on the way for that very important detection. Doesn't require a landed structure to provide, and we've got that third base coming for hit. More Prosceniums on the way. Not the prettiest Sim City that I've ever seen, that's for sure. But we're 1,000% going to get Aphorists out here. And I really don't see where HonMonO's going to go in the tech tree to try to prevent that. The Cloaked Scepter. The Cloaked Scepter arises. I will eat your workers and turn them into money. Lodestone at the third. Mineral only, though. No Vespene income from that. He's also adding a Lodestone in the natural so that he actually has some detection there. Anseal starts up, too. I think you just leave a couple of Vultures over here. Oh, he's actually let it rip. Only gets the cloak one time, and then when he attacks, it's over, so... Down it will go. The Vulture's going to take a while to actually clear this. There you go. But the third base now under duress. Where's the rest of the army? It wasn't actually ever sent back out the other side. He's going to end up lifting the Ministry and trying to repair it. Lodestone can still be garrisoned here. Scepter off to the rip. Going to be taken care of. This is a real ugly fight for HonMonO to try to deal with. The Aphorists are out, and he's got no crowd control on his own. Just the Cyclops, and he's having to deal with all that front line. The Cardinals pulling their weight there. The cliff advantage definitely going to dissuade any further attack from HitEmUp for now. But he has denied this third base. Lodestone absorbing a lot of pressure. Scepter goes down. Aphorist count pretty low here, so not doing a tremendous amount of splash damage. Ancil going to provide vision. The Ministry as well. Even absorb some of that pressure. Ancil's doing their best. Intendants are going to go up in smoke pretty quick here. Aphorist's in the way back, though. Cyclops continuing to try to make things work. The reinforcements are going to come in. This might be the end for HonMonO. Plenty of Cyclops where that came from. But is it enough? The Aphorist coming in to continue pushing through. The Ministry, is it actually going to go down now? Yes, it is. No repairs come in time. And it just doesn't seem doable. Vulture's trying their best to get into a defensive posture preemptively, but can he possibly deal with all of the units that have been fielded here? I think HitEmUp is going to go for that elimination. I think HitEmUp has survived our South Korean Terran scare. And that's a wrap. No GG as HonMonO is eliminated. And we, ladies and gentlemen, ring it out. It is only HitEmUp. Well, that series was over in just over an hour, and we've got a long way till our next one, so we'll have to check in with HitEmUp and have a nice little mini podcast about his victory and the rest of the tournament. Unfortunate, because I feel like HonMonO had a real shot at it, you know? I feel like HonMonO really could have performed the upset. He definitely, had some trades against HitEmUp there. Game 1 looked like he was still in it. He was going back and forth. Game 2, I really liked the way he riposted the early aggression, but unfortunately not able to keep up with the macro side of it and try to use the map to harass as best as he could. And that third game, man, I feel like he was going for this vulture aggression, try to get back into the game with a quick win, and it just didn't work out for him when it was held by an unconventional strat. So that's HitEmUp for you. He does make it in one more series. If he wins our next series, which would be the loser of AUD64 versus Shopkeeper Dog playing later this evening, we could end up seeing HitEmUp in top 4, which means we get him as Terran. That's his pact. I'll let him introduce the terms, though, of course. If he's ready to speak to us homies anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with your hands and arms. It is HitEmUp. Get them in the air. He's managed to make it happen, and even though I'm going to say, well, it was a 3-0, I think I speak for you as well, HitEmUp, when I say it was not an easy 3-0. Tell me how you feel after those games.
I mean, the first 2 games to me were relatively, all right, I guess. That third game, I had no idea what I was doing. So I didn't know if I was actually ahead. Mm-hmm. I thought I was going to walk into a bunch of phalanx and just die.
Yep.
But he didn't have it.
No, he did not have it. He went for this 3 fulcrum, tried to hide the third fulcrum and then all in a bunch of vultures. But you had his card there pulled because you went for this function into scepter build. And you finally proved to Dog why scepters are good, right?
Apparently, he's been saying they're good all this time. I don't believe that. But
no, that's not true. You can check the tape. He said 75 gas. I'd rather spend it on tech.
Yeah. I like them.
I feel like the way that this match went, one thing that was really surprising for a lot of us was how just factually speaking, right? You're talking about the series comes in, it's TVT roll pulled on Monazite. That could go either way, even though TVT is not HonMonO's best matchup, because it's Monazite, dude. Like, what happens there? And so you managed to, deal with that relatively comfortably after the early game. He does riposte your early couple of drops. He's got this nice eco lead for most of the game, and then it only starts to turn when you start really going after him with the doom drops, which might be a blueprint for other people to copy. Maybe people will just float the fulcrums to the low ground. It's hard to say. You want the flexibility of being able to defend your main, most importantly, so there is that as well. But obviously, Gilded Wall also, you came in with a strategy. You said you thought you knew what he was going to do. Did you do what you thought he was going to do? What was up with that?
Oh, I thought he was going to mine out the back and take that as his expansion, like his first one. And he kind of almost did that, but I was sad when he was actually doing it. I thought it would be a little bit later.
Well, it was weird because what he did was he did a Goliath expand in TVT, which I've just never seen before. I feel like it dies to vultures, but that's not what you were doing. You were doing the Cyclops walkthrough, and just as he scouts with the Mason to the mineral line, mineral field that you mined out, he goes back there after building a watchdog for anti-drop, and then he's like, huh? This is depleted, and walks through it, and that's when he finds your Cyclops. So he had just enough time to scramble his Goliaths down there. His reliance on the Goliath has been something to see in this tournament. I know that both Kutiam and Sausage have been saying that they're good units, but yet to see them adopted in that mass sense by upper class player. HonMonO, though, definitely an upper class player after this tournament. I expect to see him rise nicely through the rankings. Is this about where you expected him to go? I feel like he's been a bit of a revelation in the sense that nobody really thought he was going to top his group with Sziky in it. Nobody really thought that he was going to, give Neblime a run for his money and then easily coast through the new race of all things. Like, I think he's shown that his prep it can be very, very good. But this last week, it seems like maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten a lot better than I thought he did. It was going to be like, I thought he might have bombed out in the group because I didn't really like the games I saw of him. His macro was all right, but like he stayed so low eco most of the games, so I wasn't sure. But after watching him, I mean, do some stupid stuff to Sziky and win, I started rating him more, and then I actually kind of expected him to beat Neblime, and I thought game 5 he was going to win that one, but he threw that. So I was slightly worried. He got better than what I expected him to be.
Yeah, to think that it could be a Sziky HonMonO rematch in the semifinals instead of him falling down to the lower bracket there after the quarters. That literally did almost happen, which is wild to think.
It would have been fun to watch.
Yeah. With all that said, you're going up against now the loser of Shopkeeper Dog versus Ayud64. You still holding to that pact you were talking about last week, where if you make it to the top 4, you're going to be signing up as Terran?
Yeah, if I make it top 4, I'll play Terran in tournaments. If I don't make top 4, as I said previously, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go through the panic attacks, the nerves again.
Right, yeah, you might just leave it at that. I mean, the only thing that I could think of is that going through the qualification processes might be, as only Terran might simplify it too, and even be a test bed. But, it's easier to just be like, I don't have to worry about that. I got the invite.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go through Tribunal and hate my life.
Right.
Let's not go through that again.
Fair enough. You did suggest that maybe you would even sign up for the Tribunal back when I was still allowing people who had already qualified to sign up, just because I figured, oh yeah, it's good. They get to play some top level games and prove their stuff still. It turns out that just frustrates the format a lot, so I ended up dropping that. But you even said, like, oh, maybe I'll bully some people. Instead, it was Ayud who did it, and he did win the first Tribunal that we had, so we had to do a secondary
that was
bracket. It was good. I appreciate it.
That's so very rude.
Ayud, more like rude. Well, do you rate him in the matchup against Shopkeeper Dog later tonight? Who do you think your opponent's going to be?
I can't call that one. I really can't. I think Dog has like a mental block. But I also believe that he like with the race the way it is and how EUD plays Protoss, that he can take games and potentially win. It's really hard to tell.
I wonder myself, I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, what are we going to see from that matchup? And Shopkeeper keeps saying Protoss has a free win in the early game. Aoud keeps saying, I don't know how to defeat Sziky in the late game. So either we get like a really fast 3-0 of attempted busts, or we get these long games that just get drawn out, and Shopkeeper Dog ends up clutching it out. But I don't know. Like, they also practiced against each other yesterday, which was really weird. So.
Yeah, and Dog was, I think, up on him, which was kind of funny.
Oh,
but they were both doing silly strategies.
I see. They're trying to throw each other off some mind games for.
Yeah, like this morning, HonMonO wanted to practice with me, and I'm like, dude, we played an hour.
Well, maybe he, if he practices with you, and maybe it actually helps you because you play random. That's when you roll your Zerg and your Protoss, and then it just doesn't come up in the series. So you never know.
I wanted Zerg so bad.
I did wonder how you were feeling after you get through the first 2 games as Terran, and then, all right, I got to smoke to calm my nerves, and then Sziky. What was that like when you loaded in?
Oh, I almost left the game. Like I got games I can give up. I'll just do a stupid all-in or I'll leave. I don't care.
Is that what fueled your decision to go function Radix, or did you end up calming yourself enough to actually do a build? Because that looked like it was a fine build overall. It didn't really look all into me.
It's something I've been thinking of trying. It actually just dies to pure Cyclops, which I was surprised he didn't do that. Like, the Vultures gave me hope.
Yeah, the Vultures did not trade very efficiently, especially when the Scepters came out. And then he was a little bit too slow to mass up enough Cyclops to the point where, I mean, Cyclops are fine until the Aphorists come out. Then the splash radius gets crazy. So, you know, kind of good luck on that one. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of balance adjustments that hit the Sziky after this tournament, but I hope that people still enjoy the games with them. They are definitely an interesting motley crew, a bizarre lot for sure. Has your opinion on them changed at all? And no pressure, obviously. I'm genuinely asking as the dev, not somebody who, you know, I want to hear you say, yeah, they're actually really good. But have you changed your opinion at all, having, you know, kind of forced yourself to practice through them a little bit more? Do you feel like you're settling in any particular play style? Because you got the Dog and then you got the Wheat, and those two players kind of play it very distinctly anyway. And you play it a tertiary style that itself doesn't seem to have much definition yet. I haven't seen enough games of it yet to really see, but do you have any particular adjustments to your opinion there since the last time where you were just like, I don't like them, I don't like how they play? Is that still the case?
It's honestly still the case. Like, practice against, like, the games I'm playing against Noon as a Sziky, like, it felt like I had nothing early game and had to wait until tier 2 until I could do anything. Mm-hmm. And I had to cut eco to get there, so like it goes against everything in my brain.
Right.
Like, I want to make workers.
Right.
Why do I have to make proselytes? Like, no, I want workers. And then, like, being honest, like, Crank's Terran beat my Sziky. Beat it hard.
Yeah.
But he just massed Cyclops into Phalanx. I'm like, I don't know what do.
How do we get past that threat? Yeah, so there's definitely interesting weaknesses and strengths right now for them, and by that I mean they've got a couple good units, and then, you know, not so.
Well, they have a bunch of good units. It's just they're in tier 2.
Yeah. Well, I did notice that you started filtering in some Cardinals into the you know, Cyclops ball, which actually helped out draw a lot of the fire so that your mid range could help. Was that a conscious decision? Because I feel like a lot of people have been anti-Cardinal.
Oh, I've just been doing, like, I was making whatever I could make.
Right.
I didn't even know, like, half the units I was trying to press. I was just like, just give me the units. I already have, like, 13 Scepters.
What else? What more could you possibly need? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Made me rich.
Yeah, the Scepter, I feel like people are underrating how good the Scepter passive is, where it eats your army for your enemy's army for money. That's something where obviously people know about the Insurant being really good. But Scepters do that in an earlier game state, you know, so feels like they could be really good.
Let's say, I'll just put it this way. There's a reason there's 75 gas, Shopkeeper Dog.
Just a question, because I actually didn't know this. Insurance, does their splash proc the on hit thing? Or do they have to
any
have
damage
single target?
applies it. It's not just the first hit. So.
Okay, because Cannoli made like 40 Munalisks against them, and I got rich.
Yep,
That's
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, there's not really a way for us to differentiate between, like... I guess I could probably find a way to apply it in code so that it only affected the primary target, but... I'd probably rework their projectile then to be like the Cyprian or something. I don't know. It would have to be adjusted for visuals, but for sure the insurance just applies it to splash. I think what kind of feels like the obvious thing to do there is make the insurance either shorter range or cost gas or maybe not shoot up. There's a couple of different angles to pull there. There's a couple of units that shoot up that maybe shouldn't, for the sake of allowing a bit more flexibility in how you itemize against your Ascosi opponents. But either way, we'll see. Obviously, the updates came through recently, and it feels like we're slowly filling them out with the audio-visual style. They have a lot more almost built frames to their structures, which feel a little bit more complete, as an example. So there is that at the very least. But we're going to dev them a little bit more in the, refocusing their unit roles a bit more after the tournament. Well, do you have any updated predictions for who's going to win this whole thing, HitEmUp? We're talking, we still got Hamster and Arbuz to decide. That's going to be up next. And then we got Sziky, Neblime, Ayud, Shopkeeper, and yourself. So who's going to take this one? Is it you?
Oh god, no! I'm probably going to lose next round. Hamster will take it if he dodges dog. That's what I'm going to go with.
Well, if Ayud beats dog and you beat dog, then you get your top 4 Terran only, and Hamster has to beat you. So that's a possibility.
Oh, I don't want to play that, man.
That's a possibility in the lower bracket. Hamster versus Arbuz is a nice matchup in the sense that it kind of reminds me of the Weekend Wage era, where they would be trading blows all the time, but it feels like Hamster becomes a different beast in the Throneroom Stage. The only thing to give him pause so far has been the new race, so I do have to wonder what's going to happen there. If he does make it over Arbuz, as many are predicting, we're looking at him facing the loser of Neblime versus Sziky, and that is an exciting match in and of itself, putting to test a lot of the claims of a ZVP unfavorable towards the Protoss. Is Z actually OP? Which by that I mean Zerg over Protoss, right? But with that, if that happens, we could see an inversal. What if Neblime beats Sziky and then has to play PvP in the upper final after Protoss kept saying they were the weakest race?
Look, Neblime can beat Sziky because Sziky doesn't play Cosmonarchy. He plays Breed War.
Shots fired. Easy enough. Well, I have to see.
It's not shots fired. Come on.
Well, he did say he plays like 300 games of Zerg, so I don't know.
Like, if Sziky knows the tech, if he can just do it, I don't see Neblime winning a single game. Not even close. But I don't think he knows it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we haven't seen Sziky versus Protoss yet. Didn't see it in your matchup, and he wasn't against any Protosses in the Battlement stage. Of course, his opening round was against AOT, so interesting stuff for sure. I feel like with Neblime going up against him, that's going to be our third match of the day, and that one is an exciting one, just based on the fact that we got all kinds of cool shit that could happen in that series. I don't think Neblime will go Solarian, but if we do see Argosies, he'll probably be going Empyrean. That's still a mainstay, it seems like, for Neblime's style. It's kind of the style of last Acropolis, which, of course, Krankendow did cast him down to the lower bracket through the quarterfinals there, I believe it was. So that's one of those cases where you gotta just look at that and say, all right, well, Neblime, you got to the semis this time. Have fun getting owned by a Zerg again, maybe. And then, of course, he has to go up against Hamster, which actually, it kind of feels like that's a harder matchup. If he loses against Sziky and Hamster beats Arbuz, then he has to deal with Hamster in the lower bracket. Like, that almost seems unfair. But if anybody could beat Hamster, it could be Neblime. They do have a rivalry that goes back for the ages.
We'll see on that one. Hamster plays such a weird style that it actually hurts him. He hurts himself in his own confusion.
It's a distinct possibility, for sure. Well, I will say there's definitely a lot that is going on with this tournament, and a lot that's still yet to come with all of the excitement that we have in our, in store. But we do have to say goodbye to HonMonO, which is unfortunate, and he's also not. He's not exactly, shall we say, keen on speaking too much in the context of course, being a. He said that like losers don't talk or whatever, so that was a funny one. He said he would only give interview after he wins this match. Obviously, that did not come to pass for him, so unfortunately, we will say goodbye to him. You did say in the thread some words of affirmation. Do you actually think he's going to be a champ one day?
I don't know if he's going to be a champion, but he'll be like I think like top 4 to top 6 player pretty easily.
Yeah, he was actually pretty close to it here. Top 8, of course, after winning a match in the lower bracket. That puts you at 7th to 8th here. Of course, it's 5th to 6th, whoever loses the next round of elimination. And then top 4 is beyond that. Which reminds me, it's very exciting to say that, of course, when you win the semifinals in the upper bracket, that guarantees you an invite into the next tournament. So that's what Neblime and Sziky have on the line. That's what Dog and Ayud have. For Ayud, it's just another day. He's always had invites, it seems, ever since he won Acropolis 2 after qualifying in the match up there. Man, that's such a wild thing to think about because I've said this before, but Mystery Meat came back for only one gauntlet back in Acropolis 2. He get 3-0'd by you, HitEmUp, in the upper bracket. And then he had to face off against Ayud, who went on to win the whole tournament. Those were his qualification matches. Suffice it to say, he did not end up getting anywhere. And then he was like, well, I guess it's too hard now, and I won't play the second qualifier. It's like, no, dude, that's the best players just made it through. You could have made it through there. Same thing happened to Arbuz, though. So he got zerged by Gerald Storm and then didn't participate in the second one after. So some people just gave it up. They were like, whatever. Now look at them. Can't look at Mystery Meat. We have no idea where he is. That's the mystery. Well, HitEmUp, it's been a very interesting and enticing time taking a look at your games. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words, last prognostications you want to leave us with?
I just want to go to sleep, and then hopefully Dog gets tilted off the planet when he goes down to the loose bracket, so... I mean, I need all the help I can get here.
All right. Well, with that said... Shopkeeper Dog has been cursed. We'll see if it bears fruit, but we won't see that until way later because we got a long wait to go for there. Sleep well, HitEmUp. GG.
Yeah, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, HitEmUp has found victory. Our king lives on. And we have a nice distance to go before we start our next round. I did say a mini podcast was in order, and we've got it. But it's over now, and so I think we'll probably take a nice break. I can't in good conscience put the break for much longer than an hour, so I think I'm going to go ahead and set our break to enough time that it will be, basically the next half an hour from now, so about 53 minutes as I say this. We will jump back in, and even though we'll be very early to our tournament match, I will just podcast myself, solo, and talk with you guys. With that said, I hope you all have a wonderful time waiting on that next match, and just remember, the semifinals are around the corner, but our next one, Arbuz versus Hamster, is up next. Welcome, one and all, to a wonderful time here in the Throneroom Stage. Well, wonderful for one player who is going to proceed past this elimination match. And I suppose wonderful for all of us watching. So, yeah, statistically, pretty wonderful. Obviously, we just had to say goodbye to HonMonO, who tragically fell to the king, the tyrant. Hit him up through the lower bracket, looking just to place top 4 in this tournament. But, I mean, if he's just going to keep on heating up as the tournament goes live, it's going to be hard to stop the guy. I'm thinking about that. But let's think about something a little bit different. We've got ArbuzBudesh taking on Hamster. It is going to be a Protoss or Zerg, as Arbuz is selective random here, versus Hamster's Zerg. And we could get some nice Z-mirror action, but also some PvZ. PvZ is a really interesting matchup right now because it's been so awash with potential for so very long. It's hard to imagine this one not delivering. So let's introduce our players, shall we? ArbuzBudesh reigns in as our upper seed, but only narrowly, and certainly not the favorite in the matchup. Hamster, with his legacy, even though he has a lower seed for the purposes of our map veto, is, of course, going to be the favorite of this series. His ZVZ unrivaled. His ZVP maybe a little bit harder to put on a fine point on as far as predictions go. So Arbuz might be looking to roll Protoss here. We will, of course, be talking with Arbuz in a moment here. But before we do that, we should probably say a few words about his opponent, Hamster, who is, of course, the man who has it all. The chaos style of Hamster continues to bear fruit. He's already participated in 3 series so far, having to fall to the elimination bracket here, courtesy of Shopkeeper Dog's Ascozy on the 4th of July, no less. But Hamster was able to best Art of Turtle, knocking another American out of the bracket, and perhaps getting a little bit of regional retaliation there, some vengeance for the American that defeated him. Now he goes up against Arbuz, and realistically speaking, Arbuz is not a heavy favorite in this setup, but if he gets enough of an advantage with the cheeky build order, or if he ends up rolling Protoss and assembling a fun composition, maybe some Servitor drops and things like that, we've seen him do crazy stuff before. Of course, we don't yet know who these 2 players will be facing following this ordeal, but it will be the loser of Neblime versus Sziky, which is coming up after this series. So I'm looking forward to what might be coming down the pike for these 2 players. It's definitely something that I want to see more of. I want to see more Arbuz and more Hamster, but I can only have more of one of them. Not for very long, at least. So as I get ready to get the lobby up for our first map, which should be due to start in about 15 minutes or so, we will be taking a look at Knife's Edge as our starter, which is interesting. We don't typically start on this map, so that's fun to do. We actually just left off on Knife's Edge in our last series, so we get to see it kick this one off after. Unfortunately, Monazite was vetoed. We won't see the island map today. Not in this series. But it's Knife's Edge, Potadilla, and Macroglia, our first 3 maps. I'll leave you with those bits and bobs of informations. We'll see if Arbuz is going to give us an interview after all. And if he does, yes, he will. There you go. Let's see what he ends up going for. We'll talk a little bit of smack with the ArbuzBudesh himself. Maybe somebody does want watermelon. I don't know. It's possible. Hamster on the other side doesn't really seem to want that. Arbuz said sure, but he wasn't actually in voice chat. There we go. It's ArbuzBudesh time. Let's talk a little bit about your match against Hamster, sir. How are you feeling now that you've drawn your first proper Titan here in Hamster Zerg?
I mean, the first Titan was EU, to be honest.
Fair enough, fair enough.
A lot of people don't rate him as successful as Hamster in terms of the prognostications of the tournament. You know, people saying Hamster's going to win it all, but obviously he's got to get through you first. So what do you think?
Slightly anxious. I would say he's favorite to take this group, but I definitely will try my best. I wouldn't put it past me to win this group, because like we did some games with Hamster. You said like we trade series here and there. He does focus a little bit more during tourneys, so it will be harder than in
Weekend Wage or
community
whatever.
yeah, Weekend Wage or community games. So we'll see how it goes. The strangest part is like how everyone says Hamster's chaotic style. I don't see it. I don't see how he's chaotic. He's very, whatever he does is like, oh yes, of course, that's what Hamster does. Even if he kills me with something and I might expect it, it still works. So
Right.
I think he's not as chaotic as people say, but he's pretty polished.
Sure. Maybe a better word to even say there is decisive, right? We think about some of the Zerg players in StarCraft 1 Pro history is what a lot of us are familiar with here. The one that comes to mind, of course, being Jaedong, who, setting aside any mechanical comparisons just in terms of style, if he gets the idea that he can kill you, he's going to go for it. And usually his idea is pretty correct. At the very least, he can navigate it to a victory, even if he doesn't immediately get that killer instinct successfully. But we are talking about a situation where he's not guaranteed to be up against your Protoss or your Zerg because of that selective random. Are you hoping for either side of that matchup?
I think I would be more comfortable with Protoss, despite it's generally considered not a favorable matchup. It just DVZ is my weakest matchup. Like in general, I still might take some games as Zerg. But I just think in general, like if we like do best out of like 15, Hamster's always gonna win. But I might check out like a few wins.
Okay. So the lower requirement here, needing only 3 victories, is enough for you in theory to have a puncher's chance in the series, and certainly something that I think of fondly when I look at the set of games that you've already gone through, defeating Godwheat, defeating Sausage, of course being bested by Aoud, but there's a pretty close ZVP in that one. There's a lot to think about from the perspective of, you know, your own growth as a player, and I talk about this to everybody. I even said it to Sausage after his elimination at your hand, that, you know, listen, you start off, you make it to the, you know, you falter in the qualification maybe, then you make it in, but you falter in the group stage, then you make it in, but you're out in the first, you know, round of the eliminations, you know, things like that. You're actually already past that second stage. You kind of skipped ahead to a point where you were able to win multiple series in the Throneroom stage, as opposed to just being sort of dumped out without any series victories. So in that kind of context, it feels like maybe you're already performing above expectations. But I believe it was you who said that this tournament is kind of wide open. And so in theory, anybody could make it pretty deep. You're saying that you wouldn't put it past yourself to win this series. If you do, what's it look like? Is it a lot of Protoss rolls? Is it some cheeky ZVZ mirrors, you know, wins? Can you rely on random to give you the race you need in this matchup over and over again? What's your thought?
I don't really rely on random. Random is never my friend. Just like in all the games. Like it might feel like 50%, but like sometimes I get like roll Protoss like 6 times in a row, same for Zerg. So whenever like computer like generated random is involved, numbers are getting pretty wild. So I never kind of rely on random. So I do have some ideas for ZVZ and PVZ, so I'm just gonna see what I will get. I don't really have high hopes for specific roles.
Okay, you got plans for both then, which is good to hear, because it does mean that you came prepared in that sense.
You reckon that Hamster, obviously having suffered some losses to the Escozi, you think he's been practicing up in the same way? Have you been privy to any of the matches that he's been scaling up with? Or is that also kind of a black box as far as his style is concerned?
I don't think he will mix up his style. I don't know what he was preparing all this time. I'm not sure if he even had anything because I wasn't paying too much attention this week.
Okay.
So I guess we'll see in the matches if he is gonna play his style or he's gonna mix it up.
All right, fair enough. When you're looking ahead to this series, obviously if you win here, you have to face off against either Neblime or Sziky. But then if you win, not just this series, but the next one, you're top 4. You get your invite to the next Acropolis. Is that like a soft goal for you? Or, I mean, I guess I'm recalling in your first interview, you're just here to have fun. So maybe that's the only goal. But any thoughts on the potentials on the line if you end up winning not this series, not just this series, but the one after?
If I get through this series, I think it is very likely next series is going to be against Neblime.
Okay.
And I think my chances against Neblime are higher than Hamster. It's not going to be easy walk, but I think it's going to be easy against Neblime. And being in top 4 is pretty nice, I guess. I probably will drop out in top 4 because regardless, even if I get through Neblime, it's going to be either HitEmUp or Dog.
Mm-hmm.
And oh boy, my chances against those are very small.
Fair enough.
Ironically, my chances okay against HitEmUp if he keeps rolling Protest and I keep rolling Zerg. Because that did happen one time in practice, and I had very positive win rate.
Yeah, just tilt him that way. Fair enough. He did say he almost left the Escozi roll that he got for HonMonO versus HonMonO. So you can upset the apple cart there, but it does end up being momentum-based, interestingly enough. Well, in that case, thank you for prognosticating with me about the bracket. We are about 10 minutes out of the scheduled match time, and maybe Hamster will be ready in that sense since we were able to start a bit early today. Appreciate you with your interview. Any final words, any closing remarks you want to give us before we begin our proceedings here on Knife's Edge?
Head empty, nothing really.
Head empty, nothing really. Well, thank you, Arbuz, for sitting with us and giving us your thoughts. We will return to speak with you after the series. GLHF.
All right.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story so far, with Arbuz coming in here and exiting in Battlement Stage in Acropolis 3, all the way up to, at worst, a 7th to 8th finish here is a pretty big jump up. And typically you see a lower, slower boil for a lot of these players. Sometimes you will see the players already have a set level. We think about Hamster with that, actually. We think about the fact that he is a perennial third placer. And I'm just letting him know that the lobby is up, actually. Speaking of Hamster, he's the kind of guy who you gotta watch out for in some of these matches because, let's be real, this is not your typical match. This is not your typical game where you're 1,000% going to go up against the same opponent, the same race each time. Arbuz is very likely going to have the ability to show multiple races, multiple matchups here. And the maps, he has the advantage there as well, being the upper seed. You got to be careful about that as well. Knife's Edge, of course, being that opening pick after the Monazite ban from Arbuz. And I can tell you guys a little bit more while we wait for Hamster to load on in, because we're talking Patadia, map number 2, picked by Hamster, a very comfortable map for him. Macroglia is won by Arbuz, but Hamster's fine on that map. I actually think he's totally comfortable there, and he ends up picking Quasar Quartet for map 4, should we end up needing more than 3. Our decider will be Frozen Sylphid if it is necessary, which is actually the same decider we had for our previous series, but it was not necessary. And it does feel right about now that we're talking a 3-spawner starter, and that's pretty exciting. 3-spawn starter, 3-spawn ender. That's what we got here. Knife's Edge and Frozen Sylphid. I look forward to the era where we have, like thinking about how we have 10 maps. If we had, what was it? 4 2 spawns, 3 3 spawns, and 3 4 spawns, that could be pretty legit. That could be a nice balance. We are getting a lot more 3-spawn maps in to the pool, but whether they're competitively viable has yet to be decided, yet to be determined. I do wonder as well what we're going to see for the future matches here, because we are talking not just this match, but a follow-up match could be PvZ, could be Arbuz's selective random having to go up against Neblime or Sziky. We did hear that HitEmUp is not so sure Neblime can make it past Sziky, but wouldn't put it past him. Arbuz, though, saying Neblime should fall, and Sziky should win. And Hamster has joined the lobby, so we get some colon Ds exchanged, and we're going to have ourselves a good time of it, for sure. Guys, we're almost at that point where it's time for us to take a look at what we got cooking. Is it going to be Protoss versus Zerg? Is it going to be Zerg versus Zerg? We know it's going to be on Knife's Edge, so let's put our cans in the air and get ready to welcome our players onto this 3-spawn map. Just waiting on their readies. Hamster says General Arbuz, and Arbuz says Kebobi. And then Hamster says :O. So there's your chat update. Any colon lowercase o in the chat? Any colon lowercase o? I'll ask them to say when ready so that we can get this wagon train a rolling. One day I'll have a silenced keyboard, guys. Arbuz hits me with the when ready. Hamster hits me with the R. We are getting ready for it, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are ready. ArbuzBudesh going up against Hamster. It's Arbuz's map pick of Knife's Edge. But who is going to have the preferred race start? Is it going to be that Protoss versus Zerg Arbuz so desperately wishes? The answer is an emphatic no. ZVZ will begin our affairs on Knife's Edge. Hamster's midnight green Zerg, Arbuz's dark green Zerg. Top left for Arbuz, and it's Hamster in the bottom left here. I'm expecting this to open relatively the same. Arbuz can sometimes go for that cheeky 6 pool, but instead, it's actually a Hydrith start. It'll be a Larvosk into pool for Hamster as the follow-up for him, but Hydrith open. What is Arbuz thinking? This has been... I'll sound like a news agency here. This has kind of been widely debunked in the Cosmonarchy community. Not too many players considering the Hydrith Den as an option. Definitely something I'm expecting to either work okay or just fall flat on its face. But we'll see. I mean, he could certainly stabilize on a map like this, but Knife's Edge, a port of Dominator, done by Jujic, thank you very much, Jujic, does have that trademark open choke ramp into your natural, so you actually have a containment option here. Can Zerg actually do that to each other? Not sure. It's not quite decided just yet, but it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Larvosk for both players, but Hamster going to go up to his second one. He's not spending gas on any units right now, whereas the Hydra for Arbuz is obviously going to be a little bit of an expenditure, plus the tech node itself costs 75 gas. I wouldn't hate a hatch in base, but it looks like Arbuz instead wants to expand, try to neutralize the cliff disadvantage very quickly. First movement is a Hydra scouting to the bottom right. It looks like he's going to scout to the bottom left as well. Zeths and Quas in small numbers actually do overwhelm Hydras, but you can get up to a very scary critical mass. And it's also worth pointing out that as this Zeth scouts it out, Hamster's going to be aware it's Hydra first. Is he going to be aware whether or not this is one of those Bactyl rushes? Because that's an entirely different ballgame. Could even be a Skith rush if you think about it, but you're going to need some Vespene for that, and Arbuz not harvesting any right this second. Instead, a Hamster going up to his third Larvosk, very likely, unless this is supposed to be a Circuith. He actually cancels the Droleth. Okay, so he's not going to make that defense. Didn't have the gas for a Larvosk anyway, so it was 100% going to be that. Looks like instead we're going to be seeing the hatch go down, and Hamster's made the read. This is not an Izzy rush. He actually moves his own Zeths across to see, indeed, the Hydrith-based army is sticking it out at the natural. So one Zeth goes down, the other one survives. Good scouting, good map control there for Hamster. Gives him an understanding of what his opponent is doing. Avaleth coming out now for a drop. It'll likely be Zeths. And you can snipe Larvosks, but there's really only one right now. Arbuz no Vespene. This is going to be anti-drop defense for that Kagrant morph. And he's just going to add more workers here. Try to get up to a good number of harvesters. Pretty low eco right now for both players, but we're going to see a change there. The Izzy's can get in the face of a lot of these Zerg units. Hamster is planning a drop. He's leaving his Zeths out of the picture. 16 Quas, is that enough to handle against all these Izzy's? I feel like the answer isn't necessarily yes. The Avaleth has paused its movement and is now thinking about moving in for a potential drop here, but surely you just happily take this fight as Arbuz. Hold on. The Izzy's going to get right in his face. Hamster's in a lot of trouble right now, and he doesn't really seem to have had the penny drop yet. Maybe as his units start to falter, he will. He's done this to so many players so many times, but Arbuz punching well above his weight in this. He said he might be able to do a cheeky move. He borrows the Izzy for extra HP, and the chaos has Hamster even noticed. And it looks like those units are low HP enough that he wants to back up for reinforcements. He's done a ton of work. The Avaleth is going to end up scouting out that detected unit, that burrowed unit. More Quas hatching. That might have been the only opportunity Arbuz had to make this happen. He's got a lot more Izzy's in production. One of them sticking around in the main, not so anymore as the drop pressure has been alleviated. And it's just a lot of Quas. Right now the Vornath, not quite finished. Zet's coming up. Pretty important recipe there. Burrowing up these units so that they regain the amount of HP. You do regenerate faster that way. Qua's going to be missed here, so he's not going to actually see the burrowed units. He might have an inaccurate understanding of how many Izzy's are actually in this army. It is pure Izzy. There's only one Hydra even here. Skibek does come up. Transition point could be Skith. Mining gas from the natural geyser, not from the ridge though. Defenses are going to be very important as those Zeths replenished go into the Avaleth. How's he going to handle the fact that there's a Circuith already here? I guess he can just kind of deal with it. The Izzy's saying, deal with me. I'm going to go ahead and kill that Quas nice and easy. Circuith starts up. There's a limited amount of time here. Hamster trying to desperately force the Izzy's away from the action. But look, this is a bouncy house. Arbuz is going to be very happy in this situation. Circuith, you can walk past. Just stand and fight, if you will. Circuith does end up dissuading those Zeths from moving in. They're going to go after the natural instead after being dropped into the main. And yeah, the Izzy's walk right past. He's going to shrug off a lot of these attacks. Maybe he can get after some of those pesky units. It's been a massacre of the worker line and the natural. Hamster has absolutely found the right timing here. Only 2 Izzy's left. We're going to count down to 0 pretty soon. Another hatch, 6 Skiths. It's Arbuz's last-ditch attempt as the Avaleth scoops them up. And what is the reaction here? He scouts out the lake. He knows what's happening there. The Avaleth gets pushed back. It's only going to be the 6 Skiths. Everything else has to be defenses and workers. And the Avaleth could end up seeing these before they actually make landfall. We've got 9 Lyrilisks. Kagrant's dropping. He knows that it's going to be Skith attack. This is too telegraphed here. The Avaleth scouted it out, and Arbuz wasn't resilient enough in his attempts at pushing that scout away. This advance notice, more than sufficient, it feels like. Let's see how many worker kills Arbuz can score with that projectile traveling the way that it does. The Lyras come out. They're going to punish. Only a few Skiths actually, or only a few Drolets actually getting killed here. Hamster with a worker lead still. And the tech advantage definitely in his favor. Maybe you get enough Bactyls out. One of them starts, but he needs so many more. Back to mining Vespene. Only from the geysers, no ridge in either base. Looking kind of dire right now. Maybe with the static defense, he might be able to hold a little bit longer. Just long enough for some of these backdols to finish in number. And push this attack force back. He doesn't have a Kazi coming. Instead, that's a circuit. He needs to engage. He needs to consider engaging for sure. Hamster's going to abate his own attack. Not showing his hand. Not showing the backdols just yet. Arbuz retains that as an option. Ridgecap comes out. Looks like he wants the worker back from that Kagrant. Didn't end up needing it. So a bunch of more Lyras get made. This is an opportunity for Arbuz to push out if he wants it, but he's not quite aware of it, as the Droleth does indeed regress. Base number 3 coming for Hamster. It's a mineral only. Maybe that telegraphs to us. He's not going for tech. Not here. Needs more minerals, needs more Lyra. More Zeth Vorv as well. Go for a crazy engage. Backdols should probably be further back. Clues in the name. It's Ridgecap and extra hatch. Here comes the committal from Hamster. IZ's standing vigil. Backdols trying their best to hit the Lyras in the back line of Hamster, but as the front line is dissuaded, it does look like we will see a pullback. Not very efficient there for Hamster, but he has the option to build up a better defense. 4 pairs of Naths. Very likely we go Skith here. I can't imagine much else happening. Not in this position. Yeah, there's going to be those calcs. There's going to be more Lyra. A Shroud for Arbuz. That's his tech development here. No Ridgecap inside the natural just yet, and not mining from the one in the main. Definitely needs to rectify that sooner rather than later. His IZ's standing vigil by the main gas. And he's thinking about pushing out. His backdoll count's starting to grow up. He's got 8, 3 Skiths, so those are just an insurance policy. Pairs of Nathracors floating around. We got the Calculusks coming as well. Oh, it's a big Zeth drop here. That could actually be pretty deadly. The IZs are a bit of an insurance policy against that. And again, the Zeths aren't here to reinforce the push, but are they going to be much help anyway? Answer feels like no. These Naths are not yet turned into calcs. We have a couple of skits here just to deal with anti-air potentially, but the backdolls can also deal with the calcs very easily. Skit scout ahead, and they just get torn up. The Lyralisk and the Calculisk splash doing more than enough work. 18 Zeths. Can 3 IZs handle that? Arbuz not going for an attack at the same time. Oh, he's got more IZs hatching. This is an opportunity here. Goes after the ski back. He needs to turn around and fight. He needs to kill this before it regresses, but no. It will be destroyed, and I think every single bit of it will be. Not just the ski back, but the Hydrith Den too. Now all of a sudden all he can do is make the Shroud units. He has no pool. He has no other chaff available. And he will not be able to finish off the Ovaleths because his skits died earlier and he can't make any more. 15 Droleths for Hamster. Wants to spike up to a saturated mineral only. Going to 6 o'clock for his next base and routing around the map now in the middle. Got the numbers advantage, but it's a consolidated amount of power here as Arbuz has himself 33 IZs, 13 Bactals. It's a very scary army. Tier 2 begins for Hamster. Bactal bounces, blanketing his army. Second calc gonna hatch over here. Is there any anti-air? No, just the circuits. Though the Droleth scouts this out at the next position. He's gonna be more than aware that those calcs exist there. Is he gonna put down any anti-air? His Hydrith Den is done, but he hasn't turned it into a ski back. It looks like Arbuz, he wants to threaten a push. A very, very aggressive push. Lyra's on the front line. Finish their hatch. We've got an okay amount of army here. The Calculusks going to start applying some pressure. Lakes were burrowed to defend the ground. It's not the ground they got to be scared of. This is going to be a bloodbath in favor of Arbuz on the ground. I don't foresee Hamster being able to break through. A little bit of micro on the side, but the Bactals are now engaged upon. Where are those IZs? Finally, they get to the front line, but a few Bactals do go down. And during this time, we've got 20 kills here against the workers. But But can Hamster possibly hold 2,000 minerals in the bank, a whole bunch of Zets, and that's all he's got? I think if Arbuz rallies his army, he should be able to at least shatter the third. 6 o'clock starts to get garrisoned. Kazithrith with the Irolith. Sometimes Hamster commits to that so very much. Kakalisk's playing a little too close to the sun as workers are reset. Arbuz, lacking that killer instinct, will not move forward despite his scout. And the Kazi, it's easy to see why. It will definitely help him out on the defense. Hamster going for the Chokral Chazzle. Got to get to that first step first. Here's the engagement. Finally, the Kazi comes down. Is it too late, though? He's only cloning Lyralisk attacks at this point. I don't think the Calcs are going to be much obliged. The front line collapses, and the Zets descend upon those Hydras in the back. And I don't think we ever saw a ski back. No, GG is called, as we do have Hamster taking game 1. Patadia is map number 2, and it's Hamster's map pick. We're going to have to see what he has to say about himself. And our players are already prepared, so we're going right back into it. Arbuz versus Hamster will continue, but will Arbuz get on the board? It's Protoss time here, and Hamster is going to 6-pool. That's the style we wanted to see, apparently. Midnight Green Zerg, always going for the showboat. And Arbuz down here in the bottom right, he is the Vermilion Protoss. And is he going to play anti-6-pool? Looks like, actually, in the sense that he's going Lattice. Idols are very, very adept at dealing with this. Sims, much more microable than a Legionnaire versus all the Zeths, and if it's Quaz, well, you're even better. I'm very interested in the multitasking of this series. I think Hamster is a stronger player on a fundamental mechanical sense than Arbuz. Arbuz tries to, overspend on static defense and things like that as a way to focus on what he is good at, which is getting a good composition and typically moving his army into good positions relative to the competition. So if he can do stuff like that, I think he can win in regardless of the matchup. This one, though, we're not going to get much multitasking, are we? It is an idle start. This is considered. He is basically reading that this could be a 6-pool. Patadia, a map where you have a long rush distance, is a map that Hamster is choosing the 6-pool on, and the idle start here is very good against that. We saw that when HitEmUp played against George. It's a very similar start here. So very interesting that we get to see something like this happen. Vassal comes out as well. We got the 6 Zeths are going to be coming in here. The extra pair as well is in the position. And yeah, just as was foretold, scribe damage can happen for sure if you're not careful with your drill. And the lattices are easier prey than the gateways. So even in the face of Hamster running into a counter, the drill wasn't quite as proactive, and losing out on a production facility this early on does give the Zerg a window back into a longer game. And Hamster showing that no matter what you put him up against, he's going to be all right. Idol number 3 being made. It's a dive onto the scribes. He doesn't end up getting any. A little bit of disrupted mining time and a lot of damage dealt to those Zeths. Zealot on the way. The one Vassal moving across the map. He's going to force a pair of Quas in response. Already patrolling, looking for anything they can get. But the scouting information for Arbuz is really what he's after. And he does need to keep on making those scribes. Kicking himself a little bit for losing the lattice, I think. And does he remake that, or does he go Rogue Gallery? It's going to be Lattice. Sticking to the tier 1, microing out his vassal a little bit, seeing what's going on. He'll see that third Larvosk in production here in a moment. Well, maybe he won't see it, but he can probably guess. It's not placed as a defensive structure would be. Vassal going to continue guarding for that third base, or that natural, rather, timing. Quads are going to have to exfiltrate. Expunge. More than capable. The Vassal is not a very potent force. Nexus is scouted by that borrowed Zeth, so the timing is visible. When you see that, Hamster knows that the army size can't be huge. It's also kind of the only move you can make, having to rebuild one of your production facilities. Nine Zeths patrolling around the map. Making sure that they're in the common paths for units to move on an attack path, because for a little bit here, Hamster has been trying to catch up in workers so that he's not so far behind from his opener. Now he's flooding Zeths, and the Voronath Pond is complete. Will we see a Manifold added in? Yes, 2 of them, in fact. We will not be peerless against the Vorvs. With enough idols and a little bit of that Zealot chaff as well, you can definitely make magic happen in this matchup. Arbuz must know that he's very close to a precarious position. The Matrix just now starts. Is the Zeth going to see that information for Hamster? And not so sure. Vassal going to have that expansion to deal with and chew on for a little bit now. The Zeth 4 flank coming in. He's going to try to surround the Matrix and kill it immediately, or is he going to go for the army? It looks like it's the army after all. Trying to stutter step backwards. The Zealots holding for now. A lot of that front line gone, and yeah, just like that, Hamster in a really bad position militarily. His expansion only now just sat up, and of course the Vassal is poking it, heckling it. Is Arbuz brave enough to walk across the map, though? That army could still do a counterattack, and that's kind of what it has to do in order to save face. The ramp, much too powerful there. I'll even kill off the scout that was burrowed there. Spying. More Vorvs being made. It's Zeth Quaz. Did the Vassal end up getting killed? The answer is no. Down goes that forward Zeth. Hamster has a choice to counterattack or cower. Arbuz, he's going to choose to push forward. The Vassal Scout, somewhat of consequence here, might indicate to Arbuz that the army is not here. He's going to come in and maybe do some heckling here as well. The Quads have already been pinched off to deal with that. Pretty good job here from Arbuz keeping his Vassal alive. It's going to regenerate shields in the corner. And it's a flank being set up. 19 Zeth, 6 Vorvs. Is that enough? Oh, he actually finds it. That's very bad for Hamster. The idols are not going to fall empty-handed. In fact, are we even going to lose any right now? He's trying to go for it off the units off the rip, but the Sims are starting to split, and the idol count is staying totally fine. Arbuz pushing forward with more idols in rotations up. A pair of Zeths is all the flank that Hamster can now offer. Needs all hands on deck. All claws towards the enemy. Got 7 Vorvs are going to hatch here pretty soon. Is that going to be enough to dissuade Arbuz from pushing forward? The Sims splitting for that perpetual front line. Actually helping out quite a bit. These idols are going to be a difference maker. He can double his splash damage in a very short moment. Needs to turn and fight if he wants to save his units, but looks like he is going to end up losing a few of them. The Zealots go down as sacrificial lambs for the Automata. A Manifold likely to fall as well, but no, it ends up escaping just in time. And again, the idol count stays intact. Not a single idol casualty yet. There's no witness, no detection here. Is he going to need it, though? A Herald coming, he could get Amaranths later and just stand on top of the lake. Is if Hamster's not careful, he could lose them in translation across the map. Looks like a third base intact for Arbuz. That's what he wants to do. He's actually out here trying to be proactive to scout, but instead he sees the army. That was almost a disaster. Imagine if Hamster just committed this force. Oh, he's going to catch the Lakers off the rip. He can absolutely stand on that guy and punish that mistake from Hamster. Does end up losing a Manifold, but now the Zealots rotate over. They're going to get on top of these Lakers. Is this a mistake from Arbuz to commit on top of them? There's still 2 in the back, but all of the Vorvs are dead immediately. A calamity for Hamster's army. He's got a pair of Naths on the other side, and he drolled up behind it. He's only making Zorius Lakers. This looks like a Protoss victory queued up. Herald's on the way as well, massing up more power. And there's a Warden here to dissuade the Naths from doing anything of value beyond the Scout. And plenty of static defense at that natural. A third base pylon being made. Gas ridge cap also intact. And the Protoss army knocking on the door. You got your Lakers, but there's Zealots here. And he's just going to get right on top. There's nothing here for Hamster. Loses all but one of his Lakers intact. And the Zealots are going to make short work of that last guy. I don't think we're going to see a hold from the Zerg. I think Arbuz has found the timing. And he's rotated around the map enough times to make this an even series after all. Lake is trying to be pushed back. Is it going to be enough? Arbuz had his rally a little bit mistaken. Maybe could have continued the pressure otherwise, but he'll kill Azorius with the units that he's got. A lot of Vorvs being made. As the Heralds show up, this starts to get a little bit hairier. Their shield sustain, their ability to act as an engage tool for the Protoss army is going to make those Lakers perform even worse, it feels like. That first Herald going to supercharge the attack speed of everybody if it goes down. It ends up enduring at 6 HP. Frustration stages are coming. Amaranth's being produced as well. That third base well on its way to being developed. Vorv's being hemorrhaged. Hamster's losing his front line, and he really needs everything that he can possibly muster. Looks like he might be going for another Larvosk behind all of this. Unless that's supposed to be anti-drop. He really needs everything he can muster right now. Thanking his lucky stars he already has his ridge caps and that they didn't get destroyed earlier. Now is the engagement here in favor of the Zerg all of a sudden with those Zorius. Arbuz felt like he could have just focused down those Zorius, but didn't end up doing so when he still had all of his manifolds intact, and now he doesn't have any of that armor pen. Amaranth Atreus going to be a boon for him now. Switching over to that with the idle count still more than enough to deal with the Zeth Vorv. Yeah, and with the Protoss spread like this, the Lakers don't even help out that much. Excellent play with the Witness providing detection. Looks like Arbuz is more than ready to just push on through. Routes the attempted punchback from Hamster. It's not an uppercut with a lot of oomph behind it. And we got multiple pariahs in production now too. I think when those come out, you might as well sign off. Go to game 3. Arbuz still navigating, looking for that third base. It's actually in the interior position. In theory, more vulnerable. He's letting his idols face check the Quas. That's going to be an easy pick from that splash damage. But at this point, it's more about the Lakers. It's more about the Zorius. They're going to be the ones doing a lot of the heavy lifting. The idols are going to deal with the Quas easy enough. Look at the concave here for our Protoss. And he is going to step forward. There's no Obeleth to detect the Witness, so the Lakers are left a little toothless. Ski back halfway complete, 8 Zorius in production. We've got plenty of Lakers to try to hold. Base number 4 in the bottom left for Arbuz as he crucibles his prostration stages. Lots of idle scribes. The pariah is not on rally. That third base very likely to just be stamped out. And I think Arbuz is actually going to be privy to it now. He sees the Kagre spreading and will stamp that out indeed. Another rally. Amaranth, Zealot, Sim. Couple idols. Still no manifolds for that armor pen, but maybe it doesn't matter much when you have the attack speed of the pariahs in play. The Nats scout over and see this position. Those pariahs still not joining with the army? Well, he just remembered he had them now, so I guess he'll go ahead and sync them up. 2 more beginning, 2 more finishing. 4 pariahs all of a sudden when you had none. The Nexus in the bottom left being scouted out by Hamster's lone Nath. Ovaleth has been made. The Quads are going to try to hunt down the Witness. I really don't think it's enough. It's a good tactic, but even with the Bactyls, I mean, what are you actually going to do once the pariahs start eating your face? You got no third. You're very far behind economically. Hamster just wants to try to stabilize. That's what the Lakers are forcing. It's like siege tanks in any Terran matchup, Starcraft 1 style. But the pariahs can shrug off a lot of those attacks, especially with the lack of armor rend from the... There's no Vorvs here, and GG has to be called. Hamster did his absolute best to extend play long enough, but Arbuz had his number.
So a punchback is in order. And now we need to see if that will hold. ArbuzBudesh, absolutely possible here that he ends up scoring another dub in our next map. They trade each other's map picks. It's Macroglia for map 3. All right, lads, our players are prepped and ready to rock. So we will go right back into it. It's time for Arbuz to see if he can roll Protoss again. Otherwise, we might be in for some cheeky ZVZ action. ArbuzBudesh has rolled Protoss for game 3. He is in the top right as the Palatinate Blue player. And in the bottom left, Hamster is 6-pooling again. The Midnight Green Zerg could get into a deficit for himself here if he's not too careful. But who's going to expect a second 6-pool? Will Hamster have his way with Arbuz after all? It's another lattice start. No gas being harvested. It won't be an idle start in theory unless he gets enough up from just one harvesting here. This could end up being a second lattice with a vassal open or a sim open, but I think 6-pool Zeth or 6-pool Quaz will help deal with that just fine. Hamster's well drilled in this. He's made his decision. He knows what he is to do. And as his pool hatches, he will cancel out the Droleth. And the extra larva is there. 4 Zeths. Well, 4 pairs of Zeth. It is a sim first, not an idle. And it's a rogue gallery follow-up. This is going to be a lot more brittle than the double lattice idle-based play. Really, clearly, Arbuz is not expecting the second 6-pool. How much damage can the Zeths do? In this situation, I think they mostly ignore the sim, which at the very least will give an opportunity for Arbuz to make magic happen in the set. Is he actually going to go for the kill? Oh man, he almost surrounds it immediately, and he is going to try to do that, but this is wasting a lot of valuable time, and indeed, that's recognized. A Warden starts up, that's 35 seconds out. 1 idle remains. No! Hamster has broken his focus. The neurotype takes over. He wants to go after the Sims, but he needs to go after the workers, or maybe the rogue gallery. Tries to tear the lattice down. The scribes get pulled. Is this going to be as successful as last time? The answer is yes. He does pop the structure, but loses the Zets in the process, and well, he only has to worry about a Kabbalist, so maybe it's not so bad. Ends up making a bunch of Quaz and workers. His second Larvosk on the way, but realistically, I think that needed to do better. I think that should have done better. He should have ignored the sim immediately and just rolled on past it. What is it going to do? Walk across the map and die to your Quaz? If he goes after the lattice, if he goes after the rogue gallery, I mean, there's really nothing left for the Protoss in that situation. They can pull workers all day and night. Your Zets can dance around them, regenerating HP as they do. For now, the Zets will patrol at the gate. Kabbalist on a move command. No worries there as the Nexus is going to be put down after all that. Well, the Ovaleth is halfway done. Hamster knows the timing of this, and he should still be able to push that Kabbalist back. Puts down his own third Kagrant here, likely to be a Larvosk again. And yeah, just as the Kabbalist reaches the ramp, it's going to be pushed away. Goes after the 1 worker kill. Is he going to get a second one? The answer is no. So all in all, I mean, Hamster would have loved to not lose a single worker there, but he's okay with this arrangement. Problem is, Arbuz going for that Nexus. This feels like a pretty dire situation for a Zerg player. I won't mince words. Maybe he can still build himself up into a better spot. He had to make the Ovaleth anyway. He could try to flex into drops. There is no second Kabbalist. Yeah, it's going to be a Zeth drop, it looks like. Vornath kicks in. The perfect number of Zeths to fit in a novel that's just hatched, so I'm assuming that's what Hamster wants to do, but it could be something else. He could just move across the map with them. In fact, I guess that's exactly what he's going to do. Prostration stage very quickly here for Arbuz. Tech rushing is usually a follow-up to Rogue Gallery. The Barghest for Armor Pen, a bit more steadfast than Manifolds are for the same purpose. Just based on the fact that they fly, so they ignore a lot of the Zerg damage. Warden in the natural. No Matrix, so in theory it's bustable. That's just in theory, though. Zeth comes in to burrow. Is that going to provoke any reaction from Arbuz? Did he even notice, is a good question. Waypointing more Zeths. It's a Zeth 4 of timing. Barghest flies across and sees one. It has pretty poor vision range, as you can probably tell. So most he saw was one Zeth there. Isn't really that much of a tell. This is Hamster trying to recognize when he has the right idea of things. The Prostration stage will put a timer on his play. He can throw a couple Vorvs at the Warden and just tear it out that way. And here we go. The attack is going to commence. Oh man, this is so ugly for the Zerg though. He can't quite get to the back line with any of his damage. It's all melee and it's walled off. Arbuz just says goodbye. I do not have a moment to talk about your Lord and Savior. So he's going to try to tear down that Prostration stage. That might be a good play, but he doesn't have the critical mass of units left. If that was happening at the same time as he was attacking the army, that would have been a different story. The Warden shelling out. Vagrants and Idols splashing plenty. Hatch only now coming down. And, of course, the Quasar out of position to defend the Droleths from the vicious Barghest. Oh, he burrows it. That's fine. Well, the Barghest will go down. The Zeths started to retreat against an enemy they can't attack. Prostration stage number 2 is on the way, and it's a Calcure Lake for Hamster. Protoss has been serving Arbuz well. Seems to have navigated the matchup just fine. That last game felt like maybe it could have ended a bit sooner with the right target selection, but Defender's advantage wasn't quite enough for Hamster in the end. Making 6 Vorvs, a pair of Naths, trying to spread out inside his hatch. He knows that this is going to be a bit of a desperate defense. Those Vorvs are going to finish just in time. If he can tear down the first Pariah, he might have a chance with the crazy surround that he's got cooked up. And there he goes, trying to surround that Pariah. Oh, no! He tails it. He doesn't actually click past it. His own combat units are now not nearly as spread as they really wanted to be. And the Idols, they're going to be blocked by the hatch. He is going to do a little tricky move there just to distract. Maybe he can get a good surround after all. The Pariah gets ensnared, but it cleaves through all the front line, and the Quas are not going to be able to take it out on their own. He needed to snipe that before he was reduced to only the Quasilisk, and GG is called with Arbuz taking the lead in the series. Quasar Quartet, Hamster's map pick, is coming up next. If he wins here, we go to Frozen Sylphid looking for a decider. Otherwise, Arbuz punches his ticket past Hamster. That 6 pool was well considered. It really could have won the whole game for Hamster, but he chose to attack the Simulacrum instead. And that was his fatal error. Arbuz is going to need a momentary break before we get into our next match. So I'll take this opportunity to remind y'all, thank you for showing up to some absolute cinema Cosmonarchy. We will have some more series for your enjoyment following the conclusion of this one, which could be in our very next map. We do have, in an hour and a half's time from this moment that I am speaking, our third series of the day. It will be Neblime versus Sziky, our first upper bracket match. It's a very exciting one.
We got some more PvZ action for you, and this time it's locked in. It's not at the whim of random. Also worth noting that our second semifinal is also due to be played today. That is AUD64's Protoss, Shopkeeper Dogs, Skozy. But they won't be playing until the late evening. There will be quite a mondo gap in between Series 3 and Series 4 today. So in addition to taking a break myself, I will probably fill that time with some other stuff going on. So we'll see. We'll see about that one. But I'll keep you guys posted. Maybe we'll have like a mini show match or cast some free-for-alls or something. I don't know. Figure it out. Whoever's around. Would love to see some of the newer maps that have been made get played. That could be fun. Maybe some Cog Cenotaph. Cog Cenotaph. It's really quite hard to imagine that at the end of this series, we could be saying goodbye to Hamster. Felt like he was a lock to make it through deeper in this tournament before we began. No matter what happens here, Arbuz has definitely left his mark. That's for sure. Mark Booz. Uncharacteristic decision-making from Hamster. This would be the first time in Acropolis history that Hamster has not been invited back with an advantaged seed. So keep that in mind. Our players are ready. The bathroom break is over. Let us get ready for map 4 between Hamster and ArbuzBudesh. Hamster faces elimination unless he gets it together right here, right now. Quasar Quartet. GLHF exchanged, but Hamster is not fighting another Zerg. It's Arbuz's Protoss cross-spawn on Quasar Quartet. Could this be the last time Hamster goes for his 6 pool? Because it looks like he is pivoting away from that strategy. Not with everything on the line, he says. Midnight Green Zerg in the top left here. Bottom right is Arbuz, Tyrian Purple, going for that lattice opener yet again. And considering he was able to hold thanks to Hamster's inaction in that first game, Arbuz must be feeling kind of confident. Must be having a good time. The pool is coming. It will be a normal timed option here. Second lattice, it will be idols. Maybe Arbuz is actually thinking this is going to be the third 6 pool in a row. And who can blame him on some level? With the pool finishing at a normal time, however, the Vassal Scout is going to tell Arbuz everything he wants to know, assuming he actually gets up there, you know, if he box scouts with it, which is pretty common. This gives Hamster plenty of time to just eco up and be a little bit on the greedier side. He hasn't made a military unit just yet, no rills, and he only makes 1 pair of quads right now. I'd love for him to, you know, scout out with a pair of Zeths and otherwise just kind of chill. He cancels out 1 quads to make a Zeth pair, and I think the rest can all be workers for now, but does he know that? Vassal heading to the bottom left first. We'll see how that one works out. And there's the expansion for Hamster and the expansion for Arbuz. pretty legit. We will get that multi-base game after all. Vassal has been pushed away, and he scouts the hatch, and, well, this is where Arbuz has the advantage of knowing the other side of the matchup. He's not going to worry about, well, what do you really have, you know? That hatch tells him everything he needs to know. He's off the hook for a little bit. He can build up to a more proactive start here. Quasar Quartet is a map that we've already seen some pretty cool games on. The Zeth scouts the army move out. It is Zealot Idol, so he knows the gateway has been made. Up to a worker lead, Hamster rallies a couple of workers down to harvest some minerals. Looks like he's more interested in mineral saturation from this point than Vespine. He's only got the geyser harvesters. Vessel doesn't see a lot there. Doesn't have very good vision range, so might end up being baited forward a little bit to an attack. And the idols can get snapped here, even though there's no Vorps. Yeah, the Quads are just going to jump right on top of this. Down goes the Zealot. Sacrificing in favor of the idols being able to stay alive. I do like the burrow. I like that that's an opportunity for a burrow flank, but Arbuz isn't even going to give it a chance to happen. He's just building up his worker count and trying his best to scale up his production. The Zeth unburrowing to see what's going on, sees the Nexus, and actually he's going to get in just in time to get bopped by the Warden if he draws too close. And down it goes, but still gets a nice scout of what's going on. Poor Hamster. That Zeth was Hamster, by the way. He wanted to just take a bath. So it's a fast lake. Hamster going for the Apex tier pool units. He wants a bunch of Lira. That's what he's saving his money for. Spends down almost perfectly for 9 Lira. Starts to get some Vorvs with that as well. This could be kind of dangerous versus the lattice-heavy composition. Arb is only now adding in a Grand Library, and it will be some time before that gives him too much of value. But if you think about it, like Zeth Vorv and then the Lyralisks to give chase, absolutely could be pretty deadly here. 3 Ovaleths. A mass drop? What's Hamster planning there? Maybe a bunch of Zeths or something as a secondary push. Kind of relies on his opponent chilling out and not being too proactive. The Vassal's going to tell him a lot here because the Lyras are going to be sighted. Yeah, I think he only saw the Quaz there when he panned over, so he might not immediately know, but just seeing the proximity is enough to make him put down a couple, again, static defenses, right? Matrix and Warden. Idols are going to hang back. It's not a tremendously large Zerg army. Third base coming for Hamster. And yeah, he's going to try to set up the attack to happen at the same time as a drop. Or maybe he's just going to posture here, see the idol count, and say, okay, I'll wait for you to try to break out against me, and then I'll just keep sharking around. It's a bunch of Lyras get started up. Yeah, it is a big Zeth drop, that's for sure. The Naths and the one Vorv, I guess he could pick a target to snipe with anti-armor, you know, try to go after the Nexus or something. Obviously, it could be a big tech snipe, but there's no tech in the main base. It's all in the natural here. Again, he's just trying to pressure a little bit. Maybe have a few token losses and then say, oh no, you're going to have to break out now. Oh, it's an elevator pull. I actually really like this idea. You know, he gets some more of those units set up. He's just kind of poking in. Vorvs come out. Witness seeing the size of the army may provoke Arbuz to push out because it's not so scary. Unloads come out. Zeth's rotating up. See what they can find. A Herald is revealed. The Cantor is also out. Well, he tries to poke at the top, and then he's going to go for it. The attack comes in. He's going to go for the Nexus Snipe. He's got plenty of armor rend, and the Zeths are doing full damage. It's actually happening. The Nexus goes down, depowering everything inside the main base. The Nath and the Vorv stacking their armor rend and evacuating what they can after it. Sacrificial Zeths and Vorvs and 1 Lyra. What a beautiful play there. Arbuz having to remake his main. I have never seen anybody do that, but that is some real cheek. That's some real good play right there from Hamster, knowing the mechanics. Now he just needs to make enough Lyra to hold on versus the push. His Lakids are coming up as well. The one Zeth heckling the Acantor. There's 2 of them.
crawling across the map. And the idle count did seem to get managed a little bit, right? He's only got, what, like 12 of the things, by the way? Indeed. One Lyra gets cleared. The Lakers are out on the map. No Avaleth present here to detect. What do I do here in this position, he wonders. Nothing in production. He goes for a bunch of Zets. The Lyra's starting to stack up. Does end up clearing the front line pretty easily. Herald goes down. There's another one at the ready, but this is slowly being chewed away. Protoss army not in a position to defend against all this, it feels like. Oh, Lyras take a bite off of the wrong target there, and they're struggling to actually get out of their own way, tripping over themselves. Hamster can't even spend down his money right now. Goes for 4 Zorius, 5 more pairs of quads, and starts to remake a few of his Lyra. It's an envoy and a third base. No, an artisan. Yeah, third Nexus going to be inside the little island sector there. One Nath stays alive. It's another attempted redrop, potentially. Could cancel out the third at the very least. Zerg army rotating over to the bottom left. Maybe goes for an uppercut. Maybe just goes for an attack, a counterpunch. Could be very deadly here. Protoss army not anticipating this attack. The lake is still burrowed where they were. One Zeth spots out where the army is. Hamster can go for a crush. Hamster can go for a crush as he distracts any reinforcements. The Acantor more than sufficient, but can Arbuz escape? Can he blow his way out or back his way up? He's got to pick one, and he's got to stick to it. The Lyra's grinding through all the idols. Soon, those Acantors are going to get mulched. Arbuz army reset. Third base up and running, thrumming. Economy continuing to push forward here. Hamster definitely in the lead. We look likely to move into our 5th game, but there's tier 2 coming. We know it's for the Irileth and the Kazi. Don't kid yourself. Hamster's making a second Shroud? Okay. Well, you know, sometimes you want a couple flowers. That's the Kazi Kagrant. Mark my words. Tier 2 completes. We've got the Argosy in production for Arbuz. Using the Envoy just to keep the Acantor fluid. Zorius offered up to the gods as the lake is attempt to push forward. Remember, there's still Witness here. Lyra's play interception there against the Acantor ball. Lake is going to try to leapfrog forward. Zergunis need to get out of their own way. A bulwark being made. Could be very important. A couple quads running in front of that Acantor shell. The lake is still doing plenty of damage here to anything that dares step forward, and those idols are starting to collapse as well. The Zorius breaking through. Hamster actually pulling back in a way that maybe is unnecessary. He's even going to pop the Witness. Only one Acantor left. He's trying to unload this one in the Envoy, but is he even going to be aware of it? Losing the Nexus here is critical. 2 base Argosy is all Arbuz has left to his name, it feels like. At least it's around a Crucible. But remassing with a whole bunch of Zorius. Macro Hatch is coming up. There's the Cassie. Yeah, we were waiting for it. 12 o'clock going to be taken by Hamster. A Solarian of all things is coming up as a Nexus gets set up at the Artisan base, 3 o'clock. Protoss showing their own defensive tools, but might not quite be enough. The unloads to go for the couple kills there, but it's only successful at killing 3 Droleth, 4 Droleth. Not what he needed there as far as the damage goes. Well-placed Spraith convinces the Acantor to give up the Ghost. There's the first Solarian, second one on the way. I mean, I really don't see how that's going to help him out too much. I guess Lyra will take ages to kill it. But everything else is going to go up in smoke so very quickly, it feels like. The Acantors can't chew through all the Zorius, not in time, not with the Kazis influencing those Lyra. They are busy trying to shoot up, but now they're going to focus down the rest of the ground army, and one Solarian is just not enough.
Targeting down the Acantor. GG is called. We go to game 5, and Hamster has done it again. Frozen Sylphid awaits us in the decider. We get our first 5-game elimination match here. Could it possibly be Protoss again? I mean, that's what I need to know. But maybe you all need to know it as well. That is a wrap on Game 4. Hamster will continue his play. And so will Arbuz. For at least one more game, we need this wire to decide us. Frozen Sylphid up next. ArbuzBudesh has rolled Zerg for our final go. It will be all Z to finish up. He won 2 out of 3 Protoss games. He lost the only ZVZ so far. Can Arbuz change his fate? It is time for the Lemon Zerg in the bottom left, the bottom lemon, to face off against Hamster's Midnight Green Zerg. And it will be another Hydrith first. It's a 9 pool, 8 den. Odd. Very odd. I wonder what all we're going to find out here in Game 5. It didn't work out for him before, but that was on Knife's Edge. Here he's going to scout his opponent first with a worker, as opposed to waiting for the Hydras. Perhaps to confirm no 6 pool shenanigan. Larvos comes up. Hamster going to be ahead in the larva department, but Arbuz ahead in workers for now, and that will continue for just a touch longer. Although right now they have effectively the same amount of harvesters since the worker scout is coming in. He sees it. He sees a pool-sized structure, and then he starts to fall away. If you're Hamster, you don't really know where that Droleth came from. It's even odds that it could be left or right. 1 IZ in production. It's 2 Quaz pairs coming for Hamster. That ridiculous Nexus snipe from Hamster in Game 4, I think that's going to go down as the series swinging moment, it feels like. And Arbuz, he's going to be happy that he managed to get to Game 5, but I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself over the Hydra-based play if it doesn't work out for him here. Honestly, this series has gone better than maybe he could have asked for, winning 2 Protoss versus Zerg matches out of 3. It's the ZVZ that he said was his weakest matchup that he's going to have to shore up. Zeths will arrive to find, indeed. It's Hydrith first again. And Hamster, I'm sure he should know how to deal with this, but it's a lot of Hydras, or a lot of IZs rather. And he's mostly just got Quaz right now. I think he needs to put down some Static D, considering the IZ count that is Zeth spotted. I mean, how long do you really have? Zeth goes in for a scout. He's going to confirm the IZ count. That's actually really big for Hamster. He sees even more IZs hatching. He surely knows this is going to be a very committed attack. The jig is up. Circuith begins for Arbuz. That's not a Larvosk. And doesn't have the gas for one either. So 1 static defense structure. Is that going to be enough? Is that his anchor as the Zeth of the front gate scouts the move out? He's got 1 Quaz being sent across. I think he's actually going to miss the attack, or... No, he's trying to go to the anchor. Well, that sure is something. Quaz count's pretty high. The Circuith will be done in time. And he's just powering on more Quaz. No Vornath or anything like it. And the IZs might turn around. I mean... Arbuz having a little bit of cold feet as he puts down his hatch. Did he even scout up to confirm no expansion? I mean, it feels like maybe he's just trying to force enough mental warfare here. Hamster looking around for where those IZs went.
They rotate around the anchor, so no vision there. Hydra then of the Hamster's own spends down some of his Vespene as he gas caps his Ridge. Thinking he'll power up his economy as whatever ways he can on one base. Avaleth for Arbuz. Quaz walks back to see the hatch and all of the IZs standing vigil. So Hamster will go for his own expansion, it looks like. It will be a triple IZ drop. We've seen this plenty of times. Quaz on patrol for it, though. Not quite in the right spot. No anti-drop defense here. And the Quaz can't really attack into the IZs very well. So you got to keep that in mind as well. Oh, the Avaleth. Ooh, Hamster, did you see that? I don't think it was actually within his vision range. Now it is. What's he going to do about it? Has to pull the Quaz back. We see it happening. He's going to go ahead and rally his workers to the natural to get him out of dodge. As the Zeths start to try to do what they can. A couple workers could end up going down. How soon does he send his workers back to mining? Looks like the answer is right about now. Excellent shutdown on the economy, and Arbuz lives to have his IZs fight another day. So that's a good move that will help Arbuz stay back into this game. Back to mining both geysers, both gas nodes, I should say. IZs end up dropping out. Quaz looking for that Avaleth. They don't know it's empty. Just keeping him attuned. Keeping him in check. Despite Hamster going Hydrith second after the pool, his ski-backed is faster. That's the upgraded den that gives you access to some more impressive units. With all the IZs Arbuz made, I wouldn't put it past him to try to rush to Tethzoricors. And at that point, with no Shroud, Hamster could be in a tight pickle. His worker count is leading. It's Skithricors for Hamster. Still threatening with that Avaleth, but Arbuz, his bluff might be called here pretty soon. Needs more larvae, it feels like. Hamster only at 4 larvae per 14 seconds. You can say even less about Arbuz, however. He's only going up to his 4th with this macro hatch. Some Bactyls are being made. The Skithricor count is going to be way too high for the Bactyls to find too much impact, though. That is assuming a pool stick. The IZ scouted the den, but is he going to predict the air switch? It feels like no. Arbuz said Hamster isn't so chaotic. Instead, he's decisive. Those were my words, and he seemed to agree. Well, this decision to make a lot of Skithricors could end up giving him access to one more series within this tournament here, and it could bar Arbuz's way as more Bactyls are being made. Oh, the Avaleth, did it scout the skits? I don't think he was paying attention. I think he was too busy trying to look at this anchor. Do we have any anti-air defenses coming? Looks like maybe he saw. Maybe he figured it out as his ground army is returning to try to defend the natural, but the Skith count is up to 10. These workers will not be allowed to mine in peace. A little bit of splash damage from Arbuz's own Skith. But how much value are you really going to find? A dozen of them soaring over the skyline. He's going to go ahead and pick off that Kagrant. You can't really turn around and fight that in the same way. Hamster, unfortunately, diving back in, but he's done some damage. He just needs to keep scaling the count. Oh, and he's working on that. Don't you worry. Plenty of circuits to hold his front gate. Looks like Arbuz wants to go for a counterattack. But now his Bactyls are getting kind of pranked on the way out, so he regresses a few of them. The life on those things, it's very wounded. But picking a couple of those Bactyls could have real implications for the Quaz fight later. And the anchor scouting out the IZ, just being annoying and frustrating the attack pattern. Hamster considers falling back with all of his skiths. He's got plenty of Quaz. He never made a Vornath Pond. That's finishing up now, so his Vorf count is non-existent as he continues to add static defense. The skiths heckling, clearing another Bactyl, trading one skith for back. And a couple of Hydras on the way out afterwards. Ooh, a little bit dire there. More skits flying over. That's an easy pick for Arbuz. But still, he's got 16 clumped up right now. And more static defense being added. Ugh! Losing a few more of those flyers. IZ's bouncing. Bactyl's bouncing. Hydras trying to pinch off where they can.
Once Arbuz feels like he can break this, he will go for it. But the Calcure Lake on the way, I think we know what's happening here. It's going to be Skith Lyra for Hamster. Having to remorph those Bactyls where he can, but he's lacking in Vespene right now. He never started harvesting his Ridge, and it looks like he never actually put 2 workers on the Geyser. Critical error here for Arbuz. There's down 10 workers besides the point. Now the Skiths are on the run. Lake's going to finish up pretty soon. Macro hatch in the main. Third base under attack. These Hydras are going to get shellacked. They burrow to avoid the pain. They lost 4 of them and only traded for 1. Yeah, these workers are not going to give him the gas that he needs, and he's going to go for the attack. It's just as a bunch of orbs hatch, though. The lake is done. No Lyrilisks in sight. The Skiths laying into this third base. They're going to clear it while Hamster defends. And that's an easy hold, it feels like. Izzy's continuing to posture, but all they can do, it seems, is posture. Spraith's coming up in the natural. He's got 3 in the main already. Is that going to be enough for him to hold as the Izzy's try to get their damage dealt as well? He burrows to try to draw them further in. Still not a single Skith lost ever since he attacked this third base. And the ground army can't break the turtled position. Arbuz really caught in an awkward position here. Down a lot of workers, needs to reset his economy. Has he ever gone back to harvesting gas? No, his main still bereft of Vespene harvesters. Only 1 there. Guy's got a monopoly on all the gas. Hamster going for a wraparound. This could be where we sail Arbuz out because this Zerg is not done yet. Hamster charging into the front line. The Skiths come in for the flank and get right on top of the Bactyls, fanning out their projectiles as the Zeths run amok on the front. With Arbuz's ground army crushed, Hamster dominates land, air, and sea. GG! That's it! Game 5 has been won by none other than Hamster. Very exciting games. Every single series here has some pretty cool bangers. But man, that last one, whew, I gotta say, Hamster definitely did the best that he could. He brought his best game there in that last one. The ZVZs looked immaculate. But Hamster will not... he will not speak to us. He never does. And that brings us to Arbuz. We'll see if he wants to chat with us or not. On the eve of his defeat, his demise foretold, it's Hamster moving on. He will face the loser of Neblime versus Sziky, which is going to be played in about an hour from now. And then again, much later in the day, we have Shopkeeper Dog versus Ayud. There'll be a nice big gap we'll try to fill with some other content. Shopkeeper Dog noting that Protoss continues to perform well. Arbuz winning 2 out of 3 games PvZ. He's really, like, if you think about the random, his weaker matchup was 5 games, or, out of 5 games he got it twice. His stronger matchup he got 3 times. Hamster was only unable to beat his Protoss once. We'll see what ends up happening here, but that does mean Arbuz will exit 7th to 8th after a pretty nice tournament run compared to what we maybe were expecting initially for a player like him. I thought maybe AOT would have his number. That would be a close fight, but he 4-0'd his group. Didn't have too much to say. Didn't have too many concerns. And then he comes in, defeats Godwheat, losing only 1 game. Doesn't end up picking a game off of Ayud. Doesn't end up dropping a game to Sausage. And here he was very, very close indeed to beating Hamster in a 5-game set. So let's take a listen to what he has to say for himself. Commiserations, my friend Arbuz. You have been eliminated by Hamster, but it was a very close affair. 5-game set. At one point, you're up 2-1. Your Protoss delivering for you. How are you feeling following the series? Tell me everything that's going through your mind.
Kind of mix of disappointment and relief. Now I don't need to worry about the future matches.
Yeah, I mean, scheduling the practice and the matches themselves can certainly be quite the ordeal. So I feel you there. Disappointment on the side, it must be that you end up rolling Protoss 3 games out of 5. And it seemed like you kind of had Hamster's number. Admittedly, both of your wins against a 6-pool start. Did you have some nice confidence going into your 4th map there, Quasar Quartet, when you end up rolling Protoss?
I wouldn't say confident. I definitely was happy to get Protoss because I was more confident with Protoss over Zerg.
Mm-hmm. You had this ZVZ build order with the Hydrith first. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I think it's just optimal way to play it. I'll be honest. The main reason why I became random between Zerg and Protoss is because I think it's back in December, like after playing a series with Hamster ZVZ, I realized like I don't really enjoy ZVZ.
Okay.
If I go into Acropolis and I'm like going to be Zerg, I'm like bound to have Zergs, and like playing a full set of ZVZ would just drive me crazy. I can handle like playing 1-2 matches, but like playing full set would just drain me. And it's just like, okay. Even if I keep rolling Zerg each time, just hope of getting Protoss would still be enough to keep me sane.
Okay, fair enough. It's a mental step for you. And
it's not a mental, it's just less suffering. It's more...
Sure. That makes sense. Less suffering indeed. Did you have any fun in this series here against Hamster? Were there fun games to be had?
Yeah, I would say even like even the first game, which was like pretty short, was pretty exciting. I would say. The last one, I wouldn't say it was super exciting to me because like, oh yeah, this is exactly how I imagined ZVZ Skiff Wars. And I know I don't want to do Skiff Wars against Hamster because he was doing it like for years.
Right.
He's way better like Skiff Wars, and I don't want to deal with it. You can probably see how he like dealt way more damage than with Skiffs in his 5th game compared to my Skiffs in like first game.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, like I haven't practiced ZVZ that much, and especially Skiff stuff. So that's my weak point.
It kind of started to look like ASL stuff, TVZ. The mutas come in to heckle the Terran base, so he moves across the map, except there's a bunch of sunken colonies there. That almost felt like what you must have been feeling when you move across the map. He's got like 7 Circuits just waiting for you in the natural choke point.
Well, it was correct way, because if it wasn't 7 Circuit, I think I might have busted.
Mm-hmm.
But because there was such a big, overwhelming amount of like beefy buildings and long range, it really nullifies a lot of like easier core DPS. So which was like 90% of my army, I think, or something. So I wouldn't be able to bust it. So he on the spot knows like how to react to those busts.
Right.
So it worked out pretty well for him.
One thing I kept noticing is he was seeding a bunch of, trading down a bunch of his skiths just to kill your Bactyls. I wonder how that, it feels like he was trying to make sure his quaz count could still stay high enough to riposte an attack. It almost looked a little bit desperate. So while it might have been like, oh man, skiths again from your perspective, we were at the edge of our seat like, is there enough?
It was correct choice. It was correct choice because he was going Hydrith pool, and the main counter to Hydrith pool is Bactyls.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, like, you need like a big count of Bactyls. So even if he doesn't kill all of the Bactyls, just like skimming it down little by little so I don't build up critical mass, which you cannot approach with like this mass of like pool units. It was correct one, even if you lose a little bit of skiffs. Obviously, like Epiphany of like ZVZ, you start like Skiff Wars and you slowly transition into Ultra Core. But like it's a little bit tricky. You cannot transition too early because like you will have like bunch of Hydref units which can focus down it. So currently it is a balance, the way it goes DBZ. There was like a little hope after change, like after Lyra got Splash, that it gonna counter skiffs and like ZVZ somewhat stabilize. But after playing some games against Sziky, I realized it not really the answer, sadly. It's sadly not the answer.
It's funny because when you look at the way that he countered your skiths, part of that was using the Lyra Calc combo, which seemed to actually shred your skith ball pretty nicely. But that was obviously a smaller number for one, and a bunch of concentrated splash that happened to be in the right spot. So if you're trying to pick your opponent apart, piece them down, it's a little bit harder to react to that. You need a more mobile army, or you need a concentrated ball that can just break on through, like the Bactyl-based army that you were talking about there and trying to assemble. I guess since you're here...
That is correct, yeah. Yeah, that is correct. Reason, because why his timing worked and mine didn't, because I did invest a lot of in early past, so my skiff timing was a little bit delayed. Ideally, sometimes you can just delay your not past and just go into skiff tech, and because skiffs is tier 2, well, not tier 2, it's first evolution compared to skiff, which is third evolution. The Pulzorg has to hunker down until he gets Lyra to defend against skiffs. So skiffs get a little bit tempo advantage that way, but because I delayed everything, he had the choice to get Lyra before my skiffs. That way he could have parried it way better.
Right, yeah. He had the opportunity and the timing there. One thing that was a consistent factor in this series, interestingly enough, was I noticed that when you were able to get your expansion up and running, besides the fourth game where the Nexus snipe came in, and I do want to ask you about that, but it seemed like whoever was able to stabilize their natural wound up winning the game after that. If they got there faster, it was their win eventually. That slow grinding economic victory there. There were some attempts to clear some of the worker count in a few places, with skith raids or the Cantor drop or stuff like that. But for the most part, it was kind of an honorable, straight up, whoever macros better wins kind of game, it seemed like. Did you have any thoughts about that Nexus snipe in Game 4? Did you have any thoughts about the rate of expansion? Was that something you were cognizant of? Because it did feel very reactive. I scout him, I go for this. I scout him, I expand. I see his expansion, I know I can expand. That kind of stuff back and forth for you guys.
For the most part, Protoss has to react like this. That was the reason Protosses really struggled, because if Zerg greets and Protoss doesn't punish, Zerg is very favorite to win. But if you try to push and Zerg doesn't greet, your army dies. Ecclesia Zealot cannot survive War Zeph around anymore. That's why the switch to Lattice Lean really helps out a lot. It's good for several reasons, but just having this early scout with Vessel, is he doing an early hatch, or he's delaying it to get to the wharf? So I did monitor it, if he's expanding or not.
Right.
It was clearly visible, especially I think it was game 3, where he still doesn't have his hatch.
Yeah.
And I'm making my pariah. Okay, I just need to hold on. He's probably gonna try to bust me.
Yeah.
Obviously it didn't work, so I just snowballed from there.
Fair enough.
So Protoss has to be reactive in that one regard. So game 4 went completely differently, because he no longer wanted to aggro, but he wanted to just greed. And this build wasn't very good at punishing. It's just bajillion quas, and they just mulch through the naked idols. You need a critical mass, so your 7 range starts to dominate quas.
That's right. That's a fair analysis there. The Nexus Snipe tech that he has, somebody in chat said it was a George strap, but I wonder if it was originally a Hamster
that's
strap
Hamster
anyway.
thing.
Yeah.
He was doing it in previous Acropolis. I remember he was dropping and deleting my production structures back in previous Acropolis.
I hadn't seen him do, from memory, I hadn't seen him do the Nath Vorv combo, because they both stack their armor rend, so the Zeth deals full damage to things like 4 armor Nexus or whatever, so... That's what I saw him do, and that was the new tech in my head. I was like, oh damn, he's stacking the armor end.
I think he did it, and not specifically to Nexus, but like for production buildings. It's a pretty known combo. I think several people did it. It just as Protoss, the difficulty is like you need this very dense ball to fight Zerg. Mm-hmm. So you can't have a lot of people, like units defending back of your base. So that's why it's a little bit vulnerable to such drops.
Fair enough. The way that I keep thinking about the rest of the tournament is that some people keep saying Hamster's capable of winning everything. I asked you a little bit about that in the opening interview there. I do wonder if he is, though. I mean, he's dropping games, obviously, to Shopkeeper Dog, to Art of Turtle, and now, obviously, to your Protoss, which is very formidable, more so than he expected. He's trying the 6-pool stuff. If he's going to end up opening up the opportunity for players that are able to punish more sharply, it feels like the 6-pool stuff could actually get him. And yet, I also don't think Hamster could exist without the 6-pool. It feels like a necessary part of his DNA. So, how do you feel about his odds winning the whole thing?
If he tones down his early aggression, I think he has good chances. He's definitely going to struggle against Shopkeep because due to his low activity between tournaments, he's kind of behind the meta, how to approach things. So I think he doesn't know how to deal with Ascosi, but to be honest, like I don't know either.
Fair enough. It is something that people are having a tough time on, but that doesn't mean it doesn't strictly mean that it's going to be too bad. If you think about the way that the time between each match works now, he's got a week out before his next series, and he'll know his opponent in advance. But before we even think about him facing off against Dog again, which certainly could be his stopping point, you got to think about that other series, Neblime versus Sziky. You said that you think he's going to go up against Neblime, since you said if you make it past Hamster, would likely go up against Neblime. So
I think it's likely Neblime. And Neblime is pretty good Protoss, but the problem with Protoss, you need to do very specific plays in PvZ. And I think Neblime is slightly behind the meta to understand like how to approach it. Mm-hmm. Maybe he will see today's games and like get an idea what to do. It is possible, or maybe he just has something in planning stage which might work. But yeah, I think this is the main thing which holds down Neblime to fight Zerg. This is probably the main reason why I think Sziky is going to win against Neblime. Mm-hmm. I did play against Sziky in practice matches previous week, not this one. And we did trade games similarly how I did with Hamster. I win sometimes Sziky wins. And yeah, it's a very tight matchup. So I'm not sure how Neblime is going to approach it.
He's definitely going to have to show us his strats with the lattice. I know that he's a fan of it and has done it against Sziky in the past, but I don't know. It's just been so long. So at this point, all of the players that are surviving, and it was like this before the first 2 matches today anyway, but all the players that were in the, say, top 10 or top 8, as it were here, they're all killers. You know, you're talking... obviously, like if Neblime does beat Sziky, he still has to win against either Dog or Aoud, and if he's never played against the Ascosi, as far as I know, so that would be a really rough matchup. And if it's PvP, he might enjoy the mirror, and Aoud might not like it very much. But Aoud has also been Neblime's nemesis to some degree. I don't actually think Aoud has ever lost a series to Neblime, so that's just a fun historical fact there. But definitely a tough sell there for Neblime to make it over him, even if Aoud is playing Protoss instead of Terran. And, well, we did lose our only full Terran today. We kept our partial Terran in HitEmUp's random
And that could also be a stumbling block no matter who goes up against him. So that is interesting. My brain's awash with possibilities, but I got to be slightly less hyperfixated and just relaxed for a moment before we get into our next series. Do you have any predictions for us that you want to share? Any definitive player you want to say is going to win it according to Arbuz? Any final words in general that you want to share us with?
Predicting would be really hard because all the remaining players are pretty high level and they have good chances. Even Eud, who's very likely to fight Zerg in his like unfavored matchup, I think he might overcome the problem with the Zerg, because the base blueprint for my builds, which I use against Zerg, it is based a little bit on Eud's play. It's not exactly the way he plays, but he gave me some ideas how to approach the matchup. His style is way different from mine as Protoss, and I've seen it against Zerg. It is pretty strong, but it mostly depends like how the Zerg is going to react to his play style. So I wouldn't cross out Eud. Hamster, Sziky, both very dangerous. Shopkeeper, also very strong, especially with Ascozy. And HitEmUp, if he's not going to tilt his head off, it is still HitEmUp, yeah.
It is still HitEmUp. Yeah, he's still seed number one.
I would say I would give potential win to literally anyone except maybe Neblime, just because Neblime's slightly behind on meta. But otherwise, he would be a pretty good contender, I would say.
Cool. All right. Well, if Neblime overcomes his Zerg woes, he might be able to dodge that matchup throughout the rest of the tournament. We'll have to find out. We're going to go on a break for about 40 minutes here, so I will say goodbye to you, Arbuz. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. GG.
GG's.
And with that, it's time to face facts. Our ArbuzBudesh has been eliminated by Hamster, and that means we will be, as mentioned, going on a break. About 40 minutes from now, we will be going live with Sziky versus Neblime, a very hotly anticipated semifinal matchup. So don't go too far, because we will be back sooner rather than later, and we will be watching some more PvZ. Welcome one and all to semifinal time. Our first one is up shortly. Neblime taking on Sziky for the spot in the upper final, a spot to lock in top 4 in the tournament. Our format dictates that Acropolis number 5, which will take place a few short months from today, is going to feature these players, one of these players getting an invite to the next round. It's a very exciting time for sure. We will be taking a look at Sir Neblime here momentarily with a bit of an interview, but while the map veto is taken care of, in the background we can talk about Neblime some more. He comes in as the upper seed in this matchup. A surprise, to be sure, considering his form. Comes in 4-0, although George did, almost threaten a couple of victories there in the Battlements Group A. Afterwards, a 3-0 over Sausage. What looked like it could have been a 3-0 over HonMonO turned hairy real quick and turned into a 5-game series in the quarterfinals. But that was all versus Protoss and Terran. His last versus Zerg was indeed against George. It's been a while since we've been able to download information on Zyky's opponent here. Neblime is going to have an interesting challenge going up against a player I bet you he's never fought in Starcraft 1, because Sziky is a Starcraft 1 professional player from Hungary, a foreign scene top dog, and he has been having quite the time in Cosmonarchy. Second place finish in Battlements Group D, but he now outlasts his first place opponent, HonMonO. Then manages to make it in over Art of Turtle in what was a very banger 5-game Z Mirror. He takes down HitEmUp, who rolls a SCOZY 3 times out of 4 and loses all 3 of those matches. And that sets him up with a juicy semifinal against Neblime. ZVP favors the Z according to much of our community, but I hope it's going to be a bit of a different story here, just in the interest of being exciting and down to the wire. We just had a 5-game set go the way of our pure Zerg of Hamster over ArbuzBudesh, but we saw some P victories in the whole procedure there, so that tells me we're going to see some pretty interesting things. So, let's see if we can't figure this one out in a funky sort of way, because we will have Neblime having a good time. And I feel like it's going to be a fun little jaunt in the in the way that we sometimes get to see. We're going to end up in taking a look here at Neblime's interview time. And, I do have a bit of a plan here, but their map veto is still underway, so we will await the situation there. I can tell you guys about that map veto. However, I know we will be starting on Battle Spectre for our opening salvo here. Semifinal number 1 at best of 5 between Neblime and Sziky. Battle Spectre, Potadia, Gilded Wall, our opening 3 picks. Very interesting, very exciting. Neo Sylphids, Frozen Variant, and Saberhand are our final 2 maps. I'm sure we'll chat a little bit about that in just one moment here. Let's pull the man in, see if he wants to talk to us in any particular capacity. He's still deafened, if you can believe it.
Well, I was deafened actually, so...
Damn right you were. Damn right you were.
Muted? No, you can't mute me, I'm deaf. So, I'm here now.
You are here now. Would you like to turn your camera on as well?
I suppose that would...
It turns it off when you switch a channel, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got some tech, guys. I've got some tech, all right. Hold me.
Oh, yeah?
Hold me.
I'm watching the stream waiting to see what I'm going to see.
Well, of course, you gotta check it out. What's going on? So.
I have to stream cheat my interview, so I know all the answers to the questions. Yeah, as you know, I've just got up, but I'm kind of looking at the thumbnail of like, oh, the hype intro. What did I miss?
Right. Yes, the hype intro is indeed. Here you are, Neblime, on the screen for all to see in an interview style. I did promise this would happen at some point, and then everybody with cameras started getting eliminated. I can't believe it, dude. No God Week camera, no HonMonO camera, unbelievable.
I'll be the camera champion. Didn't HonMonO have a camera? Because I remember watching our matches back, and I was like moving around, and he was just.
Yeah. No, he did have a camera, but then he also had a HitEmUp. So GG, dude. See you later. See you next Acropolis.
Yeah, well, what can you do? What can you do?
That's right. Neblime, you have had quite a story with Cosmonarchy. You've been playing with us for some time now, and you're stuck on the Protoss curse for now 3 tourneys in a row, 3 Acropolises in a row. This is your 3rd. Is it 3 tries and you're in? I mean, you keep telling me not to even talk about you winning, but you're up against Sziky now. He's less familiar with the project than you, but apparently a matchup everybody says is scary. How are you feeling?
Well, it's true. I always do say, like, 3rd time's the charm. Something I'm fond of saying. But that's why I don't want anyone to talk about me winning. If you don't talk about it, it'll suddenly happen unexpected. So don't start saying I've got a chance now. That'll instantly be eliminated. But it's true what you say. I think this can be a tough match. Dare I say, maybe it's arrogant to say, that if I did somehow win this Acropolis, this would probably be the toughest match I have to play, actually.
Oh, okay. Interesting. If we take a look at those prospective matches, just to live in that idea for a moment, we are talking about, of course, versus Sziky, the guaranteed Zerg. You'll either play Aoud or Shopkeeper Dog, Protoss or Ascozi in the next round. Following that, if you win and get all the way to the grand final, rather, well, that's kind of interesting because there's who is even going to face you? Could it be Hamster? Could it be HitEmUp? Could it be one of the two that might be on the other semifinal side? Could it even be a Sziky rematch at that point? So there's still some killers live in the bracket. That's kind of the problem, right?
Well, if I can get past this in the semis, then it's probably an arse finals. I'd be happy with that. But what can I say? I'm just taking it one match at a time. And each match is slightly harder than the last.
And each match is indeed slightly harder than the last. You know, I did pick your brain about the HonMonO victory after it happened. Still, in retrospect, kind of hard to believe you were almost down and out in that 5th game, but you managed to come back after the hold there. So
I did go back and watch them, of course, and I think it could have gone better my way. And people in chat were like, "What are you doing?" So it is what it is, but I can learn from my mistakes, right?
Of course. But versus Zerg, it's a different story. You have not played against a top Zerg in this tournament, right? It's only George, who's been bowed out in top 12, which is a feature in and of itself over Newt. But other than that, didn't post any dubs in the Throneroom stage. So your victories against him, they don't count for as much as they would against Sziky. How are you feeling versus Zerg specifically?
Well, not worried, because every time I play, I get to play against a very top Zerg in Jackie Lansky. He keeps me on my toes. And it's not like I haven't clashed with them before. I think I can pull some stuff off. I definitely am not familiar playing against Zerg, though. But that's true every matchup, because as you know, I just haven't really been playing the game much. So it's much of a muchness. If it was a Scozy, I'd still be like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. If it was Terran, like, yeah, I play against HonMonO, but you sort of see I didn't really know what I was doing. So it amounts to the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, all the same thing. It's just a matter of mindset on the day and if you're in shape on the fundamentals, which, of course, you have in spades. Now, your matchup against Sziky is going to be an interesting one. We have the maps already here. You even said you're sorry you weren't strong enough to pick Magnetron. What was that about?
Well, it's just sort of what do you call it? The sort of meme map, because it's the new, like, sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say the new Crisis Vector exactly. But I feel like it's what the people want to see. But I just picked Saberhand because it's a bit different. But again, you always ask me, oh, what about the maps? Why'd you pick this or that? When will you learn, Pronogo? I don't want to give any info away. I guess I can talk about the bans.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I was going to ban Monozite if he didn't. Everyone knows it. We'll never get a Monozite match. It's not happening. Knife's Edge, I really struggled against Zerg, to be honest, because they just kind of take one pizza slice at a time, and I feel it's very hard to engage. And Macroglia, I just feel like it's a bit hard to extend across the map. The big ramp's going to help Zerg a lot. But I'm not going to say anything about the picks.
Okay.
Quartet.
Fair enough. You're not going to say anything even about his other band, which is indeed Quasar. So with that said...
I'm also kind of glad he banned it, but that's all I'll say.
That's right. Don't expect it later. Well, Neblime, I am excited about what might come to pass in this series. I don't know if Sziky's going to be giving us an intro interview. He usually bows out for that and then goes for the post-game interview after the fact. And we'll see what he has to do there, if he wants to make anything like that happen. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words, predictions, scoreline predictions? Sometimes you're fond of that. Is this going to be 3-1, 3-2?
Didn't work out last time, did it? So I'm just going to say that I'm going to give it my all, but I don't know what the scoreline may be.
Okay. Not sure what the scoreline may be. Well, thank you, Neblime, for your efforts. You already got your camera on, as everybody can see, so I can just go ahead and pop that into our in-game feed in a moment, and we'll get started. GLHF, sir.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so with all that said, we will have, of course, our Neblime going up against Sziky. It's been an exciting time to see what all we're supposed to see in this particular bracket. I do genuinely feel like we're getting a lot of cool matches, a lot of cool upsets even on occasion. This one would be one for the history books. We're going to see if Sziky is going to be gearing up for a victory. Lobby up, and we'll see if Sziky want an interview or no. I'll tell after. And with all that said, it is going to be a very fun time in this set. We even get Neblime's exciting camera. I mean, come on, guys. We got to have some fun here. I was doing a lot of work on the behind the scenes for some stuff like this, where I was trying to make sure that my safe zones were intact and all that. And that was always a little bit of an interesting choice, trying to make that one happen. But here we are. We're making it work, guys. We are making it work. Apparently I have to rehost. I don't know though. I'll try rehosting for Neblime's sake, because he doesn't have my lobby in his lobby list. I do appreciate the pre-match interviews, because it could be mind games and it could be nothing. But yeah, Sziky said maybe he'll do an interview after. He's not too interested in one right this second. Fair enough, you know? Fair enough. Whilst we wait for our exciting tournament match here to begin, I just want to thank you all for checking out Cosmonarchy. Streamlabs.com/Pronogo. You want to bump up our prize pool any? It'll definitely be an option there. For you, and we'll just keep on keeping on. Apparently, we have, let's see, people saying they cannot see my lobby. I'll try rehosting. Apologies for the brief momentary delay. Protoss has actually looked pretty good on the day for this matchup. It's a matchup that a lot of people have said struggles in that respect. So we're going to wait and see about whether or not that's going to be true in this set. Looks like Sziky has connected, so Neblime should be able to as well. I guess I just idled in the replay lobby too much. You know how it is, guys. Not the replay lobby, the match lobby. Crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's. Sziky has been on the grind himself. Got a little bit of a warm-up against the Shamblers Protoss. He's a little bit out of practice in it, but he's watched enough of the tournaments that he was probably a good warm-up fodder there in the opening a little bit. Definitely an exciting set of ideas in favor of the Zerg right now, but that drives innovation. That drives ideas in a different direction. Are we actually going to see Neblime bring it to him? That's a good question there. Yeah, Neblime giving Sziky the business. No cam? What the hell, man? It's true. It is true. Doesn't have webcam. Everybody's got to pool together some funds to give Sziky a webcam. He's gonna be a star, guys. He's gonna be a star. Yep, bracket in the chat will tell you everything you need to know. Liquipedia has these tournament matches in play. And Sziky said if he wins if he wins Acropolis, he'll get it for the next Acropolis. Colin D. I'm gonna give him a Colin D for that one too. That's a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin our proceedings. Neblime versus Sziky is coming your way thick and fast here and now. It's time for Battle Spectre to open our Protoss versus Zerg up. It is time for PvZ action, and I am very excited about that prospect. Sziky comes in here as a slight underdog against Neblime. The numbers below and above their player names in the bottom left indicate their tournament seed at the time of the Throneroom Stage playoffs bracket being selected. Hope you guys are excited about this matchup, because I certainly am. I've been looking forward to it all day long. We opened with HitEmUp, reigning champion, but even though he survived his test against the South Korean Starcraft 2 pro HonMonO, he obviously had to dig a little deep and win an Escozy match, which was maybe a surprise to everybody. Neblime, on the other hand, he's a champion of yesteryear. Won Acropolis #1 way back in, 2024, I think. We're talking a while ago now. Ended up making it to the grand final of Acropolis #2. And with all that said, was not able to clinch out the victory there. Sziky is a newcomer to our project. He has only been playing since around this time last year, closer to August, I believe. And he is going to be rocking and representing Zerg, but he's also a pro, Starcraft 1 pro from Hungary, top of the foreign scene for some time, plies his trade in modded Starcraft now, which is really more of a completely different game. But at the very least, he gets to play Zerg thematically and enjoy it. Some Zets, considering a block on the Scribe. Battle Spectre is our map, and this is a forced cross-spawn map. A map where you are not expected to ever need to scout the other corners. You just know your opponent is always across from you. So 4 Zets moving across after making mincemeat of the Scribe. Neblime's probe equivalent here, the Scout, flying over there, but it does not move very fast. That's a key detail difference between StarCraft 1 and Cosmonarchy. Your workers move slower, but they're more durable, more resilient to harassment. At the same time, it's a pretty big committal to end up moving them across the map. You're probably going to end up dropping them, and Sziky is no slouch on the micro. He takes easy care of that with efficiency. Rogue Gallery spotted. Sziky knows what this means as the Gateway army begins to saunter forward. It's Zealot Ecclesiast for Neblime just to stabilize, but the Rogue Gallery means we're going to see a Kabbalist very shortly. At least that's what you would expect. The Dark Templar equivalent here should provide some value for Neblime. Needs to be on the ball with his Scribe pull, and is. Oh, well, the Ecclesiast is going to keep the Scribes alive. It restores shields to anybody around its target. So if the Scribe is there getting meleeed, of course the Zeth is going to be basically feeding it some extra shields. Avaleth already on the way for that detection. You don't start with one in Cosmonarchy because there's actually no supply. No limit to the number of units you can make, realistically. Not in a 1v1 context, anyway. Zeth's just still running amok, doing their thing. Vornath Pond upgrade. Yeah, these Zets could actually turn into Vorvicor's upgraded Zergling equivalents. With extra movement speed, they ensnare enemies that they attack. It's a single target pull like that. And it looks like Sziky is getting ready for his expansion. This is decently timed for the matchup. Sometimes you can go a little bit faster, but the delay was here because of the presence of the Rogue Gallery, which does not, in fact, happen to have given over a Kabbalist. Instead, the Charlatan has been selected. This is a unit here for the Protoss that basically multiplies damage on anybody that it attacks. It's something that you're going to have to consider as time goes on. Oh, by the way, our colors, of course, are yellow for the Protoss and green for the Zerg. We do have over 100 player colors, so this particular case, we got easy-to-guess colors. They're just vanilla colors, right? You know, expected ones, but you know, that's not necessary for it to be that way. Shroud fairly quickly here. The Vorvs are out. That's just going to stall things out for the Protoss move out, you know, threaten us around. He comes up to answer those Zeths finally. Gives him something to run into, and the Nexus is put down. This is a little bit later than we typically see in the matchup. Neblime trying a different sort of strategy. Picks another Zeth off just to keep the scouting to a minimum, or at least attempting to. A second Avaleth here is likely going to be for a drop. It doesn't have to be. Another detail about Cosmonarchy is that you don't actually need to research any upgrades or anything of the sort. Good awareness to keep the Zeth alive for some time. Looks like he's even going to be able to get in. Oh, Neblime's Ecclesiast will stutter him down, but the Zeth probably spotted the Nexus. It doesn't have great vision range, but enough to see that, I think. Multiple circuits going to be placed down here. That's the anti-surface defense, or sunken colony equivalent. Ardent Authority on the way for Neblime. Worker count seemingly favoring the Protoss for now, but remember that second base already mining for Sziky. Prioritizing minerals so he can get more Zorius out. Got a decent amount of larva here for our Zerg Pro. 6 Zeths in the Ovoleth getting ready to unload. It can pop the seed in very easily. Maybe even go after the Rogue Gallery if he wants to target infrastructure. The Warden will certainly make things a bit challenging there. Another Zeth just seeing what's going on. Confirms the sighting of the Protoss army at home. Sziky now going to migrate over with his huge flock of Zerg. Lakes are lurker equivalents. The Zorius sauntering forward. Front Zeth is whatever. You can take those out easy, but that tells you your Protoss foe is on the move. And when they're away from their natural choke, it's a lot easier to surround them. The Lakes are here before the embassy is finished, so we can't actually get detection out immediately for Neblime. He's going to need to start a witness here. If he even spotted the Lakes, indeed, he does start a witness. You can see it in the top middle there. Zorius helping to engage forward. Every time it attacks, it's going to speed allies forward. But it is a melee unit, so it takes some effort there. The hold is going to be here for Neblime. That's what he wants. His Acantor is almost complete. That's the Reaver equivalent in the production tab. Going to be very important for defending here. He's also got a Matrix coming in the natural. It looks like Sziky just wants to hold this position. A little bit of a contain. The Lake is making things a little bit bloody. That's an Ecclesiast going down, and the drop is held. The Rogue Gallery will not be destroyed. Ulgorg on the way now. The upgraded Shroud going to give way to Ultracores, our Ultralisk equivalent. 12 o'clock being taken at the same time. Sziky definitely stretching his legs. The Witness revealing itself, and the Ovoleth providing some of that value. Looks like a 6 Quas drop has been keyed in. When you detect an enemy transport, you can actually click on it, and this little UI in the bottom is going to show you what they have in there. So that's something that you can use to your advantage if you're Neblime. He should know then that it's going to be a more of a worker-oriented raid. He's still got some units parked off to the side, and it looks like he wants to put down a defensive structure here just in time for the drop to potentially threaten stuff. You can see Sziky's measured approach, right? He's pushing in, he's seeing what he can find, he's trying to poke a little bit, distract his opponent. One Zealot has slipped the net and manages to make its way up to 12. I think you could see, based on Neblime's reaction there, damn, he's already got his third base up. Not too happy with that development. We got 8 pairs of Nathracores coming as well. Zorius scramble over to try to deal with that Zealot. The Naths will be sighted by Neblime, who's trying to push out at the same time. He forces Sziky to unburrow those Lakes and retreat to another location. The Quas have found a time, though. I don't think they're going to really get much done with that Rogue Gallery. If they were Zets, I would think a bit of a different story. But he's mostly just there to deny a little bit of mining time. The Matrix more than capable of reposting that attack. Doesn't end up killing any workers or anything. Maybe could have. The 8 pairs of Naths is a legit option here. Is he going to go for anything else? He's not upgraded his Pond, so he can't turn them into more deadly fighting machines. But Neblime might have overextended. His Acantor caught in no man's land. Easy pickings for the Zerg. Gets absorbed by the Vorvs. Doesn't get any connections. Its projectile explodes on contact. So you want to try to put cheap frontline units like what Sziky just had in front of them. Well, it looks like Neblime's backed himself into a third base. Here he will stand or fall. He's got his Acantors gathered round the natural. So in theory should still be okay. Servitor being heckled. It's cheeky. It's a little bit of damage. You know, it's not that much. Servitor's a very basic unit, but when it dies, it speeds up the Protoss ground army. Or air army, anybody there. Naths floating around, seeing what they can find. Lake is going to be broken in on. One going down already. Good attack there from Neblime to push this army back, but the real pièce de résistance is still being assembled. And it does kind of feel like the Nathracores, they can be used to pick off those charlatans, try to right-click on them and stick to them. However, the splash damage will still be there. The Charlatans do a little bit of splash. You do have to watch out for that. And down the Zealot will go, as tanky as it is. The Nathricors will rend their armor. The Ultracores are sighted. What can Neblime do in this situation? He's trying to fall back. Zealots are in a good enough spot. The Acantors do get focused in on. The Charlatans annihilate those Nathricors that were meant to be anti-Acantor, but is it going to matter much? They're getting so much damage dealt with the Charlatans, cloning the attacks from the Acantors. It is beautiful to see, but the lake is pushed forward. The Ultracores continuing to find value, and down goes the artillery. There is no more crowd control. And still Ultracores stay alive. He's got 3 of them in good health. They got lifesteal too, so as long as they can stick to a target, it's going to be real messy, real deadly. Ultracores trying to bear down on him. The lake is burrowing in the front. One of them pops immediately. Not really targeting down the Acantors in that procedure. And that extra base is not yet mining for Neblime. He loses his last artillery crawler. Another one rolling down the ramp. Maybe this can be the hold that he needs. A burrow comes out, but that seems ill-fated for Sziky's units. A bit of a miscontrol, as he did end up trying to drop down here to heckle. It wasn't quite enough. We got another Ultracore rolling in. Oh yeah, this guy's going to be absolutely deadly here against the static defense. Expect him to slowly whittle that down. Witness providing detection means that Neblime doesn't have to stand on top of these Lakes in order to see them. He is still going to end up losing a couple of his units, though, as more Zerg arrive at the third base to shut this down. The one Ultracore just life-stealing. He sent the scribes to try to help, and maybe that would have tipped the tide if it were not for these reinforcements. This is going to provoke Neblime to move forward. A unitary union is in production, but he's not mining from the third base where Sziky is. And it looks like he might even be considering an expansion behind this. 11 pairs of Zets just hatched. He's got 4 more Ultracores in production. Neblime looking a little bit unhappy with the situation as he loses so much. Even though Sziky is busy macroing at home. We got units all over the place watching for everything. He'll keep the Nexus alive, and some scribes are back to mining nice and early, but that tied him down for a very long period of time, and we even have some more hecklers rotating in. Is this actually going to be Sziky sending some more units across? I think you look at this army and you think, well, that's actually that could be powerful. I don't know if I want to just send those in. Instead, maybe he's trying to wait to link up with the Vorvs, another Ultracore. The splash damage is gone. The Charlatans vacated. Liquidated, and the Acantors are going to get immediately surrounded. There wasn't enough static defense put down here by Neblime. He did not reset his army, and he's lost his last bit of extra damage. The Ultracores are just going to be so difficult to actually put down. Their lifesteal going nuclear. They eat up the corpses and move and attack even faster. A short-lived buff to their arsenal. Not that it was even necessary. GG! And we go to the Sziky show. Oh, I'm not sure what that donation was, but I do appreciate it. We'll check that out in a second. Ultracores have found some victory there for sure. Neblime going to be thinking about what he wants to do in game 2. We go to Patadia, another 2-spawn map. And this one is Sziky's map pick. Neblime came in as people's slight favorite, but people also saying, caution, caution, it is PvZ, and you gotta watch out for something like that. We are going until we go to 3 wins for 1 player. Best of 5 after all. Sziky up 1-0 so far in our upper bracket. Winner guarantees an invite into our next Acropolis, remember? And with that, I think it's safe to say we are ready to jump into Game 2. Patadia coming up. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Neblime to prove us all that he still got it. Neblime in the top left, the Cosmic Cobalt, Protoss, Sziky, the Vivid Red. No, Vermilion, in fact, Zerg. Likely to go 8-pool every game today. Sziky is very steady with his build order. Neblime, on the other hand, we've seen him go Lattice, we've seen him go Gate, and it looks like he's going to go Gate again. Our Aussie, man from down under, has some things he needs to figure out about this matchup, that's for sure. We'll try medium per his request. I guess he wants to nerf Sziky's micro a little bit, you know? But it might actually be that there's network fluctuations for Neblime. By the way, that recent event here was BiddyB. Whoa, let's replay that one.
The subject summons more energy.
He bought me G Fuel for $200. It's a little hard to see. Thank you, BiddyB. That was very kind of you. That is very, very kind indeed. That definitely will make Neblime donate more, I think, because Neblime always tries to match BiddyB. I think that might be what BiddyB had in mind there. Where did my dono go? I just found it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, we're still raising money for more Acropolis dubs, more Acropolis prize pool, and other such tournament fundings. So if you want to donate like BiddyB is, $200 isn't the number you need to, though if you want to, feel free. You can even go higher. Hey, I'll allow it. Streamlabs.com/Pronigo. Very much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Larvos coming for Sziky, his second of the map, and he is sending the 4 Zeths across. It's gateway into Rogue Gallery again. Neblime wants to stick to the Charlatan comp, it looks like. He's made a few alterations here. Legionnaire, Hierophant, 2 different units from the gateway, providing a little bit more oomph. And he just needs to be on point. The Hierophant's going to allow the hunt against the Zeths a lot easier, because it slows the unit down, and the Legionnaire can kind of stick to him. Very synergistic units there. So Sziky won't be able to just hang out inside the main base. That might have been a tax that Neblime didn't want to pay 2 games in a row. Ovolith halfway complete, because again, it could be Kabbalist, and this time it is. Last time it wasn't. So, doesn't stick to the mind game, says, okay, maybe this is the time you're doing it. Vornath Pond coming up. Quas count's a little bit low right now, but that's going to change pretty soon, and if Neblime isn't on the ball with his Kabbalist micro, if he's not like aware as it's going up the ramp, he will lose it. But it's a very fast Ardent follow-up. So I'm sure it's going to be a Cantor Charlatan in that way. Or does he make the Kabbalist and just know that because it was scouted, he's not too concerned about doing anything other than scouting with it? Maybe he's not looking for damage right now. That's entirely a possibility. Just hanging out at the 3rd base for now. He's got his Scribe Scout pocketed in the natural. Maybe he's going to wait for the army to leave and then slink the Kabbalist in. A very valid tactic, considering you're probably not going to want to make multiple Ovoliths in the early game. Vorvs are already coming. Quas looking for that Scribe. Down it will go. Kabbalist now watching for potential drops off to the right-hand side, it looks like, which is... Oh, that's fine. That works. I'd love for him to make sure that there's no... I guess he's like maybe thinking about extra bases or something like that, knowing Sziky does that sometimes from the tourney games he has watched. But I would love for him to just confirm where the army actually is coming from. Gonna be that a Cantor. Kabbalist snipes away a Quas, confirming indeed that that is a thing that he's gonna have to worry about. A second Ovolith was made, however. Now, this could be a very quick attack, but is there going to be a second Charlatan out in time? No, it looks like not. So 1 Charlatan is all that Neblime has really in store for him. He does barely get the Kabbalist out. The shields were going to start kicking in there. Cut short by the Zeths, but the Quas can't quite catch up. And of course, the Zeths outpace the Ovolith. What's the reaction here from Neblime? He wants to go for the fight, but the Vorvs are already here on the front gate. The Cantor is going to really help him out here. Pops the first Vorv that it sees nice and early. That shot ends up going wide, but still connecting. And, well, he can't quite surround the early Cantor, maybe.
Neblime keeps it going. A Zealot and a Legionnaire, you'll pay that price to psych out the Zerg and get your Nexus down anyway. Expand finishes up for our Zerg player. A tragic loss of 2 Zealots for free. Neblime not on top of the ball. Five Vorvs, 8 Nathracors. We are going to see more of those flying Zerglings. They weren't so successful at dealing with the Acantor last time, thanks to the Charlatan count. If he recognizes that, and he just snipes the Charlatan in particular, that could be pretty big. A little bit of attacks on the Quaz. I don't know that he scouted the drop, but of course Sziky is familiar with that play. Even if you know it's coming, can you stop it? One Warden should save the workers in theory. Maybe not the gas harvesters, though. Something to think about. Get that Circuith as an anti-drop device. Love it. And he's adding some more static defense here inside his natural as well. Worker count favoring Neblime for now. Seeding Ridge Cap comes out. The Quaz can definitely pick that apart if they want to. Not too many players going after the Ridge Caps, though. Reaction time pretty quick there for Neblime. What's he going to do about the fact that these units are already laying into his Seeding after all? Maybe I was too quick to write off Zyky's understanding of that. But yeah, the Charlatan is going to come out here and dissuade this push. The Hierophant doesn't quite connect the attack there. Neblime is going to need to opt for something different, it looks like. Shroud and Lake at the same time for Sziky. I think this time around he's definitely considering the Nathracors turning into Calcs, giving himself a little bit of fly-in artillery. They're very vulnerable and pretty short range at the same time. Oh, and Snare reveals Cloak, Neblime. Oh, you done screwed up now, boss. Definitely not the win he wanted there. Ends up trading 1 Zeth for his Kabbalist at the end. It got a little bit of value in the scouting and the APM tax department, but wasn't much better than that. 6 o'clock going to be taken here. Avaleth is pushed away. This is a little bit async from the gas. Not going to be a huge deal if you put 3 workers on the gas, though. Just a little bit less efficient and low econ, which Sziky does sometimes stick to. Embassy coming out. Yeah, I would say Sziky is very practiced. He's very polished in terms of the frequency with which he scales up the worker count. He usually goes for units once he hits to, 40 Droleth in this case. And you can see him spiking up to those Nathracors. They were anti-drop. Now they go for Calcs. Base number 4 going to happen at the same time, a double expand. While his army sits out in front and watches for Neblime's move. He boxes Neblime in with this sort of pseudo-containment, and the Acantors don't move too fast, so it is hard for them to move across the map. If they ever get there, though, they could be a problem. Sziky does not yet have his Ulgorg. He doesn't have the gas for it. And even afterwards, he wouldn't have too many Zoryus to actually turn into Ultracores. So the Acantors would have a field day with a lot of these. 10 workers in production. This might be the time for Neblime to start actuating his tech advantage here. 3 Zealots going to attempt to run by as the Witness spots some of this stuff floating over. The Calcs are seen. Oh, the Calcs are seen. And even though the Zealots get caught in the process, he can absolutely rotate the tracks over preemptively. Oh, the Witness gets blinded, though. That could be a problem if Lakes start coming, and the Ulgorg is on the way. Upgrade to the Shroud. We are going to see those Ultras after all. Match finishes up. Calc still just sharking around, seeing what they can pop. Right now, it's not a whole lot. This Paranath's still patrolling for any would-be envoy attack. But starting to get up to saturation at 6 o'clock. Three Ultracores starting up. The Acantor stack is really coming in hot. We got Positrons now to try to deal with the air. Another Witness going down, blinding Neblime every time he wants to move out. He hasn't been able to send any of them across the map. He's got one more inside his natural. Hopefully he has not forgotten about it. Charlatan Acantor is such a ridiculously powerful composition, but we've already saw that Sziky can outmuscle it
if he has the Lakis in the right way. This time he's not going Lakis, though. I think he's already making some adjustments in his head. Calcs are going to see if they can fly in. The Matrix Warden combo is one thing, but now it's going to abuse the fact that there's no static defense off to the side and start erasing scribes. This is a huge problem for Neblime, who doesn't really have a good number of anti-air defenses in this position. Nothing mobile, at the very least. Drakodons are going to try to shoo him away. A Warden just now gets started. Where's that Positron when you need it? He does have Zealot. Oh, a lot of Legionnaires. Hold on! He switched into Mass Legionnaire at the last second, and he's going to raid this unprotected base. Immediately, Sziky going to have to turn over and send the units off the rally. Less worried about the hatch, much more worried about the droll count. Brings the workers back into his favor. Nominally, at the very least. He might have to fight his way out of this one with the Legionnaires, though. Doesn't even think about it. Cycles around, forcing Sziky to commit to the kill as he takes his third base. Very, very vulnerable location. Drax trying to box out the 6 calcs in the back. His attacks on him in the same way that in Starcraft 2 you get your stalkers trying to defend drops or anything of the sort that are stuck in the negative space. He just doesn't have any anti-air right now that can fly over there. Commits to kill that one Vorv, but that'll draw the ire of Sziky's Zeths and Ultras. Cantor's coming in. Nexus now going to get engaged upon. This might have to be canceled. As painful as that would be for Neblime, he does cancel it at the absolute last second, and the Scribe even survives to put it down again immediately. Tier 2 begins for Sziky. He's scaling up the tech tree with the money he's got, and the 6 calcs will kill that Drakodon. Pop! Forcing a rotation. This is a problem. The Legionnaire's off to the side, but there's nothing there. Down at the 4 o'clock position. Oh, you can't walk right into all those projectiles, my friend. The Acantor count is humongous, and the Charlatans just make it bigger. One Pariah has made it. Some Scribes have fallen here in the natural, or it looks like the main base had evacuation orders. Nexus is halfway complete, having to be remade. The Legionnaires looking around for any other victims they can find. I don't think that the Ultra Core... No, it definitely did see them. Now they're roving around the map. This is starting to look a little too familiar. But Neblime marshaling his forces. He's got Drakodons out, which are going to obviously survive a lot longer. The runaround is real with these Legionnaires just trying to outrun the herd. 2 more bases being taken. The Drax having to fall back, but they do full kill one of the calcs. I suppose it's a slow but steady race. With Tier 2 done, Aspire is on the way, and we've got 26 Vorvs. The Ultra Cores have rotated all the way over to the natural. Can Neblime punish this overextension from Sziky? He's got some static defense over here, and Sziky does back up. Oh, he's toying with him. Still keeping him relatively boxed in. You take your third, I'm going to go up to 6 bases here, says Sziky. Very reasonable saturation. The mineral's obviously a little bit low. He never reset the gas mining here at the third base. That's a kind of a problem. Spire dumb, but he's not got the gas to really go after much of anything else. Quaz at 9 o'clock getting cleaned. The Legionnaire is going to have to come back out the same way that they went in, and the Ovaleth spots them. Here come the Calcs. Trying again. Just to see what they can do. Heckling Neblime's attention. The Ultra Cores are once again threatening a walk-by. And it looks like the lower third base is going to be attacked. Let's see. Could go after the workers in the gas. Doesn't want to. Ultras disengage, allowing the rest of the Protoss arsenal to come over here, and the Engram will hold strong for now. But the Drax have fallen. I mean, Sziky is slowly but surely piecing him together. Look at all the Zoryus, too. Some pairs of Mutas. It looks like 18 Mutas will be up soon. The Engram very good against that. Positron, Charlatan, all adequate anti-air. Hold on, now the Ultra Cores commit. They're going to run right past the natural. He leaves a few of them to deal with the static defense, and then he's going to go right for the main. The Ultra Core run by. Sziky has found the prostration stage and will tear it asunder. Ultra Core loose in the main mineral line. The Calcs help out from before. He's got hordes of Mutas and Zeths and Vorvs, and they're all coming up towards Neblime's base. He has left a garrison down here. This will clean up a lot of that, but there's Calcs where that came from. The Mutas starting to coalesce. The Ultra Cores take forever to clean. Sziky has set this up over the course of 15 minutes. Still, it looks like it'll be enough to hold the third with the static defense that was available. My concern is that these Ultra Cores take so long to clear. The workers are going to be eviscerated in the main base. And Sziky just has more where that came from, man. The Pariah cleaned out so many of the air. But he's got more and more and more. Top right even taken by our Zerg player. Shut down the mining inside the main base. Killed the prostration stage. Muta's flying into the natural. And just waiting on the final blow to be dealt. Ultra Core is in produce. Neblime hasn't gotten the name yet. Don't worry about it. This is basically wrapped up. Let's see whether the Positrons can be a clutch defense here. Calc's floating around the wrong target, it looks like. Tries to commit them onto the workers. Not quite enough there. He's just making more and more. Oh, Muta's flying in some more. He's got plenty more where that came from. The ground army is so tied up with this air defense, dude. It's kind of whack. He shut down the mining in the natural so long. Neblime must be ready to tear his hair out. Well, maybe they don't actually have any hair to tear out. I actually just realized that. That might be why he's wearing the bandana this whole time. Oh, dear. Neblime, no. Oh, God. It's a disaster. The Zorius moving in. The Protoss army trying to commit. The Muta's flying over to catch the Acantors. Could be a deciding moment. Oh, the Mutas do need to fall away from all that splash. But yeah, the third base is cracked open. We got more Zerg than that coming out. The Rilla Rokor spam. GG, Neblime concedes. We will be going back to back for Sziky. And that, my friends, is a very dastardly victory. It is not how we thought that match was quite going to go. Sziky up 2-0, though, it doesn't surprise me that much. My main concern here for Neblime is it hasn't felt like he's actually been able to get out on the map. He hasn't been able to make things happen the way that he wants to. So he picked Gilded Wall. He's got the idea for this map. Is it going to be enough? Mutas are different in stock by spawning in pairs and also having more weapon range. So there's a lot, actually, that gives them a little bit more oomph, but they are locked behind Tier 2. That's why Sziky needed that time to get there. Ladies and gentlemen, we need no further time to get to Game 3. Protoss versus Zerg action will continue for one more game at least. Gilded Wall. There's a lot riding on Neblime to show some victory here. Might need to lean into that lattice style Arbuz showed us in the lower bracket against Hamster. But Sziky's had his numbers so far. Going for that 8-pool build gives him the military flexibility to know what his opponent is doing, even on a map like Gilded Wall where you are so very close to your opponent. It's the dark green Zerg of Sziky. And Neblime in the bottom right is up against his opponent. I'm going to say he is Sunglow. Oh, it's beige. Okay. Beige Protoss. I never guessed beige correctly. With the pool coming up against the lattice, Neblime is showing for the first little bit here that he might be able to get the composition that was so very effective here for Arbuz. Second lattice kind of confirms it. We end up going with idle spam into, manifold sim, gateway for zealots to at least have a bit more of an enduring front line. And just try to out DPS your opponent. Larvos coming, 2 pairs of Zets as per usual. They're going to catch the worker on the rotation. Gilded Wall is a map, as HitEmUp showed us against HonMonO, where you can mine out these back minerals. Give yourself an advantage that way by opening up another attack path to your opponent. Zets immediately lay into the scribe, and Neblime's going to have to do some fancy footwork to get out of dodge here. Well, he's trying. He's certainly trying. It's a little bit harder when the Zets are fast and your scribe is slow, but he'll at least keep him on the other side of the map long enough to get his sims out and get ready to riposte this. So no danger, no worries. One Zeth will go down. The sims are revealed. Does he know about the vassal? I'm sure he's been handled this build before. It's already rotating down. He doesn't have any quads on the defense, so he is going to have to deal with this a little bit of a different way. I guess if the vassal goes for the scout instead of the attack, yeah, he's just going to immediately respond with those. Vornath is made. Zets on the other side. The sims actually lost track of them. Looks like they're going to double back, seeing the number of quads that are out. Which I don't necessarily hate. If he can just pick the Zeths, that's one thing. Stargate from Neblime. I wonder what he wants to do on this map in particular. Gets one split off, but loses 21 health. Maybe not ideal, as the vassal also goes down. No expansion just yet, but Sziky's fixing that as we speak. A very fast golem. Neblime spending down his minerals on that instead of something a little bit more, shall we say, economic-oriented. This feels like a one-base push for sure. Some sims are going to navigate up here and spot the Vorvegs. Losing them like this is maybe a problem, though. Oh no, the decollision. The decollision! Oh, it gets him every time. He might have actually forced an interaction earlier on than Sziky wanted, so there is that to consider at least. Second golem going to be up. He's actually queuing him up, so he really wants those. It'll be Gladius. It doesn't surprise me too much. If he can pocket this on one base, and somehow use his ground army to just hold off the Sziky attack, then the Gladius count could grow to a certain number where it just rolls through everything Sziky has for a surprise victory. And I don't know how often Neblime has shown Gladius versus Zerg. I also don't know how often Sziky has fought against it. So this could be pretty big. Zets that were patrolling around can join up with the Ovoleth there. Only 4 of them, not the usual 6, but a Warden's coming up, so I suppose he'll scout that. He's actually sending a couple of units that way to join up there. Only has the one Zeth, so he'll bring a Quaz with it. Gladius aren't being hidden, though, and Neblime looking for that expansion timing. Or maybe he's just faking it. Oh, he's definitely going to announce his presence nice and early. Gladius moving halfway across. Remember, that drop is still there. Cancels out whatever that was to afford his Nexus a little bit faster, maybe. Second Gladius will finish in time to defend this attack pretty easily enough. And now Neblime looming. The Shroud is almost complete, but Sziky doesn't have any of those power units. He's going to set up some static D, but he might have to concede his natural in the process. Quads do not trade very nicely into the Gladius, that's for sure. I like the fallback, you know, keeping the stutter step going for the golems in particular. And the Nexus is not going to be dealt with by that small drop. Some Nathicores were made to try to deal with the Gladius, but the idols are going to keep them clean nice and easy. Another golem waddles forward. Good stutter step, but the golem needs to get in the front as the others have been destroyed. And Neblime is going to, you know, push his way forward there. The Ovoleth, the only thing on the other side of the map for Sziky. 10 pairs of Zets are being made. Ends up losing another, what looks to be another sim. No manifolds here. And no way to detect those Lakes unless he puts his golem right on top, which I don't think he is. Good split attempts here. Obviously going to get a lot of those sim moves. More idols arriving at the nick of time. One of those still in the back, not just
just nodding off on his phone, it looks like. But all the Zeps get cleaned. The Sims are going to be what reveals the lake is. Is that actually going to be enough here? He needs to make sure he keeps his Sims alive so they can keep splitting. Keep giving him that advantage. And yeah, the Zorius likely to be fool's gold very shortly with only 30 health. Hatch is going to be heckled. Needs to get to mining here. He looked over at there but didn't actually send up any harvests. Adding a grand library, another embassy as well in this set. Good to see. The larva and the eggs actually providing bounce targets. And that will be a dead natural. Sziky definitely having pressure applied. Now I'm going to send those Sims to every base. Make sure there's nothing, no stone unturned. Oh, he gave up a Gladius. Yeah, well, didn't need to do that now, did you? Grand Library is going to provide this dreaded Psy Storm drop with that embassy. That's what he wants. That idol he forgot about, actually, also got picked. And it looks like he's going to recall all of his units to a desperate defense back at home. A bulwark begins about 40 seconds before that thing's ready. Is that going to be enough time for Neblime to hold? I mean, Sziky looks to just be hanging at this point. Just chilling. Static defense being set up. A witness to reveal the information that his opponent is withholding currently. The Ovaleth just looking around for any little bit of information he can get. And with the Grand Library in place to produce Atreus, of all things. Second Grand Library as well, okay. I wonder what the Atreus is for. I guess he wants to just be able to break open the Zorius front line. Maybe pick the Lakes as well, but a little bit difficult there. Taking 10 o'clock as our third base. Sziky trying to come back into the game that way. Relies on Neblime not having a good Mondo comp to help deal with this situation. And Frustration Stage is on the way. He's got 3 Gladius, which isn't a great number. And doesn't have any more coming either. Envoy on the way. Finally! Getting a drop out here is Neblime. But what does he want to drop? Is it going to be the idol drop we've seen Sausage do? Is it going to be, you know, a Cantor? Well, we don't have the Ardent Authority, so it can't be. It's going to be Psystorm. We don't have the Cantavis. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Okay, there it is. The Cantavis gets started. Calcure Lake on the way for Sziky. Oh, the Envoy could get sniped here. At the very least, it'll be revealed. Not really what Neblime wanted for that. Land Effect comes out. I'd actually love to see the Land Effect accompany the Envoy and just Disruption Field over, you know, Circuit or something. Just disable those units immediately. Difference between Web and Field here, Disruption Field for the Land Effect instead of the Corsair. It attaches to the Land Effect, so you fly it over enemies and it deactivates their weaponry. Hey, the Sims are navigating to that top left, and a witness will reveal it for sure. There's no workers to actually raid. Kazithric to further empower the defense. That Nexus is so far away from the ridge and some of the mineral fields. But that's okay, Neblime. I'm only going to make fun of you for it for a few years. So the Kazithric increases the... It's sort of like a pseudo-charlatan in the way that it increases the... multiplies the damage dealt by the units around it by cloning their projectile. Nath floats around, sees what's up. A lot of Scribes idle right now. But he's got other things to do. He's got a Cantavis and a Land Effect to dispense with. He needs to get those workers to mine, though. A lot of Land Effects being made right now. I wonder if he's actually worried about the calcs or any such thing. Sziky trying to catch back up into this. Envoy Land Effect. We'll have to see how successful the storm actually is. A Spraith will force a committal. Witness in the middle. Shoo away the Ovaleth at a pretty opportune time there. Let's see, Sziky's reaction's pretty quick. Can't quite get the storm off, so he denies the mining time, and that's one thing. Oh, here come the Nats, my man. Blink and you miss it. Land Effect goes down as well. Yeah, I think it was a wise choice to make a couple Lannies here to try to deal with those air stacks. Pariah will also help out, of course. But losing the Storm, losing the Cantavis, all he did was deny mining for a split second. Sziky hasn't reset his gas harvesting just yet. Looked like a much better start for Neblime, but he switched off of what was working. Cantavis is with his army. Land effect to push the Ovolith back. This really is Starcraft right now. Although, don't ask why there's a spore. That never happens. Well, there's at least no detection for the Witness, so there's that. Storm on the air units could be huge. He ends up getting a good storm on top of the Calx. The Golems are going to spread that shields up nicely. Fade away, hallucinate. Need more storm energy. Ends up going down up top. Gladius is keeping themselves alive. The Golems doing their best to stay alive as well, but they need to keep backing up, stutter stepping. Where's that Cantavis energy? Another huge storm, but it's on to Zorius. Takes a while for that to pay off. Looks like finally some of them will start to go down, but he's hemorrhaging Golems in the process. And soon it feels like he won't have that much. A final storm. No, it's a hallucinate. Try to deal with those Zorius frontline. The Gladius is doing their best as well. But those Calculusks have stayed alive the whole time. Finally, some Pariahs to the front. More Zorius trying to rotate over. The Lyrilisks trying to feast. But it takes so long for those pesky Pariahs to be brought to justice. They end up diving forward. One Pariah will almost certainly fall. But it looks like maybe Neblime is held. And behind this, Sziky doesn't have as many of those power units as he really wanted. That one Cantavis really did flip the script. Not only a lot of storms, but the hallucination helping against the Zorius. He's going to need more than that, though. Look at the amount of Lakes. Look at the amount of Zorius as well. The Lyras are kind of a mainstay, middle-of-the-pack type deal. One Pariah has rotated over. It will attack the third base. This is exactly what Neblime needs right now, is to release some of the pressure in an even base situation. Workers are routed in that respect. This is going to force some units back. Pariah just seeing what it can do. Just don't mind me passing through. Other units not on an attack move. He's going to think about wandering up. The Khazitra is there, but there's no other defenses, which is pretty funny. Caught between two different bases. Sziky not sure which one to target. Units reveal themselves in the natural, so maybe he considers the third. Pariah already out on the low ground. Is that a mistake that he jumps on, or is that going to help Neblime out more as he ends up picking off multiple Calcs, laying out the damage as well? We've got Lakes being fired on from the high ground. I don't see any detection here for Neblime. How is he going to actually stop those burrow threats from connecting? More Pariahs heading down the ramp. This is going to be a rout for the Zerg. It looks like reinforcements trying to come in, but it's all Zorius. It's no damage. It's just beef. Maybe the Rills can be the difference maker, but the Matrixes are going to keep all them alive. Witness is returning to the fight to help reveal those Lakes. Is going to allow Neblime to break back out. A Warden finally goes down and needs to rotate over to finish this army off, and it looks like he's going to do just that. Bisecting it, calling the bluff. You can't break that base in time. I'm going to come over here and finish off your front line. There's only a few Zorius left. Lakes are laying into the mineral line, though. Worker count starting to fall a little bit for Neblime, but Sziky's is much more worse off. Boxes them all up onto the seat and tries to fight off this Zerg attack. There is a retreat route if it is desired, and the one Pariah stuck against the Quaz will finally suffer a death by 1,000 cuts. We have an Ancestral Archives coming up here. It's an opportunity. An opportunity for Neblime to try to stabilize. He did a little bit of damage over here with that Pariah, and his combat units are giving chase against those Lakes. Where's the reset from Sziky? He went for a bunch of Lyrilisks and Quaz. That feels like it's a bit more doable, as some of those Lakes on the retreat end up getting bopped. Pariah count only at 2 right now. Feels like a bit of a problem. Crucible to empower the Ancestral Archives. An Archon is on the way. Is that really what Neblime needs right now? The persistent storm could help, but his static defense is late to the party to try to hold this third base. One Pariah already lost its shields. The front line is a little bit too slim. The Scribe's trying to hold versus the run by, but the Lyrilis count seems enough to break through that front. It's so very fragile unless Neblime can break through this position. He's got to evacuate the workers and sets up a Nexus
to replace that third base. Atreus count inspired by the service of the Pariah. They're going to get that attack speed increase one last time, but how much more do you have? Sycophants and a Golem try to keep those units alive, and Sziky behind this, only making Lakis. Does he have much left? Matrix plus the Sycophant. What a good choice there. Golem as well. Here comes an Archon trying to reset this Nexus. It hasn't fallen yet. Neblime has not fallen yet. Zorius showing up to the front. It feels a little bit late. Feels a little bit delayed. And the Sycophant Golem combo keeping everybody alive. Can't break those shields. Not with tier 1 units. Couple of isolated units off to the side. Scouts the 4th base being set up. Sziky has set this one up in the meanwhile. No harvesting from the back line. The Vassal confirming nothing in the bottom left. Witness up here to confirm top left is also unoccupied. Sziky has not been able to grow past 4 bases. Neblime now able to try to match with that Nexus completed. Patriarch nearly completing. We got more Pariah Archon as well. We do need to see a little bit more dedicated push there from the Protoss, it feels like. And he's going to try his hand at coming up here with the Archon. See if he can just suicide it into the mineral line there. That could actually work out pretty well. He gets a Psystorm off, it'll at least force a Lakis unburrow. And now the Sycophant Golem Pariah. Is that actually a good move? He's going to get a lot of splash damage dealt, but he narrowly misses out on killing those Lakis. He needed one more Pariah swoop. Was that fight worth it? It shut down a little bit of mining. It canceled again more Vespian harvesting. Sziky's immediately reset that in the main at the very least. And presently has no ridge caps or gas caps to speak of. 3 Lakis. Is this enough to actually break the Amaranth Sycophant? It looks like it might be. It's a little bit tight. They are also taking unified damage. That's a Patriarch hit or 2. We like that for the Protoss. Heralds arrive as well. Even more beef. Not a lot of damage here in the Zerg comp. He's waiting on those Ultra Cores, but he can't quite morph the Zorius. Not right now. More run-bys would be great here for Neblime to try to pressure the top left. And it looks like the Amaranth is the last thing alive up there. Heckled to death slowly by an Aethercore seems to be its current fate. More high-tech units being deployed by Neblime. Another Archon joins the fray. Looks like he kept both Patriarchs alive. That's really big. And once again, resets his mining in the top right. So currently matching the eco of the Zerg. Oh yeah, he's actually not going to be killable by those 2 units. Sziky's going to need to pressure with a little bit of a different story. The Archon wants to give an everlasting Psystorm one more time. The Ultra Cores are going to finish up. Is that going to force Neblime back? It seems like the answer is yes. Pariah getting those shields back just enough. Is it going to be sufficient here? He backed away from the Lakis spines, only one of them actually staying alive. 2 can play at the game of sustain. Neblime wants to throw down. Sziky can't quite grasp the kinds of tech that are being levied at him, but he's got another round of units rotating over to try to flank the Protoss, and this choke point might soon be more than what Neblime can chew through. Cycling back with his Heralds. He doesn't have any dedicated damage from Psystorm. Down goes the Archon, but the Quas stand in all of that. They wouldn't have done much damage anyway. Sziky trying to get his own Ultra Cores out, but is it too late? That Storm almost kills the Atriuses. Not really what Neblime needed right there. He needed to keep his damage going. Patriarch's an excellent counter to the Ultra Core at the end of the day. Reducing the attack speed with that red overlay means less lifesteal for the Zerg. Is this hatch actually going to die? Finally, some Zets arrive to clear that position. He's going to need to send some more powerful units than that. But can he spare them? Can Neblime spare anything right now? Still hasn't been able to break this reinforced spot. Maybe if he runs up before these static defense finish, before the next round of units for Sziky finish. No, top right Nexus going to be taken as Neblime does his absolute best to hold out. A second Ancestral Archives, a third Ancestral Archives, in fact, warping in. Love a Crucible there, that's for sure. SimCity hasn't been great here for Neblime. He has not gotten the most efficiency out of his army, but there's plenty of detection for the Lakis, and he parks those Archons right on top to turn them into Psystorms to finish those positions off. Where's the next round? He can't quite get down out of his third base. Sziky trying his best to push forward here, but the Lake is Burrow right in front of everything, and there's been no counter to the Witness. That one Archon staying alive, the other one stormed those Lakers to death, and it looks like Neblime is resetting away from all of that splash damage. His Patriarch still standing. No, one of them goes down. He's only got 2 remaining. That's a linchpin for him right now. Top left has been cleared out by Neblime's Protoss forces, and the tech continues to be a problem for Sziky. Can he stabilize? Can he get out of this position? We're going on 22 minutes. It's a slugfest. And it looks like maybe Ancestral Tech is exactly what Neblime ordered for a win in the series. Focusing down individual Ultra Cores. Like they're nothing. Lyralisk's coming, but Tier 1 does not hold the answers. An Archon Storm on top of those morphing Lyras. They need to back up. But they probably need to GG and go next because Neblime is seconds away, it feels like, from properly cracking this position. GG! Sziky has been routed and Neblime is on the board. Phew. All right, let's take a breath. We're going to Neo Sylphid's Frozen variant for our 4th map. This is a Sziky pick. Is it going to be a tricky pick? We'll find out here in a moment. Good that Neblime gets on the board. That'll be good for his mental and good for his hopes in the series. He's still alive. Let's go, boys. It's map 4. Surely the best is not in our past. It is yet to come, and Frozen Sylphid will deliver it to us. Game 4. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Neblime is up against Sziky for another round. Sziky's dark green Zerg in the 12 o'clock position. And down here at 4 o'clock, bottom right, it's the orange Protoss of Neblime. I think there was only one game ever that I saw Neblime have the lemon color. Maybe 2 in his history with Cosmonarchy. He doesn't, you can't prohibit colors. You can only prefer them, so kind of interesting there. 8 pull for Sziky as he considers his options, already thinking about that mid-game. Maybe wants to stop Neblime before he gets to that point. The Stargate play with the heavy lattice definitely threw him for a loop, but Neblime's not going for that. He's going Gateway. I do want to see if Neblime can actually break the Protoss curse. Something I didn't tell him here because it would be anti-motivation. I wanted to talk to our players about getting an invite back to the next tournament by winning this match. That is what happens. You guarantee a top 4 finish once winning this match. So if Sziky does it here, he is invited to Acropolis 5, doesn't need to qualify. If Neblime does it, he is in the same boat. But he's here, and he refuses to change his race, and so he would be invited and have to be Protoss. There wouldn't be a chance for him to fail. It's kind of outrageous. Well, if he ends up completing the reverse sweep with his 3-gate play on this particular map, it's a Hierophant start. His scribe confirms where the Zeth incoming angle is, and it can even come up here and stop the scout from happening. All he sees is a Kagrant. Hierophant should hang back and make sure to cancel the scout, it feels like, of those Legionnaires. Yeah, it looks like he kind of wants to hold one away, you know, and still show Legionnaire number 1, because it's a 4-gate. I was thinking that this might be his tactic here. Can't choke now. He's got to make sure that scout doesn't hit him. Breathe. It's time. The Legionnaire Overwhelm is the play. Sziky going Ovaleth, thinking it's Rogue Gallery. That's more money spent on something that won't defend you. Not against what Neblime's got. Not against Neblime's plans to challenge for Saberhand, a decider. A whole lot of Legionnaires. When does he move? When does he pull the trigger on the attack? Probably send one Legionnaire out for the scout. Confirm what he's up against here. The Quaz lineup. But Sziky's making a lot of units. I mean, the Legionnaire count might be incredibly high, but if Sziky doesn't make any more workers, doesn't try to develop his economy, man, this could end poorly for the Protoss player despite the all-in, just because Sziky's playing similarly aggressive with his opener here. Warden in the mineral line. Second Ovaleth for a drop in theory. We only got 12 Quaz, 8 Vorvs. It's doable with the current roster that Neblime has. 16 Legionnaires. 14 of them are already on the front line. And he's going to show a decent number so far. There's the jump. Immediately goes after those Vorvs. Well, he's struggling, though, because the Quaz just clean house over against the Legionnaire count, it feels like. Still, he might have kept enough alive, despite 4 Vorvs still existing. There you go. Tries to trade a few of them down. Where's the rest of the Legionnaires? Can he force Sziky back long enough? He doubles back. Okay, no more Vorvs. But where's your ranged DPS? There doesn't exist for the Protoss right now. It's all about the Legionnaires, and Sziky read something tricky was going on. 3 Drakodons starting. He knows he needs some kind of defense against the inevitable Quaz count. Sziky continues to leverage. There's more Zets where that came from. If he can clear the front line, it won't be that big of a deal. He might still be able to pressure a push, but there's so many Vorvs coming, and the hatch behind it as well. Pool units are dirt cheap. They don't usually give you the wins that you need, but maybe now Neblime cowed back to his 4-gate base. Sziky sees it all.
Zerg here.
He knows what's going on. Wants to maybe jump on those Drax. The Vorvs now arriving. Neblime, where's your confidence now? Might end up losing a couple of his Striders here. The Legionnaires continuing to take that pressure. The Drak caught right off the rally. Needs to change that immediately. Peels them off to the side now. That's multiple Drakodons have gone down. A few of them still left alive. Multiple Ovalets in here, just in case. No need to drop when you're already in the base. There's still 4 Vorvs large. I'll call it 3. Might be able to thin the herd here. There's workers behind this. Sziky maybe thinks he can win the game off of this, but Neblime does have the eco advantage for now, and will continue to produce Drakodons every so often. Oh no, he changed his rallies again. That might have been a mistake as he gets jumped on immediately. The Vorvs, though, endangered species for Sziky. Down to only the Quaz, which do hardly any damage to Drakodons. Even though he can't quite stutter step backwards at this point, he'll only lose 1 more, and then the Ovalets are done. So the hold is there, but Sziky, he's got himself a buttload of Quaz, and plenty more where that came from as well in production. Lots of Zets. He can make more Vorvs, and he can hold with the circuit. So what does Neblime do from here? He's going for a Nexus, ladies and gentlemen. Or is he? He just queues up a whole bunch of more units. Zealots and Ecclesiasts. Spots the circuit being made. There's so many Quaz, so many Vorvs. Sziky should be very confident here. Not much of a front line at all as the Striders are collapsed upon, and the Zealots weren't waited for. He moved way too close to the sun. I think his wings are clipped. I think this is it for Neblime. It looked kind of good at first, and then it looked oh so very bad as his reinforcement units are going to get routed. Best he can do is maybe try to send them up to the natural to buy some time. No static defense warping in, no pylon available, and no splash damage from these 4 gateways. This looks like it might be the Lemon's last stand. Clear a couple of the Vorvs, very important kills if he wants to stay alive and stabilize. Up by 7 workers, but his military. He's so low on military, boys.
I think you can tell. I think you can take one look at this situation and know. And Sziky is seconds away. He's seconds away from his top 4, his invite back to Acropolis 5, and the spot in the upper final. Charging in for it. The Zealots can only stay alive for so very long. Even though he's getting right in his face, those Zealots, they can't quite get any shots back. The Dwarves are dead. If he can clear the Zeths, maybe the Drax can stay alive. Maybe Zealot Ecclesias can keep these hopes from crumbling before our very eyes. He's putting down the pylon walls. He's getting the workers pulled. There's hardly any units left. He's got Zealots coming out, but only halfway complete. The next rotation too far away. He's down to only Quaz, it seems. Is this going to be enough? He's holding on bitterly. A Matrix warping in. I don't think that's going to help when the Zoryus rock up. And what's the expression on your face now? Neblime, I think he's settled with it for some time. But at this point, what do you even do? GG. It's time for Sziky to make it in over Neblime 3-1. Not the way that we thought it was going to go. That is for sure. But Sziky has found that victory. And honestly, it's something that you got to give some respect to Neblime about. You know, it might not be what you thought was going to happen, but it's still kind of cool. That game on Gilded Wall was really cool. It was one of our best matches for sure. We'll ask if Neblime is ready to chat with us since we've got him already set up. But that is a wrap on this series. We've only got one left to talk about after this. I do love the people's reactions to the result in the chat. Always a good time to see you guys talking balance. I will say, though, that game 3, phew, one for the ages. Sometimes we get, even in one-sided affairs, we really do get these crazy, crazy matches that end up being quite memorable. That game 4, if it had gone Neblime's way, phew, would have been such a joy. Because then we would have gone to the next round. So then we would have gone to Saberhand. But let's do it. Let's chat him up here. We'll see what he wants to say for us. Greetings, Neblime. You have met your match against Sziky, maybe what you were expecting as far as the Zerg, but you had some pretty cool games, especially Game 3. I hope that was at least fun for you. And Game 2 ended absolutely tremendously, shall we say. How are the matches? How did you feel?
Well, first thing I got to say is, what are we doing? Why are we interviewing me first? Shouldn't you interview the winner first?
Well, you were already here. You're here, ready to go. Sziky wasn't.
Sziky.
First come, first serve.
Yeah, look, I don't know, man. I know everyone's going to look at Game 3 and be like, whoa, epic, but it didn't feel good because I felt like I was sort of in a winning position. It dragged it out a lot. And the other games, I just didn't really feel like I had a chance. So, sorry to disappoint anyone who wants me to say, like, yeah, that was awesome. I really enjoyed that. But no, I felt like I was doomed from the start, to be honest. And Game 3 was just like, you know, should have been a quick win, but dragged out that much. That's how you know you're screwed.
You think it was due to the, you know, you are a man who doesn't talk balance very often, but I do have to ask you, was Game 3, the fact that it dragged out, more reflection of Sziky's play, reflection of the meta state? What's your take on that? What was so hard
It's difficult to attack on that map, of course. Neither of us went for the back bases, interestingly. I think we were both on top of that. Well, it comes down to sort of the units I chose, I suppose, and it was never going to be easy to get up the ramps. And you saw with his third as well, even when I'd sort of reclaimed a dominant position in the game, just the fact that it was up ramps made it really hard to attack. So it's kind of unfortunate that it was that game that I got ahead. On Pertadea, for example, the third is very hard to defend, which led to my death, and actually on the first game as well. So I guess I put it down to the map that's quite hard to end the game, and obviously I didn't make very good decisions, didn't have very good engagement, so, it's sort of throwing my lead, bringing it back to even for a while, and then, being hard to end the game on Gilded Wall. And imagine if you'd taken the back faces as well, it probably would have lasted even longer.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the Ancestral Archives come into play. You had 3 of them at one point. Archon's really good against Lakers. Who would have thunk? Just stand on top of them, and then if you die, Psystorm, right? So.
Oh, dude. Lakers are terrible at anything after tier 2, to be honest. I was kind of surprised to see he put 10 in that base, and you saw I'm like, oh, if there's 10 Lakers there, I'm just going to run the Archon in, what's he going to do? And obviously it dies, but that's winning on gas for Protoss, big, so I was happy with that. And I guess that could be part of why Sziky wasn't able to come back in that game. I think is way over investment in Lakers. Even earlier in the game, I didn't think they were doing that much. When it's a lot of Golems and Pariah, they're not that strong.
It was interesting also to see the Sycophants start to make an appearance. I feel like that's maybe a sleeper hit for Protoss. The shield regen comp you were doing was pretty good.
Didn't bring me any victory, did it? The thing is, Hit sort of recommended that, and I did a couple times in practice, but to be honest, after having used it in a match, I'm probably not going to use Charlatans again. I don't think it's the play. And I would think the games demonstrate that, so I'm surprised to hear you saying sleeper hit, because to be honest, I didn't think it really showed them being that good.
Oh no, Charlatans, the Charlatan Acantor obviously very good against Ultra Core, but then, of course, Sziky had the counter. I was saying Sycophant there. I don't know if you heard. The unit for out of the prostration stage gives you the shield regen.
Oh, the Sycophant.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If we're saying Charlatan somehow. Yeah, Sycophant is really good. Mostly because it doesn't cost gas.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought it was about totally different unit. Yeah, definitely. It's like Auroras, though. It's not the unit that's the problem, it's the building it comes from.
Yeah.
If you could get them earlier in the game or just cheaper, it would be fine. But the problem is prostration stages cost a lot. Mm-hmm. So you have to make Pariahs like a core unit. Obviously, later, it's really good because I can just spam out these middle-line units. It's really strong. But early on, it's quite hard to find a place. When you have a bunch of Sycophants in your army, they're great. It's just how do you get to that situation?
One thing that was interesting to me is you went for the 4-gate all-in Legionnaire afterwards. Your victory was Lattice into Stargate, which was an interesting open. Lattice into Stargate is what, it's its own thing that I'm curious about and probably uniquely good on Gilded Wall due to the rush distance. But when you're talking about the 4-gate, was the mentality just try to get a quick victory in the early game and then punch on to a 5th decider? Was that it?
Oh, naturally, and I didn't think he'd expect the aggression, but I was shocked how many pool units he had, and obviously he was sort of prepared for the counterattack, so it was a disappointment, obviously. It's always disappointing to lose. But the idea there was that he wasn't expecting an attack. Obviously, you can go 4-gate and get a bunch of other Ecclesias, but I think Sziky's just going to have Ecclesias by the time I'm ready to attack. So the idea was just that he's not expecting anything, gets a moderate amount of defensive units, and I thought he might be worried about Gladius again. So I thought, okay, I'll just try and suddenly show up those Legionnaires. And, I think it was a surprise. It's just that he was doing a build that was very good against it as well. So it didn't really matter.
Fair enough. You ended up going Patriarch in your win, and that definitely helped against the Ultra Cores. I noticed he wasn't really, maybe because of the earlier pressure, he didn't really flex into any air units. And to your credit, your constant aggression and your run-bys seemed to be the best way to stop him from ever teching up. He never got to tier 2, unlike the game on Patadea, where he ended up with mutas at the end. So was that a tactic from you as well, to try to just keep him on the back foot, or was that more so just I don't know how this game is still going on, I'm stuck, help? What was your thought process
Well, it's just the ultimate unit against Zerg, probably. I mean, all the units from the Ancestral are just really good, so it's not that tricky a choice. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about air units that much. You saw I put an extra cannon and Warden in my... Warden and... Matrix in my base almost immediately that game. It's more because when I opened with the Gladius, I expected to make a lot of Navs, and then I'm thinking, well, is he going to send Calcs into my main again? That's what I was thinking about. Yeah. Didn't even consider Mutalisks, to be honest. If instead of those 15 Lake Isolists he made Mutalisks, he probably would have won the game, because he probably would have flown and killed all the important buildings. So yeah, no, I guess you called me out. I was a big gap in my planning.
I was just curious about that, especially after you did open your own Stargate. But with all that said, the Lattice play seems to be the way. You probably didn't catch the Arbuz games because they were at 3 a.m.
I am a fan of Sims, as you know.
Yeah. What I saw from Arbuz against Hamster, he forced Hamster to game 5, which probably surprises people just on paper. But Arbuz won 2 out of 3 PVZs that he played in that series. Those were his wins. And so, yeah, his Protoss versus Zerg against Hamster was mostly lattice-based. It was Idol, Sim. I think he did actually go Charlatan in the mid-game, but that was only in one map, I believe. Anyway, the Idol Sim with some Manifolds and then Zealots from at one gate to try to give you some chaff against Vorvs. It worked out pretty well. I was curious if you'd end up emulating that style at all, but as you mentioned to me in the interview at the beginning, you're not very practiced right now. So maybe not something you were aware of or something that you see an obvious hole in?
Well, I always liked lattice units more, but I'm just worried about the kill list. This is kind of the problem I've struggled with in PvZ. It's not that you don't have answers to any comps Zerg might have, it's just that if you make the wrong thing, you die, and scouting doesn't really seem viable. Like, you can fly in and see what buildings are there, and it's sort of like, okay, oh, he's making a ski backed up, prepare for battle list. But Zerg isn't really obliged to actually make those things, and Zorkiz is very accessible, so you're always thinking about Lakizalis, mostly, but then other things fly in, like back to lists and sometimes Gorgs even, are just these like curveballs that you have to account for, so it really restricts what you can do. But I guess in a way, that was what I was doing with the Legionnaires, just saying like, okay, I hope he won't make a lot of Quas units real fast. I was thinking he might try and go Zorkiz faster, in which case like 1 or 2 Lakizalis I would easily kill. Obviously Zorkiz aren't really going to handle Legionnaires very well. But you can see it didn't work out. So I feel like that's why you probably don't see many different choices from me. I feel like you don't have many choices, because you will just die.
That's right. You will just die. Well, I hope that you don't just die, Neblime, because your next opponent has already been decided. It will be Hamster's Zerg that you have to face off against now in the lower bracket. Any reaction?
Well, it's not unexpected, and of course, my brother, once again. It has to happen, doesn't it?
Do you feel confident in that matchup more so than against Sziky? Do you feel Sziky is a harder opponent than Hamster?
Well, you know, I'm just going to say the same thing I say about Hamster. He has the power within him, just whether he chooses to use it. And last time, I'm trying to remember last time we faced off, didn't he beat me last time we played in Acropolis? Oh, I don't know. He definitely can, that's all I'll say.
He definitely can, yeah. Interestingly enough, the way that I've seen Acropolis go for you guys, the older heads, right? Hamster has always been third place. Every Acropolis has been Hamster in third, which is weird to say.
Well, he's got to keep that legacy, you know?
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? And so he didn't actually end up facing... no, you beat him in Acropolis 2, if you remember. That was a 5-game set.
I did.
Yes, that was how you got to the grand final. Close. It was through the upper.
As I recall. And then the EED game was even closer. EED versus Hamster was really close.
Yes, particularly in Game 5, where he could have chosen to win, but he did not. And then that's how you're stuck in Protoss to this day.
Yes, that's right. Exactly. If it had been Hamster in that finals, god damn it, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you right now. But that's the thing. You probably saw me already like tilting in Ask Chat, and I was like, fuck, I'm stuck with Protoss forever.
Well, you say that, right? And I mean, of course, it was a deal of your own making. At any point, you can say, I think I've served my time. 3 Acropolis is the job. No?
That's the way of the week. A promise is a promise. How dare you, quite frankly.
Fair enough. Okay, he's going to commit to it. Well, my last point to you, Neblime. If you win versus Hamster, you not only have to deal with the fact that, Hamster's out, you've had to kill your brother again. You also will receive an invite to the next tournament, which means you won't even have a chance to not qualify. I didn't say that before this series because I wasn't going to just give you anti-motivation, but it is a thing.
Yeah.
It is a thing, so.
Trying to avoid it. I can't believe I even qualified in Tribunal this time.
Yeah. Well, that's how it is.
Yes, it is what it is. Look, I'm not going to hold back on my brother.
All right, fair enough. Hamster is going to have to prepare hard then. Any final words before we move on to speak with your opponent?
No, that's it. Congratulations, Sziky.
All right, GG's, Neblime, thank you for joining us, and we will see you next week for more Cosmonarchy, dude. With that said, we can take some time to speak with the Sziky player here, the Zeker, as I've sometimes called him. That's always a fun one, in my opinion. Let's hear from the man. Let's bring him on in. Hello, Sziky. You have managed to make it into the upper final. The top 4 finish is yours. How are you feeling after that victory against Neblime?
Good, of course.
It's a
I
good
just
time.
rewatch the third game right now.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
happened?
The way that third game went, it was a brawl. It was very much, you're kind of stuck spending all your money at tier 1. I do have some questions to ask you about the series, so we could probably just start with that one, the one that you ended up losing. How do you feel that one went? Were you surprised about the Stargate play?
Yes, exactly.
It was a difficult opener, right?
And looks for me is good against pool opening.
You think so? Yeah, just based on what it looks like.
And then I surprised how he played the last game, what he played.
Oh yeah, the all-in.
Yes, yes. And I think Legionary is not a good unit against pool.
Well, the idea was to try to overwhelm, but you ended up making so many quas he couldn't actually fight. They're pretty good versus, Zoryus, funnily enough, but you weren't quite there yet, So if you went for a more fast expo or something like that, something more greedy, maybe he could punish. But he even tried to deny the scout and hide and stuff, and so that could have been dangerous, right? But,
That was good.
yeah. Try to surprise you. With that
I was
said,
blind.
what'd you say?
I was blind.
Yes.
In last game.
Yeah, couldn't tell. I saw you were making the Avila try to detect the Dark Templar, right? The Kabbalist. So
Yes.
yeah,
Because the first game was Kabbalist from him.
yeah, you deflected it pretty nicely. I feel like you've practiced against that too much for that to catch you off guard. But it does force the earlier transport, right? And so maybe then it's a little bit awkward for the build order sometimes. But seems like you slotted it in just fine. And then, of course, you like to drop anyway, so it kind of helps you.
Maybe, yes.
How do you feel about your next potential opponent here? Because you've defeated Neblime, but your next opponent could either be Ascozi or it could be another Protoss in Aeud. I know you haven't played that much against the Ascozi, but how do you feel about the potential here? Do you want to play against another Protoss instead?
Yes, well, I played against Aud 5 games recently. It was 50-50.
Okay.
I say, but I didn't play against Ascosi, right? Except HitEmUp. But shopkeeper dog, I think his Ascosi better. So yeah, I will play against Protoss.
That's right. You're hoping for that. Aeud feels pretty confident about that match, I think, and of course, Ascozi sometimes do struggle in the early game in particular. But the matchup versus Zerg has always been a little bit of a funky one, so it's interesting to see. There's some games on the channel you can learn from, but you can't really fight against them in practice yet. So that's pretty hard as well. Maybe I can get that rectified in time for the next game. We'll see. But with that said, I do have to inform you of something else. So because you now are in the upper final, you are locked in a top 4 finish at worst, and that means that you will be invited for Acropolis number 5, which is in a few months from now. Do you have any interest in participating in another one of these? You said saw you say earlier something about the next tournament. You want to keep playing?
100%, yes. I will play. I will not say too much, but I will, of course.
Right, yeah. See what you can do for the practice. Of course, it depends on how busy you get, but the actual show match time, yeah, makes sense. Well, it's going to be a fun time nonetheless, and so you have been the first player so far to earn an invite. We'll get one more because of whoever's facing you will also have that invite. Cool to hear that you're interested in the next one. Obviously, I was, somebody joked about it too in our chat earlier, but you got, your profile player picture in our broadcast has the BSL hoodie, and we were joking we got to send you a Cosmonarchy one next. So you never know, dude. With that said, you have more action coming up in a week's time, and you'll know your opponent by the end of tonight, although it'll be early morning for you European time. You said you wanted to face off against Protoss. If you draw Aeud, there's a pretty good chance then, I suppose, that you'll be going up against ZVP into a grand final finish, right? Because if you win the next match, you're in the grand final, best of 7 time, and that'll be sometime later on. So how do you feel about that? Good odds to win the whole thing then, right?
Yes, I hope so.
You said
Grand final will be BO7 or still?
grand final is best of 7. Yeah, everything else best of 5. So
Okay.
yeah, we pull out all the stops for the final match. Last championship was a full 7 games too, so pretty close. We'll see if the same thing happens here. With that said, you've got yourself a fun set of players that you might still be able to fight off against. Do you have any particular players you're watching out for? Any players that you're worried about? You got, potentially HitEmUp might go through the whole lower bracket now that he's been, kicked into gear by his loss to you. Anybody you're watching out? Anybody you're worried about facing off again, or does it not matter to you?
Well, I think okay, Paddock, because he is Ascosy. I just don't know that race.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, better to avoid that one and play the ones that you know.
And then it a bit hit me up because he's random, so.
Oh yeah,
he's very good Terran, by the way. So.
Yes, he is. He said that if he makes it to top 4, he's gonna play only Terran from now on. Not in this tournament, but any future ones. So that could be kind of scary.
It makes sense because he is good as Terran, of course.
Yeah, we saw HonMonO get defeated earlier. Of course, the other pro player in this one, although from Starcraft 2. Did you have much of a reaction to seeing that HonMonO was defeated? Did you have any desire to get revenge on him after the group stage where he defeated you there?
I just only say he always he winning everything always in every tournament, and just I went to play against him, by the way. Some revenge, right? But it is what is it. It's okay.
It's okay, yeah. It doesn't matter whoever.
In show match or
anyway. It could be fun to do that. It could be very fun to have a nice little show match there. We still haven't decided what our show match is going to be for this tournament. Last time you were playing in the show match against Shopkeeper Dog's Terran, and now this time you could be playing in the grand final. Somebody else could be the warm-up act. That could be fun. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Any final words, closing thoughts, anything you want to say before the end of this interview, Sziky? It's been great to have you. I appreciate it, and congrats on your win. But the floor is yours if you want to deliver any final remarks.
GG's good play by Neblime, and good luck for... I hope Out will win, so good luck for Out.
There it is.
That's win.
All right. Thank you, Sziky. We will talk with you more soon. See you next week.
See you.
GG's indeed from Sziky, as we will be seeing Neblime off to the lower bracket. We will move on to our next match. But I gotta be real with you guys, okay? This match that's coming up next could very well be a... it could take a little bit. Let me confirm the start time here. Okay, so it is almost 5 o'clock. And we don't start until 9 o'clock, so we do have 4 hours to go. We will not be idle for 4 hours, however. We will come back in a little bit to hang out and do some fun games. We'll see if we can organize some free-for-alls or something and just cast those lackadaisically. Just a nice hangout while we wait for the Throneroom Stage to continue. But we will have to wait a little bit before our next match, so it's going to take some time. We will take a 45-minute break before we get back to doing exactly what I just elucidated for y'all. So please do enjoy some relaxing Cosmonarchy background noise here as we have concluded our first semifinal, and we will return shortly.
I am a hero!
Hello everybody, Vertigo here bringing you some more Cosmonarchy. We've got a 3-player free-for-all that I figured I would cast. It is live, and we're just filling some time between now and our next Throneroom Stage match. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time chilling out with us here, getting a little bit of interesting aspects done prior to moving forward with our tournament game. We've got Cannoli, the Pumpkin Zerg, in the top right. Probably the most adequate player in this lobby right now as far as most recent practiced meta, though Shambler sometimes did give him a run for his money when he was more active. The Mint Terran in the bottom left is a Challenger Approaches. No idea who that is. No nudie. It's not. Don't take to me, boy. Shambler is, of course, the Yellow Terran in the top left. And we're just chilling. We're just having a 3-player FFA in the middle of everything that we're doing while we wait for that. We'll do a lot of chat interaction in this probably, just kind of hang out. And, yeah, it'll be a good time. I'm sure it'll be a good time, despite the fact that I can't block Shambler. Now, double stockade at the natural ramp area, natural choke. Shambler is too busy typing. Hopefully he doesn't also envision me, although that would be really funny. Since I would still have his production tab. So, triple stockade. I think this might actually be airtight, funnily enough, when you do these diagonals. But I guess we'll find out if those Mavericks ever have to deal with anything. This is, by the way, a slightly modified 3-spawn version of Knife's Edge, of course, another 3-spawn map. And it looks like we've seen some tile adjustments or something, but also in the middle of the map we've got neutral grandstands. I guess they might be the garrisonable type. That's the only one that would find any neutral utility anyway. Treasury about halfway complete here for this person, whoever they are. That's part of why we don't have an overlay for this match. I don't know who that is, so I can't put a username down. Mavericks and... Oh! I think those are neutral piety wards. Yeah, you can kind of see it when you stand over it. That's pretty cute as an option there. So there's a couple of things here that give you some advantage. Quads are going to indeed garrison the grandstands. And the Stim Mavericks are on the other side. Yeah, this is maybe when you're regretting your situation. One Cyprian is coming and can definitely end this attack. As long as it just gets itself into the right spot. Unfortunately, for our newer Terran player, judging by the build order and the resource expenditure, he doesn't actually protect himself at all. Doesn't repair the stockades because the Harakans were in the way. It doesn't move the Cyprian over because everything else was in the way. So that's a bit of a disaster, but that's okay. Star pads coming up here for our Shambler. And he is our Shambler. Hydra's Den for Cannoli. He's been left alone. The classic mistake is to leave the Zerg alone in an FFA, and specifically to leave Cannoli alone in an FFA, so I'm sure the Shambler will be trying to rectify that situation ASAP. Fulcrum inside the natural for Challenger. He's just walking through a set of grandstands. Yeah, pretty spooky. Careful for that. Ovaleth's fanning out for detection. There's one 6 HP Maverick over here that the Quads could kill if he's not careful. Adding some watchdogs here. I don't think he saw the Ovaleth, but it's possible that a Maverick did. Might just be concerned about those kinds of units in general. Challenger going to move over to the natural here of Shambler and confirm that position. We got star pad number 3 coming up. It's going to be a mass drop style. Looks like he wants to break into that Terran position. Which, honestly, again, the more he ignores Cannoli, probably the better Cannoli feels. We do have Cyprians in the lodestone. The SimCity here is looking a little bit dastardly. If there's an add-on here, you can't mine the gas, but I suppose he can just build another fulcrum somewhere, and indeed he will. Nothing in the natural for defenses, or the main, rather, for defenses, so... If it does end up going the way of a drop into that base, that could be a problem. Looks like the Ovaleth trying to get run down, but can only a little bit too quick on the draw there. Finds himself in a funny spot. I don't know what Jujic did to the tiles over here, but goodness. Or maybe that was default, actually. That probably was default. What's up, Alexander? We're just playing an FFA between the matches that we've got going on. We have to wait a long time before our next tournament match. So, figured I would fill the time in a way like this. Just chilling right now. Anti-drop Circuith already in the can. I guess he spotted the Trojan, right? That was what was giving some vision, so that's a pretty big tell. But it's a lot of bio. And this is a trademark Shambler style here, where he'll load up a lot of Mavericks into a Trojan set. But look at the Nathricors preemptively set up. And the one Quaz, it doesn't look like it's spotted it. He's got some on the extremity. I would love for these Naths to be more proactively placed. But even still, they'll be able to shut down the Antseal and maybe pick a few of the Trojans out. There's a lot of workers have been made here for our Zerg. Looking pretty good there in that respect. Now, here comes the attack. He's going to fly into the Nathricors. And the IZs and the Circuit are here as well for anti-drop. Yeah, I don't think you're getting any of your boys home, Shambler. What a disaster. He lost everything. We all enjoy a Shambler bully every now and then. Unsmiley face as 10 IZs being made. We have the Covenant coming for the Challenger. Okay, I was trying to figure out where he was. And he is going for that third base. Exclusively treasuries, I'm noticing. Not even a quarry to make Talos or anything, so he's definitely on the struggle bus economically. Like, his worker count is the lowest in the lobby, despite not losing any just yet. Looks like Cannoli might get his bottom right third base a little bit heckled here by the Terran forces. You probably want to try to constrain the growth of Shambler the most, but his own third base here, as well as... Oh, I see, this is something else he added. He added these geysers near the... those positions, it looks like, near the mineral onlys. And he also added these in-bases, it looks like. Not in-base, but extra bases in the middle of nowhere. I don't think that would work at all for the 1v1. It would be a little bit too goober. But it's pretty interesting as a concept anyway. Tier 2 for Cannoli. Only thing that I can think of is that they're very open. That's probably a deliberate design choice. If they were somehow separated from the land so that they had to be dropped like they were island bases or something, that could be kind of neat. Now, Cannoli is going to have to heckle with this guy. Challenger pushing forward with some Cyclops, mostly bio. A good number of Cyprians. Khaz'trith ends up getting mutated over there at the edge of the cliff. That's going to be really, really good as an anchorage point for our Zerg player. Vestry finishes up for Shambler as he continues to put things through. I do think that as we get a little bit closer here to some kind of natural head. Yeah, I was gonna say we're definitely gonna need to see a fourth base. And again, the lack of ministries here for Challenger means that his worker count's very low. Now he has deployed the quarry, and he is making... Oh, he made an Ogun. Okay, he's a man after my own heart then. And he is going to be going for the Talos out of the treasury, which makes some sense. Try to see what he can do there. I'm not sure what's up with that. Cyclops is heckling the grandstand from out of range of the Quaz. What do you do, Cannoli? You're just going to allow the grandstand to be destroyed? That's outrageous. 9 Wraiths are going to come in and shut down this 9 o'clock base. The Nathricors floating in. There's no anti-air defenses down here. Now, we do have some Eidolons. You can see the Cyprians trying to cycle back, but now Challenger just getting attacked by multiple players. 12 Positrons are in position. Nathicors are going to have to be dissuaded from that kind of attack. Cyprians inside the Lodestone are definitely going to help deal with this position, but as the Nathicors have dissuaded, I was kind of hoping that we would actually see the Nathicors meet the Wraith Anciel stack and delete it inside Challenger's base. That would have been the most thematic outcome, for sure. Tier 2 begins for Shambler. His 4th base is just a treasury, of course. I guess Terran and Zerg are uniquely suited to take these geysers, right? You just go for the hatch as Zerg, the treasury as Terran. Cyclops goes down in the middle. Doesn't clear that northern grandstand. A little bit of vision maintained as our challenger here is approaching Cannoli. His Talus is going to go ahead and build some watchdogs. Very nice. Anti-air defenses coming up. A ministry to maybe float down to the 9 o'clock position. Piety Ward. Provides the same Anciel benefit, actually, for those who don't know. Now, we don't have any anti-air defenses inside the main base, but is there a buttload of Nathicors somewhere? I guess so, here down here at the bottom right. Terran Arsenal finding it difficult to migrate through that position due to all those resources in the way. Our momentary lag seems to have come to a close. And yeah, the Zerg army has definitely built up to a pretty heavy critical mass. Remember, Shambler can apply more pressure in the top right, and the Nathicors will have to spin out and go elsewhere. 10 Vilgoricors are on the way. It looks like the Nathicors are going to be sacrificed to allow the rest of the Zerg army to move forward, and they will wipe Challenger off the map in this particular case. Though it's some good counter push over here in the bottom right, and just as I say that, the Ovaleth has been killed. Yeah, you're not going to be able to smack those Wraiths around too much. But Eidolons do end up meeting their end. And Cannoli now needs to do something about this attack situation. His Vilgoricors, I guess, will provide something here, but the Spire going down is a little bit unfortunate for Cannoli. And he doesn't have the minerals to restart it immediately. Last couple of stragglers going to get cleaned up by these defenses. Mineral only. Defended by Cannoli's smart unit rotations. 11 Protathalors end up getting queued up, so this is looking like it could be kind of dangerous. Quasilisk in the grandstand still heckling. That's pretty funny. Ministry for yet another base. Shambler going up to effectively 5 bases once that Ministry lands. 6 if he gets anywhere with that one that he just started. A lot of units rolling around here. Doesn't look like Cannoli's bothered to replace the Spire. He's got his Matraval Nest, his little tech stack over here. Off to the right-hand side. Well, so far we are actually having a pretty lengthy game. I thought about maybe doing like 3 of these, one on different maps or whatever, but this one can be one of them. We can go to a map that Biddy B's been testing out. We can give it a go. Then of course there's Koeg's Cenotaph waiting for us if we get that far. You're going to have to be more specific, oh, but all right. Long leg boys. For which race and which color? We have the Apostle for the Terrans and the Sirens as well. I guess those could be the long leg boys you're talking about. Got the Vilgoricor for the Zerg. They look like dinos almost. Now, green's a Terran player. Maybe you're thinking of the Goliath or the Cyclops? I don't know. You'll have to tell me. Vilgoricor, yeah. He's kind of greenish. I can see that. Yeah, these guys, when they take damage, they release a mini Dark Swarm around themselves. It can be pretty useful to absorb incoming damage. Obviously bypassed by a lot of what you typically use for such a thing, but, you know, splash damage and the like. So, big Wraith Antseal stack here for Shambler. He's got quite the large Bio Ball, and he started to incorporate not just Apostles, but also Sirens. Sirens, when they attack, pull any unit that they hit towards them, hence the name. We do have an Atlas coming up here. Hogan also making a Ministry for another base from our Challenger. Both Terrans moving towards the Zerg side of the map. Could it be? Well, Canoli's desperately trying to set up some static defense. I don't quite think it's going to be sufficient. Ends up canceling out those workers. Convolesque is pretty good into this composition, and remember, he's around this Khaz'Trith, which is giving him a lot of extra projectiles. Versus the Bio, it's especially useful. The hatch will go down, but that's an easy sacrifice for Canoli to make. Got a pretty big bank. Shambler's Shaman somehow staying alive. It's providing a lot of AoE healing, so could certainly be very good. The Avaleth getting smote by all of those Wraiths, but I mean, I don't think you're getting through this boss. Almost immediately ends up getting eliminated, all of his Antseals dying, thanks to the Khaz'Trith-empowered Spear Tiths. So the Spraith is like a Spore, obviously, but it attacks faster with less damage. The Spear Tith does the same kind of attack, except it bounces. And then the Khaz'Trith makes it attack multiple targets, so you can imagine that's a pretty deadly anti-crowd tool. Another base to the top right being set up here as a Ministry also gets added. Yeah, 9 o'clock has actually landed, and the bottom left might be the next place. I guess Shambler thinking he needs to turn the Terran down here into a vassal state in order to push over the Zerg, but he's kept him on 3 base, so maybe that's not too bad. Tosvril Haunt on the way tells me that we might be in for some Sovraleths later, Zerg super weapon of sorts. Those Antseals unlikely to stick it out. I guess they end up living on very limited HP. Now the Terran Arsenal from Challenger trying to rotate back over. Only a couple of Watchdogs here. And one of them is the first to fall. The others not actually present. The Cyprians, though, they're going to run roughshod over those Wraiths with their splash damage. It's real, real good there. The Antseals are way, way out of position. Nowhere to be seen. But they killed a lot of Masons. And obviously shellacked this 9 o'clock. A good reaction from Challenger to pull some of his boys away from that attack, but now Shambler trying to rotate back over to the other side of the map. You can see he's trying to use game theory here, see if he can't overwhelm the position of the map and, you know, continue expanding and rotating back and forth and trying to manage the move that his opponents are doing. The pace setter, in theory, but Zerg is a different beast, and it looks like we're actually going to Tosgrilisk tech here, not the Sovraleths that I considered. Avaleths still lurking around the map, radioing in information, providing that. Extra bases down here towards 6 o'clock. Going to be a target for Shambler if he spots them. And of course, yeah, we might see Challenger go for a stab at 9 o'clock, which is currently undefended. Will Shambler turn around for that is the question. Protathlor's already coming down the ramp. A Matroleth here to apply Ensnare. Maybe even add a little bit more than that. But you can see the focus fire. Ooh, narrowly avoids getting pulled in by the Siren. We do have Terran Reanimation present. There's a counterattack at the same time coming directly to uppercut Shambler's position. He needs to win this fight and then turn back around, and I'm not so sure he's going to be able to do that. Zerg trying to get up to their usual tricks. Between the Velgaleths and a few other things here, we are going to see Canoli retreating, trying to use the Brood Spawn to cover his ground, absorb some of that reanimation, and get back to the Khaz'Trith to really empower his Protathlors. Reinforcements from Shambler might be sufficient here to clean that up, but I don't think he's breaking this entrenched Zerg position. He might have canceled one base. That might be a wrap. He's stolen a Vilgorikor from the corpse on the battlefield, but it looks like Challenger has shattered one of the gas harvests from Shambler and certainly distracted him in the perfect time to give Canoli a little bit more value. I think this might be the that's a wrap for Challenger. If Shambler decides to lay the hammer down. Oh, he's got a lot of Talos at the very least, mining that mineral only. That's kind of cute. And an anvil was made in this ministry at the bottom left, but yeah. He's got a lot of money in the bank. He's not translated into much of anything. He made the 10 sender, but he doesn't have anything to put in it. And this is definitely a dire situation. And we will have him GG tapping out, knowing that he had nothing left. Well, this is going to leave us ineffectively, a 1 versus 1. It's kind of interesting. I think if Challenger had held on long enough to buy as much time as possible for something different there, it's possible that we could have seen a different angle. We already have Shambler preemptively building Valkyries. I wonder if he caught wind of the mutas in the earlier fight, or if he's just trying to make sure he's crossing his T's and dotting his I's. He's certainly made a lot of units, certainly made a lot of workers. This is looking like one of those really older, much older games in Cosmonarchy history, you know, and we played a little bit more FFAs in the first place, but we got up to these very large armies. 266 bio units. Well, I guess there's some air units mixed in there as well. Yeah, those are some brutal shots from the Protathalors. And here come the Tozgralisks. We'll try to keep them selected. We can keep tabs on just how many of them stay alive in the fight. They're starting to get pulled in by the Sirens. Only one has gone down so far. Well, make that 2. As the front line starts to dwindle, the Vilgoricors are being chewed through. But a lot of the steady damage from Shambler is backed up in these Cyprians and Madcaps, and they have to break. They have to fall back. The reanimation not doing him as many favors as he would have hoped. He tries to reset, but now the artillery in the back line, it's gotten the cliff advantage to range down even further. Still, the front line has started to dwindle. Can only go in for more Zoryus, where that came from. The stolen Vilgoricor finally arrives to provide some cover, but is it really going to be enough? It goes down. 13 Tozgralisks still present. 6 o'clock getting attacked at the same time as all this. It looks like a few more of those evolved mutas are going to be sniped away. And a couple of Mavericks trying to shut down that base that never was. The Zoryus come out. Some more convies where that came from, but he really reset the bio army, or at least that's what it looks like in theory. Despite Cannoli having so much money, it's Shambler who obviously has a much better eco and has been pumping the units. Looks like he's on track to finish this off. Valkyries straying a little too close to the sun. They end up going up in smoke almost immediately, yet still the Sirens pulling those high-value targets up towards the bulk of Terran's composition. Shambler is going to push forward despite the Khaz'trith, and he will actually crush it. This has to be fought around, it feels like, but the mutas are up to the front line, and even without any apostles in the army, you don't really need them when you reach this level of critical mass. He's taken half the map, and it looks like that's a wrap. GG has to be called. Cannoli will concede in a 23-minute FFA. I think that's pretty legit. All right, they are not new. They've been around for a very long time, but they are tier 2 things, so it's probably hard to check them out and expect them in that way. You know, how often are you going to see something like that? Is the question. But tier 2 might become a little bit more of a regular introduction in that way. You never know. I'm going to prep another map. It's a BiddyB map here. We'll see if we end up getting the another round of FFA. Excuse me. I'm very burpy lately. My apologies. Let's see. We go up one level to FFA solo. We should have this map ready to go. Matches don't usually last that long, but that might change. The more players enjoy themselves. I mean, if you can think about it, that unit is from tier 2, but tier 3 exists, if you can believe that, and there's also plenty of units there. So we got Shambler in the lobby, waiting on 2 more homies to join us up for a 3-player free-for-all. Yeah, fair enough. Protoss is easiest to score up to the upper levels, for sure. Yeah, thanks. Glad you're enjoying them. They're coming out daily these days, so that's probably why you're behind on them. But they have some pretty good ones. Do we have any takers? Do we have any takers? We might end up going to back to break if we don't have anybody homieing with us. I sent out another call. See if anybody picks us up for it. Our next match is, of course, on your screen. Shopkeeper Dog versus Ayud64. It's a pretty exciting one, in my opinion. Skozy get to be featured. Protoss as well, yet again. We finally saw Protoss defeat today. Took a little bit of time, but Neblime was overcome. Next week we'll only have, how long? It is, let's see, it's 7:30, so hour and a half before the scheduled start time. I don't think they'll be free earlier either. Else we would be in a different set of room there. Can't believe Newt doesn't want to play a free-for-all, dude. It's wild. What do we got here? Oh, we got somebody popped into the lobby. It's Cannoli coming back for us. So we just need one more homie. I was also considering doing a dev session, but I actually got to eat dinner soon, so probably can't do that. Fox says he'd join up if it was twos. Well, if we get a fourth person. Oh, Hamster. All right, it looks like we are probably out for now, so I'm going to go actually have some dinner, and when I return, we will be having a good time of it in the tournament match proper. So that'll be an hour and a half as mentioned. I'll see you guys very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, soon is now, and it's now time to talk about our final Throneroom Stage series at long last. We're down to our top 6 players in the tournament, but we need one more player to join the lower bracket, and one more player to go forward in the upper. Winner of this series will face Sziky. Either it'll be Zerg versus Ascozy or Zerg versus Protoss, and I am delighted to find out which it'll be. Let's tune in to talk a little bit about Shopkeeper Dog, the wonderful, ever-loving Ascozy player. Man's best friend is apparently a lizard main, and he comes in here looking pretty solid, having defeated Hamster 3-0 after earning himself a playoffs berth from his fantabulous performance in the Battlement stage. I'm expecting some interesting things in this particular match, and I feel like we should probably chat a little bit with Dog. So let's see if he is available. If he's ready to be pulled in, we will bring him in straight away and talk a few things. Hello, Shopkeeper Dog, or should I call you Shopkeeper Lizard because you're a Ascozy and you're in the semifinals. How are you feeling against your match versus Ayud? It's about to begin.
Feeling good.
Oh, very nice. This is the first time I think you've said that. Every other time you've been like, I don't know, I'm kind of scared, but this time not so much.
Oh, you mean like for the match? No, I don't feel good about the match. Just feel good in general.
Okay, I'm glad life's working out for you. That absolutely bamboozled me. I thought the Johns had disappeared, but apparently not. Obviously, so far you've been. I know you've been at work for some of the other matches, but or maybe not because it is the weekend, I guess. But either way, you may or may not have seen some of those other matches. I saw you tune in at the end of the Arbuz Hamster game. But yeah, the results are in, and HitEmUp continues on in the bracket. Maybe some people were hoping he'd get eliminated just for the sake of their own tournament run. But how are you feeling about the field that's left over? Any surprises so far?
No surprises. I mean, it kind of shakes out how you expect it to.
That's kind of how I feel as well. Although I will say I was hoping HonMonO would post up some dubs and make HitEmUp crumble just a wee bit. Just test him a little bit, you know? Like, he's not your final boss HitEmUp, but he might be able to empower you. Maybe he only needs to lose one series, though. Maybe that's it for him. He's all good. That being said, you're going up against Ayud here, not HitEmUp. It's a champion of Acropolis 2. Wasn't able to get it done, but made it to the grand final in Acropolis 3. What's really interesting is, so far, we've had this chain of succession. Neblime wins Acrop 1. Loses to the champion in the grand final of Acrop 2. Then Ayud wins Acrop 2, obviously loses to HitEmUp in Acrop 3. Now, HitEmUp, he might be gunning for that lower bracket spot, but there's still a few gears left to turn here, still a few puzzles to slot into place. Specifically regarding Ayud, are you feeling like he has dialed in? Because you two practiced just 24 hours ago. What was that about?
Ayud was complaining that he couldn't find games, and like I hadn't played since Saturday, so it's just like whatever. Like I don't expect to win anyway, so let's just play. It's fun.
Now, this could all be a crazy mind game, of course, but what do you reckon? Did those practice games solidify your expectation to not win, or did you feel like maybe there's a chance?
No, it went about how I expected. Like if he trolls, I can win the game. If he doesn't troll, then it's kind of hard.
All right. Sounds like a plan then. I am interested, of course, in what we're going to end up seeing from Ayud in this matchup. Protoss versus Ascozy, not something we got to see too much of just yet. In fact, I think in the tournament sense, obviously Godwheat did go up against Arbuz's Protoss a few times, but that didn't end so well for him. You yourself have not actually faced an Ascozy yet in the bracket. It's been Zerg and a little bit of Terran from Kutian, but it's mostly been Hamster, and now you finally find yourself against a fresh opponent. Talk to me about AVP. How's the matchup feel?
It's really difficult. Right now, a lot of the Protosses don't know how to play it. Ayud struggled a little bit in the beginning, but I think he kind of got a grasp of it. I think it's so free in the beginning, and then you have a free map for like 10 minutes before the Ascozy can do anything. And like if you know how to build an army, you just either all in when he's weak, or you have a late game army and 3 bases up. It's kind of difficult.
Interesting. So the Escozi struggle in that early game, and then even if they survive that early game where the Protoss dictates the pace, the Protoss just kind of falls back into a posture that is still controlling, demanding, and maybe free for them to secure a lot of tech and bases. Well, maybe we'll see that blueprint ironed out here, but I thought it was kind of interesting what HitEmUp ended up doing. I don't know if you caught his one Escozi match against HonMonO, but he did make a lot of scepters. Is this a unit you rate at all?
Oh yeah, when HitEmUp first started playing Escozi, we were talking about Escozi versus Terran. Like the main build I was using against Kuyum at the time was like a radix function. It might have been radix double function, where you just get scepters to deal with the mech early, and then later on you can just transition that to like object aphorised.
Okay.
And then get to Dornan or whatever. But he tried it once where I went Mass Cyclops, and then he told me it was like a bad unit and try to never build it again. Like he'll try to force Scepter in other matchups, which I think is not good, but like Scepter is fine for his Terran just because like he's the only unit that kind of like feels okay fighting against mech early. Like he can actually fight against siege tanks and like no other unit in tier 1 can.
Fair enough. Well, what do you rate it versus Protoss then? Where does it fall down versus Protoss?
I don't like it versus Protoss. Like versus Protoss, like you're gonna build a Scepter which is like I don't even know if it can win one-on-one versus a Dracodon. Like he'll just take you down, he'll down you, and then he'll just walk away.
Okay.
And then you just hope that they attack into you. But like at the same time, they don't need to attack into you. They can just get free value by like taking pot shots, and meanwhile take expansions, and then they just have a late game army, and you're stuck like with a 2-minute delayed tier 3 just because you wanted to make functions and scepters.
I see. So it delays the spike that you're actually looking for in the matchup. So it would have to be a psychological, move, or maybe a stylistic, change, an adaptation to how the Protoss is doing if they're doing some kind of non-standard thing. Though maybe then,
I see like why HitEmUp would want to do it in AVP because he plays stronger on tier 2, and I don't think tier 2 has enough power to really deal with like the harder tech units from Protoss. Like Avarice is okay, and Doranon's okay. It's just like they get a certain a number of range units, and then you can't fight into it anymore.
Definitely some considerations on the balance front. Maybe we'll see some of that take shape here and now. If you win, you're going up against Sziky, who is going to be an interesting opponent. Obviously, already plied your trade against Zerg. I guess you gave him a lot of footage to go back and look at. And then you'd only be one series away from the grand final. Is this the Shopkeeper Dog Acropolis? Is this a Escozi Acropolis?
I think if I beat Aud here, and then one of the Zergs knocks hit and Eud out, I think I can win. But like I don't anticipate beating Eud here, and I can't go through lower bracket without running into Eud again, so I'm not confident. Like I feel like where I am right now is just like a free roll from here. Like whatever placement I can scam, like that's fine with me. Like I'm cool going 6. That's fine with me. It's what I did last time.
It is what you did last time. That is how you ended things as Terran, but you're one win away from getting invited back to the next Acropolis in the VIP slot, so you got to keep that in mind as well. Aud, it's no stranger for him, but he denied you. He reverse swept you last time in the lower bracket. This time, things might be looking a little different. We'll have to see. Any final words before we talk to your opponent?
Nope, just having fun. It's gotta win.
Just having fun and gotta win. That's it. All right, Shopkeeper Doug. We'll talk to you after the series. GLHF, sir.
Yeah, geez.
And with that said, we can talk a little bit with Aud64 if he is indeed ready to pop in for us. We'll see if we can't bring him up to speed. I feel like overall, this is a kind of guy that I like to see. A kind of guy to bring in for a little chat. And, if you can believe it, Aud64, whose voice will now grace us, can also activate his camera, and we can even show him on the stream before we get into the game. What kind of technology is this, dude? Aud, how are you, sir?
I'm pretty good. Thank you for asking, Pernago. I'm just a little bit anxious for the game.
Of course.
Just want to get going with it.
Always. But hey, you did find the time to do an interview for us. If you just want to switch your camera on, we can show the people your beautiful mug as we talk, just for a few moments. It switches off when I put you into the channel here, so you gotta
Yeah,
reactivated.
I believe there is some kind of issue because of low battery. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
okay,
thought
no worries.
I had more. Yeah.
Yeah, all good, all good. In that case, no worries at all. That being said, Ayud, you are, of course, the player to watch here. A lot of Protoss hopes riding on you, and not just because you're the last Protoss on the upper bracket, as we saw Sziky take Neblime down earlier, but also because a lot of people have been struggling versus the Escozy. Dog over here saying it's a free matchup for Protoss, but I don't know, just looking at the results of some of those ranked games you guys played yesterday, it didn't look like it was so free. What's your take?
Yeah, that's the dog approach. He always gonna be saying things like that, like like he doesn't have a chance or other races are overpowered. But I believe Ascosi right now is pretty strong. I'm having difficulty to figure out the matchup. I believe it is very hard to pressure the Ascosi expansion. So the map control goes to the Ascosi at the first minutes. Protoss has to figure out some kind of composition involving splash damage, because otherwise the Ascosi can outproduce the Protoss to a point that no matter how strong the Protoss units are, it won't matter because you will get overwhelmed by all the ranged Ascosi units. So I'm just I'm trying to figure out what that composition is. But judging for the last game we played, which dog beat me in the last 2 games, I think he figured something out of those practice games. So I believe it's gonna be difficult to beat him.
Okay, fair enough. Definitely something I want to see in action, of course. It will have to be a thing that we see right on the lobby, right on the battlefield. Any words about the map veto here? Anything of interest to note? I see you vetoed the island map. Didn't want to let the Escozy off free so easily.
Yeah, I think I overheard Doug one time that he said that he was like practicing on that map. So I haven't gotten any practice at all on island maps. So I'm not as confident. That's why I just decided to take the ban.
Fair enough.
Specifically. Yeah.
We're talking about, of course, him swapping. He wanted to pick Macroglia, ban Sylphid, and he ended up doing the opposite. So we're doing Macroglia as the start here. You are someone who's played a lot on these 2-spawn maps, and of course, this is one of your picks as well, has been Battle Spectre. That's map 4 if we get there. Interesting enough, we do have mostly 2-spawns, but I also see you ended up picking a 4-spawner in Quasar. Did you have any thoughts about the 2-spawn of Macroglia, the 4-spawn of Quasar being the openers here? I feel like even Patadia also, which is map 3, that feels like it could be a favorable for general Protoss engagements, the way that they like to maneuver around. Do you agree?
I believe that Ascosi has these raid tactics where they can sneak some units with the permacloak and the ability to outproduce the Protoss. So they kind of remind me of a Zerg a little bit, because I mean he will always have this main army, right? But also, since he's producing so much, he can just split some of the army, and these maps, like with a lot of entrances, and blind points, I believe are better for the Ascosi. But the reason I picked those maps, it's because the natural is easier to defend, and I think the Protoss can take advantage of those early expansions, since at the beginning the Ascosi have the advantage. So it's very important to try to secure the natural expansion and try to develop a better game from there.
Well, we're going to have to see how developed that better game is, Ayud. I'm very much looking forward to this series. It's one of those things that I've been just waiting for to see if the Escozy can actually make it to the top 4. And if so, is it because of fair and balanced reasons, or is it just, people haven't quite figured them out? You never know, man. It's a new race. So Before we do jump into this series, my last question to you: how do you feel about this project? Not only getting all the units that it's got, and the tech, and the maps, and the tournaments, a whole new race. I don't know if I ever asked you about that, Ayud. What do you think about adding a whole new race to the game? Because we're doing it again later, so I do have to ask how you feel.
Yeah. I mean, I think the last time I played, I heard you speaking something about it, that you were planning to add a fifth race. So I thought at the time that it was very interesting, because Ascosi, it's fairly new, and to be having to learn another race with 50 plus units, it's gonna be a lot of work. We are still trying to figure out Ascosi matchups. But I mean, regardless, it's always interesting to have more options. It's gonna make Cosmonarchy even greater, I believe, as long as we keep giving the input necessary, the feedback, so you guys can balance things out. It's not gonna be an easy task, because now you will have to balance 5 races.
Yes.
But I believe you can do it. I think you are doing a great job with Ascosi. We need more games. We need more same level opponents. To properly balance things out. But so far I'm having a lot of fun, even though I have only played Ascosi. I mean, not a lot, but I haven't experienced the tier 3 Ascosi yet. I used to play Ascosi when it was fairly new, but the race is relatively fun. I just believe that they need more melee, because it's, I don't know, I believe they have a lot of range units, and most of the death ball composition of Ascosi. I mean, the majority of the units the people are making for the meta is all ranged. Yeah. So I don't know. I just wanted to see more variety on that regard. Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out how much variety Dog's cooking up, and I'm excited about that. But I'm sure they'll continue to shape up in a way that, I have a lot of similar thoughts to what you were saying there. So let's just say there's changes planned. But first, we got to crown a champ. And before that, we need to decide who's moving on to the upper final. So, Ayud, any final words before we get started?
Well, like Doc said, I'm gonna try to have fun playing these games. I believe both of us have the same opportunity to advance. So I guess we are gonna try to giving out our best games while having fun.
There it is. Always having a little bit of fun here, Ayud. GLHF, we will see you for an interview after the game if you're available.
Yeah, GLHF.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it is nearing our time. It is nearing that time for game number 1 in our final semifinal. It's gonna be a big one. Shopkeeper Dog taking on Ayud64. America versus Venezuela. Escosi versus Protoss. And I could not be more excited here at the evening to blow the roof off of it and disturb the neighbors. Macroglia is game number 1. Let's get after it. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left appears to be the cool, calm, and collected Cornflower Blue. It's Midnight Green. Escosi in the bottom right, and we got the Blood Protoss. Ayud64. Blood runs in his veins. He's going for his gateway start. Now, Dog said a lot of things about the early game, and none of them looked particularly favorable going into it. Are we going to see something a bit more exciting from the Protoss in the early game? Are we going to see the Escosi triumph? That's the question we're all asking right about now. Ayud. And, of course, Dog moving across the map at each other.
I do want to see if we can get anything more from the Escozy in the matchup, because I keep getting told, Protoss, they just run the table on him. Well, it's going to be Radix Landlock, and we will see some proselytes, judging by that kind of opener. Probably a good move to face off against Drakidans. I'm expecting AU to go for something along those lines. Will the scribe come in and try to heckle the worker while it's building? I guess the answer is not. You know, he wound up moving up here and seeing what his opponent was up to. Scouts the Radix, scouts the Landlock, and Dog is actually being a bit cheeky over here. No, okay, never mind. He's faking. He's auraing. He's trying to say, hey, come find me. I'm over off in the corner. Don't you want to attack me with your Dracoden instead of moving across the map? And Aoud may oblige. Does feel like it's kind of a missed opportunity for him to just kind of, you know, shrug this off. Already suffered one attack earlier by the Scribe, so that's going to be a 4-hit from the Drak. The little nibble there on the way out actually does make a meaningful distinction. And with that Pilgrim going down, that does provide some value. Informs Dog, confirms to him that it is indeed a Dracoden start. And yeah, we've got missionaries coming out. The second landlock will be completed soon, and I think that's just in time to start up multiple proselytes. If that's what it's going to be, indeed it is. Those guys have 3 armor pins, so they will fully ignore the Dracoden's armor. Expansion coming down here as well. Pretty cheap for the Escozy. That second Radix is going to be something here once it gets put down. The Chantry as well. First Dracoden arrives and puts some hurt onto that first missionary. Funny little math here. The impact dissipation heals the full damage that a Dracoden deals, so you do need 2 of them for it to stack up. He's going to come back into the open arms of his third Dracoden, and this is going to really start swinging things in the favor of the Protoss. The jumps are necessary to start healing, and you can also try to async out some of those moves, but obviously the focus fire is going to have to be very good indeed. Oh, the fadeaway shot. Kind of gutting to lose yet another unit. Counted up twice. They'll even stop the landlock from being assembled. This is going to trigger Dog to make what he wants to make happen. But not quite, as the Dracoden lives with 8 HP. Coming in for a poke. He sees the shimmers, knows that he's going to need to do something a little bit different. He's got Zealot Ecclesias as the follow-up. Kept all 3 Dracs alive so far. And more Zealot Amaranth as the backbone. Nexus gets put down. The landlock will be completed. Even with the Pilgrim off to the side there. Gauntlet gets put down inside the main base, so Shopkeeper Dog will continue his construction efforts. Proselyte scouts the army on the incoming push. We've got a lot of proselytes, in fact. It's really surprising to see so many. He needs to mulch through those zealots, though. Going to try to retreat into the Chantry. Trades a zealot for a worker. Probably not the best option there, but 3 landlocks now does produce a lot of proselytes, up to 11. Good grief. Well, Shopkeeper Dog can't make workers as long as he's making those, so remember the eco is definitely advantaged in favor of AU. The little attack is going to be short-lived. As this attack comes in, he focuses down the Amaranth. Zealot Ecclesia is trying to keep those Protoss units alive, but they're finding it a lot harder to handle things versus the Escozy ranged units. Gets right in their face. Ecclesias gets focused down. This is a committal from the Protoss. The Zealots are tearing it up. And I'm not so sure, as the Chantry starts to take some damage. We're even going to see that concession early on. Aoud has made the rush happen even before everything started going his way. That is a wrap. Protoss victory in Game 1. Acropolis does not end up going Dog's way, so we go to Quasar Quartet, a 4-spawn map. We'll see if Aoud can make good on what he said about the army movements and the general advantages that you're supposed to expect in this particular matchup. Looks like our players are ready and raring to go. They're both already back in the lobby and typing their readies out. Well, at least one of them is. Aoud is ready to go. Sometimes these matches can end in very quick succession. Quasar Quartet unlikely to be there, since it is a 4-spawn map after all, but AU chose it for a reason. Let's see what it is. Ayud 64, Blood, Protoss in the bottom left. It's Shopkeeper Dogs, Tyrion purple, a Scozy in the top right. Rocking out with the Lizards. Let's see if he can find victory on his opponent's map pick. We have cross positions, which tells me we could be in for a longer game. How soon does Shopkeeper Dog want to send out a worker scout is the question. And whether Ayud has any interest in pushing the envelope elsewhere, or does he want to stick to his 2-gate Grand Library? That's what he ended up doing in game number 1. Served him well to apply the pressure. The proselyte count looked like it was good, but it felt like while Ayud spread out his damage a little bit, Shopkeeper Dog was more focused on his ability casting than his target selection and didn't end up picking off the right targets. It felt like the Zealots did way more damage to him than the Drax. Just such consistent DPS machines, those guys. I can't believe it, but Ayud is actually considering a cross scout, and he will go there. Something is intuiting, something is telling him exactly where he needs to go. Shopkeeper Dog's Pilgrim Scout was a bit faster. He's going to wind up moving to the bottom left instead, and we've got multiple gateways kicking up the door. Pretty fast expansion here. The second landlock is not in the macro department. It's down here in the natural. Perhaps to help hold the bay. But look, Ayud scouts it and sees everything. Well, at least he recycles the scribe with that pilgrim hit. That's actually a little funny. Gets a third of a worker cost back to him. Legionnaire's gonna start heckling Dog's own pilgrim. Scribe was moving off to the left. That's a little suspicious. Surely Dog will be able to intuit. Oh yeah, he's going for his own expand. 2-gate Nexus with the aforementioned Grand Library waiting in the wings to be started. A grandstand begins inside the natural choke point, and a second Radix starts to take shape for the Escozy. Very interesting. Ayud 64 rolling his Protoss here. Definitely wants to lay the smackdown on his opponent. Shopkeeper Dog wants to show his stuff in this matchup and hopefully avoid this fabled dumpstering he expects to receive. He always talks about it, but it never happens. He thought he was going to lose against Hamster. He 3-0'd him. It won't be a 3-0 against Ayud, that's for sure, but it could be in favor of our Venezuelan Protoss. Big storyline coming into this Acropolis was, yeah, we've got pro players like Sziky and HonMonO, but we've got HitEmUp still sticking with random despite the inclusion of the 4th race and the advent of selective random. He could have omitted it. Not only that, but you're talking the arrival of Ayud 64 as Protoss, confirming he's not playing Terran, what is known for as his best race. So some of the old dogs maybe were thought of nerfing themselves in that way. It was yet another tournament series where you think about how Zerg always seemed to spike in popularity and power right in time for Acropolis. So there's a lot of things that we thought about when it came to this tournament, when we came to this particular matchup, but it doesn't end up going the way of the Escozy, not yet. The advent of this new race, this is the farthest, of course, they've been, and Shopkeeper Dog, this is the farthest he's been in the upper bracket. Top 6 is his claim to fame. I like that they've exchanged, a basic unit each so far. It's kind of amusing. Grandstand number 2 on the other side of the choke as the Gauntlet and the Cypher are both coming up. So we will actually see Tier 2 be deployed
It doesn't look like Aoud is on track to scale up into the same pressure comp that he had before. Probably because of the fact that we had that, you know, cross scout, but also the 4-spawn map nature means that he wasn't really feeling the committal. Cardinals have started to lay themselves onto the ground, and I do think the way that those units work out in favor of anti-melee, they can try to hold the Zealots at bay, healing the units around them when they attack. Can be a very big deal. Proscenium number 1, Shopkeeper Dog, going for multiple dyads now to produce structures faster. He should go for more than 1 Proscenium, surely. He's going to send his Pilgrim off to harvest resources in the natural as the Witness continues to scarper around and sees the Tier 2 structures underway. Response, 2 prostration stages. Aoud looks like he wants to go Pariah here. Maybe even like a Mind Tyrant Pariah combo. Sometimes that's what you do with the second prostration stage when you go for it like that. Some Vicars coming out here. Not in tremendous number. I'm guessing another Proscenium. Yeah, it would not surprise me if Shopkeeper Dog's go-to is to end up vibing on this Tier 2 stuff. Though he did say that in the interview, he does like to go up to Tier 3 in order to face off against the more problematic Protoss units. Try to keep that tech advantage so that he doesn't get out-swarmed, outgunned, or indeed out-muscled by the Protoss in this case. Crucible to empower those prostration stages. It'll also hit the gateway and Grand Library off to the left-hand side. Yeah, he's going straight to Bestiary and Conduit, so Tier 3 rush is in effect on 2 base. With the 4 Prosceniums, this does actually limit the amount that Shopkeeper Dog can consider. So he won't be able to rush up to Enbors super immediately, but Insurant is a very scary unit, and even with Artisans in the top left, harvesting away, Aoud64 has given a handshake over to Shopkeeper Dog and said, I'm going to go up to my own extremely large scale of you know, power here. I'm going to go up to my own level of prostration stage tech and, you know, cap my gases and get the Artisans around. You can go ahead and tech up your own way. We'll see who wins in the field of battle. A no rush 20 style here. It's very rare to see 4 prostration stages like this. It's honestly wild. This pylon is going to have to be deleted by whatever pariah gets stuck here, but afterwards it'll be fine to path through. And so, yeah, even in that case, looking at the number of prostration stages we're going to be at, yeah, we could see pariah spam in a big way. Aoud said he was experimenting a little bit with the composition. What all can he actually foment on the battlefield? Witness spotted the proselyte moving up to the top left, and looks like the Hierophant should be able to catch him. And that should be before any artisan presence is actually scouted. Aoud, with that Witness, keeping his opponent from scouting anything on the map. And Shopkeeper Dog says, I have to scale up the tech tree a little bit differently. We've got a lot of panoplies coming. A Xylode, I think we're going to go Fontus here for our Ascosi. But I feel like the units that Aoud is making ought to be possible to break on through that. It's just, I am a little bit concerned about the panoply count here. This is all Tier 3 biotic production. Dog might not have much of a follow-up, but if his insurance can give him the advantage of non-stop income through destroying the Protoss' army, we could see a pretty big swing. There's the Mind Tyrant. Zealot guarding the 3 o'clock position. Army rotating up top to the top left. The Pariah is still working for now. The Artisans providing that third base. We do have another one being taken by Shopkeeper Dog. His Obelisk is on the way. That's where he gets his Endbors at. No Latiros yet. I think Potentates on the side of Aoud is actually a good move here. And it looks like actually the Pariahs can even fit through that pylon, so I was incorrect. For once, I had a little bit too little faith in the size of the Protoss structures. Usually it's the other way around, where you're like, yeah, that'll work, and then it doesn't. I don't think the Witness has actually been removed from play. We do have one following the army around. We're going to get that Pariah empowered by the Mind Tyrant. Witness continuing to spot things around. He's going to have to deal with the presence of those insurance. Actually, 2 of them getting offered up to the gods, it looks like. A couple of them. And he's trying to give it some chase, but of course the Scozy army doing its best to go the other direction. Here's the Insurant trying its best to pop an Artisan and give a little bit of money back to the Scozy player, but it's going to go down without much of a fight. I don't even know if Dog noticed that. I'm not really sure what happened there. His army moving around, trying to make sure to keep its 3rd base alive, but I don't know. The Scozy army does look a little bit spooky, and I don't really like the positioning just yet of the Protoss. We need to see something a little bit distinct here. The Mind Tyrant, an easily snipeable target if Ayud is not careful. Remember those Potentates offering up that very important single target DPS. To keep those Pariahs selected as they're a linchpin of Ayud's attack. Looked like for a second there, Shopkeeper Dog wanted to focus down the Mind Tyrant, not quite able to make it happen. More Pariahs trying to swing on in. A lot of those Zealots and the other chaff units were cleared already. And the Pariahs struggling to actually get to the front line. It feels like maybe they could have collapsed upon those ranged units and done a lot of splash damage. But now, with Ayud reducing so much of them, Dog needs to spend that money. But it might not matter too much, as he ends up losing his first couple insurance off the back of those Potentates. There's even a Petract here, which is a cute little option. Once it deploys, it'll act as an object does. The Scozy army moving to 6 o'clock. He's going to try to clean up some of these units, and, well, it's not quite working out for him. Yeah, finally the Petract will go down object style, but he killed a bunch of his workers. I don't know if it was quite enough. Artisans have to be peeled away. It feels like Dog is, playing to the win conditions that he's identified and that is even demonstrated in practice, but Ayud, what's his transition point? He went for a massive prostration stages to try to win versus a balled-up infantry set. It's not quite working out in favor for him as the Vickers are slowing those Pariahs down, having a struggle-some time trying to get to the front line. The Insurance in the back dishing out so much damage. Yeah, he can't quite make it happen, but he's got more Pariahs. He might still be able to wipe this ball. The question is, has he been able to get those Artisans back in play? And that's a wrap there, yeah. So the Artisans are going to go back at 6. I don't know where the rest of them went. It looks like maybe he ended up losing them all. Or rotated what was left over to 6 o'clock instead. The Petracts acting as mobile garrisons, as well as detectors. Could be an option to clear the witnesses, but it doesn't quite look like that's what's happening. 9 o'clock under attack. The witness spies the army moving out. There's still a lot of Pariah here, and an Ancestral Archives does begin. Those Artisans evacuate the 9 o'clock. Does a Thaumalog 1v1 a Zealot without going down? I think we can see the answer is no. Aphorus spotted out these guys, so the Artisans will be shot down by the Insurance. Maelstrom to try to slow things down. Is it going to be enough to offset the amount of Insurance balled up here? Well, the answer is pretty decidedly no, and I feel like Ayud must be feeling a certain type of way. He's got Potentates locked into his prostration stages. Well, I guess that was the SimCity foible we were looking for. They go down like paper, but you need to actually connect to them. They hit back real hard. And every death that they end up claiming, every frag they take, is another amount of money given over to the Scozy player. He can afford to send all those off. Look at his panoplies, the industry, with, of course, plenty of Enbors. This is an Scozy victory through and through. We'll be going to Game 3 tied up. And Ayud's strategy here has not borne much success. Another Crucible to empower his production.
where he can't afford an Ancestral. He can't afford to take any further mistakes. I mean, it feels like an unwinnable position right now. When you see that many pariahs out on the map, I think you know exactly what you're up against, which is not much at home. The Archon brought down very low indeed. The Sycophants are going to try to give it some shields back. And here come the pariahs on the flank. There's a lot more Escozy where that came from, my friend. He comes through one of the Petraks, actually both of them immediately. Not too shabby there for a moment, but as soon as the focus fire comes out with the Archon taken care of, there's way too much Escozy still here. With Dog up to 4 bases and a 5th one in development. GG has to be called. And our Escozy is victorious after all. So, they trade each other's map picks. We go to Patadia for game 3. Treat it like a best of 3 now, as both players have scored 1 dub. A best of 3 with prior history. Is that going to be enough for our players to accept this reality? That's the question I have on mind. I'm glad that Ayud was able to get up to his early shenanigans and then gave it a try to play it a little bit more straightforward, just because it kind of shows you the struggles that he is having in the matchup. Let's find out what's behind this third option here. Map 3 is Patadia. Shopkeeper Dog simply can't keep getting away with this. That is game 3 between Shopkeeper Dog and Ayud64 coming at you. I hope you guys are having an exciting time with this tournament. We're going into our 4th match after this, guaranteed locked in no matter who takes this game. But it's a comfortable map from both players. Really shouldn't be anything but. Battle Spectre awaits us next. If we need 5 maps to decide things, we go to Magnetron per Dog's orders. He had the map veto advantage coming into this as seeded player number 2. Numero dos. Gateway start once again for Ayud. I feel like it's pretty unlikely that you'd ever try to do some kind of silly sim strat. Missionaries are a little too slippery, but it's a possibility that you could go for, I don't know, maybe in the future we could see Lattice play against Escozy. I can't imagine trying to do it in any other way. Ayud sees the Pilgrim come out, and he's going to be doing a little bit of harassment here as the second gateway needs to start up pretty soon. Or does it? Is he going to wait for a different structure? Yeah, he's going to make a Legionnaire. And it looks like he might want to go straight into Tier 2, some kind of Tier 2 structure. It'll be a Grand Library. That's fairly fitting. Maybe just go straight into Atreus to muscle them out, make it so that they can't possibly dodge. The Legionnaire is here to kill this Pilgrim. Oh, he didn't quite get the teleport hit off, so the Grand Library was selected. Does it change any of Dog's plans? Radix after his expansion landlock, this is exactly like Quasar Quartet so far. The grandstands may have convinced Ayud64 to not go for an early aggression pull, but he really didn't have much of an idea that they were there until after the game had already developed towards something a bit more passive. Legionnaire just keeping the scouting going. Doesn't scout any proselytes just yet. Might convince him to go after something a little bit more aggressive. It is an Amaranth instead of any ranged attacker. Legionnaire does end up coming in here to do some heckling. Wraps around a
Well, he probably could have killed that Pilgrim, but at the cost of his own life, so he ends up escaping, just so he can continue applying pressure later. Proselytes are coming now, at least one of them here at the natural, with another queued. Grandstand will definitely frustrate any attempts to move out. The Islet gets its one pull, and then the Dracodon slaps it down. More defensive one in the back. Grandstand number 2 coming. How much pressure can Aoud really put on in the context of this kind of thing? He could try to Psystorm, of course, if he ends up going that way. Oh, it's an Ardent! Following his Nexus, of course. Still prioritizing upfront damage. That doesn't suck versus what the Shopkeeper dog here was going to have. He might be pressured into making more Vicars early on. Those pot shots can definitely add up, but Aoud needs to focus them on the same target, it feels like. Islet Pull comes out to try to provide some healing en masse. Atreus and Zealot wide walking down. Radix is coming out. Indeed, this is a pretty heavy Radix play. In fact, going up to 6 of them as the gauntlet finishes. Clearly some Vicar spam in mind for Dog. Could find himself in hot water if he goes up against a Cantor Vicar, or a Cantor Cantavis. That would be pretty difficult. The Cantor Vicar does also sound pretty deadly, but we're not playing a 2v2 tournament right now. Eventually. Eventually, guys. First a Cantor in production. No Cantavis in sight just yet. Embassy halfway complete. A drop would not suck. We don't have a Chantry yet for defense, and even if we did, the Cantor is very good at it. The one Proselyte looking up here at 12 o'clock is going to cause a little bit of flummoxing. The Scribe unlikely to get away. And then Dog looks away at the worst possible time and just absolutely eats dirt. And Vicars are coming. Add more Radix, why don't you? No Cypher in sight, no Tier 2 in production for Dog. This is going to be Cardinal Vicar. And it could actually bowl him over, but again, the Acantor mixed in with the potential for Psystorm, it can really punish these slow-moving armies. The Vicars are incredibly reliant on impact dissipation procs from Cardinals, or themselves, or Proselytes, or even Islets. It's really hard for them to make magic happen in any other capacity. A Witness flying across. We don't have any Envoy for a drop. Pylon to expand the Psi field as the third Acantor is now walking across the map. Or no, that's the second one, it looks like. Envoy would definitely help bring him a little bit closer. A lot of Cardinals being made. I suppose you can just try to run right up, and if there's only a few Acantors, it could be a possibility for the Cardinals to absorb it. You do need multiple Acantor shots to kill one of those, so that's a possibility. He's going to take some pot shots initially. The Vicar's going to help slow things down. The Ecclesiast, well, it might actually end up escaping here narrowly. Well, not if the rest of the melee units have anything to say about it, just slowing him down. But I guess he'll speed him up in return. Good sport. Second Acantor being met up with now. First Cardinals are brought low. Gotta watch out for that Witness, though. Could get splashed down by the rest of the army, and then you'd be up real dangerous territory here. That's an Artisan, not a transport, floating to the bottom left. Doesn't seem like Aoud's interested in any drops. He wants to crawl across the map with his Acantors. Slow and steady, wants to win the race. Vicar count rising up to 4 right now, and we've got a lot of meat for these Acantors to crawl through. Flank could definitely come out. One Proselyte moving to the lower third base. It's 12 o'clock that was taken, and the Escozi army going to take the high road. How much value is he really going to get out of that? Another Acantor. And he actually catches some of the military off to the side. This forces Dog to pinch a few off. He has gone for tier 2. It's just a proscenium, though. The one proselyte sees a Cantor. Is Ayud going to fall back from this position, or is he going to commit? He's caught in no man's land right now, and his Cantor is unlikely to get much more value. It ends up going up in smoke, and this is a flank. With Ayud's power mostly being an immobile artillery, Shopkeeper Dog has rotated his army to uppercut the natural. This is a huge problem for our Protoss. His unitary union only now just began. He's adding more pylons. And will he evacuate the Nexus, or will the Nexus itself just go down? It's dodgeball. As that Nexus is right-clicked, it will go up in smoke. Most of the workers remaining intact can transfer over to the third base. And he can put down a Nexus ASAP. His army barely touched. Will the counterattack come out in time is the question. In fact, I don't see a single Protoss army unit corpse in the entire battlefield. Not a single scribe, not a single unit. Has that army trade actually favored Shopkeeper Dog? A measly 2 Vicars. He's sure making a lot of them, but he cancels them out and starts his bestiary. This is a gamble and a half to tech rush towards Dornan and potentially higher. His worker count, dastardly low. His eyelet will watch the third as the proselyte looks to cause any sort of confusion. But if Ayud has any sort of critical mind, if he has any sort of killer instinct, he will go across the map now. Instead, his army chases down a proselyte that was doomed from the start, and he needs to get back into winning ways. Shopkeeper Dog has put a timer on himself. He forgot to actually double task his units. That's a little unfortunate, but there you go. He's figured it out. And he will go ahead and power build the conduit and the bestiary. He knows he's on a clock. He knows he's on the timer. And unitary unions might be coming with Unars to boot, but his own pylon wall acting against him. Ayud, your inaction could be your undoing. You've got units galore everywhere. You see no expansion. This is exactly what happened to you on Quasar, my friend. Dyad will start to salvage the Radix so that it can rebuild things in its place. Mostly for build space right now. A little bit less so for resources, as it's a pretty cheap structure. But the bestiary is done. The conduit soon as well. I think Ayud's waited too long. I think his inaction will be his undoing once again. Had a perfect opportunity to attack. All this Escosi would have gone up in smoke to the Acantors, to the Amaranths. But when those tier 3 bio units start coming up in real big numbers, with 4 panoplies on the way, it is real hard for the Protoss to do much of anything about it unless they can keep the engagement favorable, and the insurance can't simply walk up and right-click the Acantors. He's got a 4th base. He's got his macro going. He's added more production, a Crucible to empower, Unars to start to rotate forward. But what good does it do you if you've already given up your advantage? Those panoplies take a while to assemble, but they will be running up on their completion point by the time the Protoss army arrives. The Witness will scout forward. Still nothing to see inside the base. If he could see these structures being made, he would know he has limited time. He would know he needs to go now. But he's not scouting. He's not proceeding in any capacity to gather the necessary information to spare himself from yet another turtled up dog victory. And if the Escosi take series point off the back of this game, what will Ayud even do? Thinking he can expand, thinking he can leave the Escosi alone, that's been a falsified premise. That has been debunked. And we've got obelisks coming for Endbors, which weren't even necessary in the last game. And insurance are on the way. The first 2 storming onto the field. Ayud wants to wait until he's good and ready and comfy, but by then, your whole life has passed before your very eyes. Will you ever write that book? Will you ever apply for that position? Will you ever ask that pretty person out? Will you ever attack the goddamn Escosi, Ayud? You have limited time. And each passing minute makes it worse and worse, makes it sting worse and worse. It's tantric. but not in an exciting way. The Escozi will attempt their initial breakout. As Aoud guessed correctly, has he set himself up with a steady containment? I look at this and see a lot of brittle pieces here that the Escozi could punch through with a decided effort. And even if they couldn't on the ground, they've got Enbors soaring in the sky soon. Even more of a temporary measure. But Aoud wants to set up the tent and expand out further and keep making Unars. He doesn't even rally them all, he's got so many. The Acantors are going to splash down the bio. The Unars are here for the Enbors, not for the ground army. And the Amaranths are starting to falter. He camps Dogs, choke indeed, and he forces him back. But is this going to provoke a response? Aoud 64, he might overextend here, because at this point it's a question of whether or not he waited too long. The Insurance, they're diving forward, but the Doranin were out of position. And the initial salvo of those Acantors is gone, but the most of the Escozi have already been chewed through. It might have actually been just barely enough, but when I say this was so very close, too close for comfort, I say it without even fully having the confidence that Aoud has broken him. A lot of money in the bank for both players. A lot of bang for your buck if you're watching as Protoss. A Monument of Sin begins. The landlock of the natural will fall. Shopkeeper Dog has no recourse. There was just enough siege engines behind this Protoss push. And the Enbors are well and good, but look at those Unars just smote them out of the sky. The Holy Hammer of Venezuela crushes face, and Shopkeeper Dog has finally been bested in the midst of one of his absurd tech rushes. We all breathe a sigh of relief. Aoud asked the girl out. Aoud wrote the book before his retirement, and for that, we can all be grateful. GG! Protoss victory! And Shopkeeper Dog is now facing that lower bracket. It's series point, Aoud. Trust the process. He could have ended it a lot sooner and a lot easier, but trust the process. You never know what that process might be. Shopkeeper Dog is #1 supporter, even knows to say Protoss OP. I bet you there were many hyper-fixated conversations at dinner about this exact matchup, about Protoss being so powerful. I bet Shopkeeper Dog even said, hey, I'm thinking about changing my username to Shopkeeper